Mahabharatam.
Brahmanandam Paramashivam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaditam Gaganasatrasam Tattvamasyadiraksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Partaya pratibodhitam Bhagavata Narayanena Swayam Vyasena graditam Purana Munina Madhye Mahabharatam Advaitam Mrutavarshiniim Bhagavatim Ashtadashadhyayiniim Ambatva Manusandadami Bhagavad Gite Bhavatveshiniim. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Kamsachanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. I welcome you all with my love and respects. This chapter is called Vibhuti Yoga, the 10th chapter. Krishna explains about his glories. Last chapter, yesterday, he was giving the ultimate secret of how to feel deeply connected with the whole existence. Now, he starts explaining his glories. He goes on and on and on, explains how he is ultimate and how he is expressing himself. Sri Bhagavan Vacha Bhuya Evo Mahabaho Shrunu Me Paramam Vasaha Yatte Hambriyamanaya Bhakshyami Hidakamyaya. Bhagavan says, listen again, O Arjuna, because you are my dear friend, for your benefit, I shall speak to you further, giving knowledge that is better than what I have already explained. This is the next step. He is now explaining the next step. Yesterday he gave us the technique, or he gave us the understanding of feeling deeply connected with the whole. Usually, as an individual ego, we always feel the whole is our enemy. We are all a small wave in a big ocean. But suddenly, the wave starts thinking ocean is an enemy. When it is created, when it exists, or when it drops, it is connected to ocean. But the ocean starts thinking it is some way different from ocean. The wave starts thinking it is different from ocean. Not only that, the wave starts fighting with ocean. Starts fighting with ocean. We are all waves of this divine. We are all part of this whole. Please be very clear, you cannot exist as an island. You cannot exist as an island. The prana which is going inside your body and which is coming out is not your property. It is the property of existence. And if that prana doesn't function, what you think as you will not be able to function. What you think as you, whatever you think as you cannot function if the prana doesn't go in or come out. Prana means the vital energy. The very source of your life is not your property. Again and again we think we end here, the world starts here. Please be very clear, this is not your boundary. This is not your boundary. We always think our body ends, where our body ends, our boundary ends. Whatever is outside is existence. And we always think whatever is outside is our enemy. That is why we continuously try to protect ourselves. We try to protect ourselves from others. Whomsoever you see, we always look at them with the eyes, what far he has come. What he is going to steal from me. What he is going to take from me. How he is going to exploit me. Continuously you are in the protecting mood. The moment you see somebody, you have started your calculation. What for he is here and what I should do before he does anything to me. You are ready. Always we are calculating because we feel threatened by the existence of other. The moment you think the existence or the whole is your enemy, you will start defending. Please be very clear. Defending is nothing but a polite word for offending. All over the world, all the militaries are called defensive army. Then who is offending? Every country claims my army is defensive force, defense army. Then who is offending? Please be very clear. The very idea defending is nothing but subtle way of offending. Subtle way of offending. The other day, I was hearing an interview of a leader. He says that we are not ready to wait. We straight away want to go and destroy the enemy. This very clearly shows our offending attitude. Be very clear, all defending is directly or indirectly offending. It is offending. When you feel the whole is your enemy, except you, everybody is enemy, continuously you fight. Continuously you start fighting. The fighting mood creates more and more violent feeling in you, more and more restlessness in you. First thing Krishna teaches as the Rajavidya Rajaruhyam means the secret of secrets. Existence is not your enemy. Existence is not your enemy. It responds to your thoughts. It continuously cares for you. It is intelligence. Please be very clear. If you live with the attitude of enmity, even when you die, even when you live, you will be dying. Constantly you will be tortured. When you live with the attitude of enmity with the whole, constantly you will be tortured. When you live with the feeling of friendliness, with the attitude, the existence is friend, existence is your own, naturally you will feel a deep easiness. One thing, above all, more than the easiness, you will feel deeply connected to the existence. If wave starts thinking it is different from ocean, and if the wave starts defending itself from the ocean, all we need to understand is how much wave tries to defend itself from the ocean, it is going to fall into the same ocean. As a nature, wave starts in the ocean, exists in the ocean, and is going to fall into the ocean. If it understands it is part of the ocean, it will be utterly relaxed. It will live the blissful life. If it doesn't understand, it will fight with the ocean, but it will fall into the ocean. The ultimate secret which Krishna wants to reveal is existence, Parashakti, Brahman, is your friend. The universal energy is not your enemy. It is intelligence and it responds to your thoughts. This is the first understanding. Next, in this chapter, he says, I am that. He says, I am the whole existence. In the next chapter, he gives the experience of the cosmic consciousness to Arjuna. These 3 chapters are step by step. In the first, he says, don't have enmity with existence. Next, he says, I am that same energy. Not only you don't have to have existence, have a deep love. You don't have to have enmity. Yesterday's chapter says, drop your enmity against universal energy, Brahman and Atman. Today he starts how to be connected, how to feel connected to the existence. Tomorrow in the Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga, he gives the experience to Arjuna that the whole cosmic consciousness is he. He is in the whole cosmic consciousness. Yesterday he removes the enmity. Today he creates the feeling of connectedness. Tomorrow he gives the Advaitic experience. All these 3 chapters are step by step. Step by step, they are elevating Arjuna from low level to higher level. Let us study this Shastra with intense devotion and a deep sincerity. Along with Arjuna, we will also grow. Along with Arjuna, we will also grow. We will not miss it. Krishna says, for your benefit, because you are my dear friend, I shall speak to you further, giving knowledge that is better than what I have already explained. Please be very clear. Krishna is explaining his glory, not for his sake, for Arjuna's sake. Krishna is not explaining his glory to show his ego. No. We need to understand an important thing. Ego of the king is based on how many persons accept him as a king. The more number of persons accept his ego, the more his ego will be. Suddenly, if all the ministers and all the warriors and all his citizens are taken away from him, what will happen to his kingdom? Or what will happen to his kinghood? He will lose the very base. He will lose the very idea. He will not be anymore king. His very ego will be totally shaken. Beautiful story. There was a great saint called Dakshinamurti Swamigal. He lived in Tamil Nadu. When he was alive, when he was with the body, one king came to meet him. This Dakshinamurti Swami never used to wear a dress. He will live a Paramahamsa life. He never used to wear any dress. He's just like a child. He will live happily. He was sitting under a big tree and meditating blissfully. This king came to see him. And the king expected that Swami should stand up and receive him with all the respect. And this Swami did not bother. He did not even care about the king. King came with all his ego and said, "What? You are an ordinary beggar? I am a king. Don't you know how to respect me?" The Swami started laughing. He said, "Actually, you are the beggar. You are begging the respect from me. You are begging respect from me. You feel respected only when somebody gives. But I don't feel respected even somebody gives. Or I don't feel that I am disrespected when somebody doesn't give. When somebody respects me or not, is nowhere related to my consciousness. I am not asking you, why are you not respecting me? I don't bother about you. The moment you ask, be very clear, you are a beggar. Then he says, your personality or your ego can be shaken when all your army people leave you, when your ministers leave you. So you being a king is dependent on somebody. Be very clear. That is why always these leaders are in trouble. Never think leaders are leading you. You are leading the leaders. The honest truth is, you are leading the leaders, because as long as you accept them as leader, only they can be leader. As you are bothered about their ideas, they are also bothered about your ideas. Continuously, they are bothered about our ideas. Dakshinamurti Swami says, you are king as long as your citizens accept you. So naturally, directly or indirectly, you will be begging your citizens to accept you, because your consciousness is dependent on them. In my case, that is not the case. Whether somebody accepts or not, I am quite blissful. I am Paramahamsa. My Paramahamsahood can never be taken away from me. But your kinghood can be taken away from you. So be very clear. The moment you ask for respect, you are beggar. I am not. Truth. A clear truth, whose ego is enriched by more and more citizens, is called politician, egoistic. But who reveals himself for the sake of disciples' understanding is enlightened man. Here, Krishna is not speaking about himself out of ego. Whether Arjuna accepts or not, Krishna is Krishna. Krishna was in blissful even before Arjuna became his disciple. Krishna will be in blissful state even after Arjuna becomes his disciple. Whether Arjuna is disciple or not, Krishna is in that same blissful consciousness. One important thing, in the next chapter, tomorrow, Arjuna says, "Oh Krishna, forgive me. I called you by your community name. Hey Krishna, hey Yadava, hey Saketi. I called you by your first name. I called you by your community name." In India, if you are a very close friend, only then you call them by a community name. You call that person by his community name. He says, "I called you by your community name." Yadava means the Krishna's community. I called you Krishna, Yadava, And I called you, oh my friend. I called you with all these names thinking that you are my friend. You are a normal human being like me. But now I understand. You are Lord of Devatas. You are Deva of Devatas. You are Mahadeva. Forgive me. Please, I beg. You must forgive me and accept me as your disciple for my ignorance. I do not know your greatness. Forgive me. Because of this statement, Krishna's ego has not become big. One thing, Krishna was saved. He had all the glory from day one to till the end. Even with all his glory, he allowed Arjuna to call him by all these first names and community names. He never said, don't you know? You don't know who am I? How dare you call me by my first name? He never carried his visiting card. This carrying visiting card is the biggest problem. See, in your own life, how people behave. Wherever they go, first thing, do you know who am I? Do you know who am I? Do you know who am I? We always carry the visiting card. First thing we will give that card. And not only that, important thing, please be very clear. Never think your visiting card is this size. It is cut out size. Because you can't carry that, you carry in a small way. It is cut out size. Because we cannot carry that anywhere, wherever we go, we carry it in a small way. After giving that card, we say, I am this, I am that. Always we carry our visiting card. Krishna never carried. Krishna never bothered. Even when Arjuna was talking with him in a friendly way, he was humble. The way in which Arjuna speaks, the same way he responds. Suddenly now Arjuna says, Krishna, I don't know. You are such a great person. You are God himself. Please forgive me. Even after that, Krishna has never become egoistic. He says, don't worry, don't bother about that. He is simple, he is humble. Even after that, Krishna is same. Before, at the time of experience, and after the experience, Krishna is same. Only Arjuna undergoes a tremendous change. Before the Gita started, at the time of Gita, and after the Gita, Krishna is same. But before the Gita, Arjuna was different. At the time of Gita, Arjuna was different. He was growing. After the Gita, he was totally different man. Here, Krishna is not explaining his glories out of ego. He is explaining to give understanding to Arjuna. He is explaining so that Arjuna will start experiencing him. So be very clear. When Krishna says here, I am, he means the cosmic consciousness, the egoless being, the enlightened energy. Again and again, he expresses the glory of enlightenment, glory of Atmajnana. That is why he is so confident and so clear, with such a clarity, with such a coolness. He explains, I am everything. Even to utter these words, you need courage. Please be very clear. Even to utter these words, you need courage. No normal man can say, I am God to somebody. If you say, you can be sure next day you will be in asylum. You will be in asylum. And they will be reserving a special seat. He is courageous enough to declare, and not only declare, the person who is listening experiences it. What is the science? What do you need for an enlightened man to declare himself as enlightened and to declare himself as a God And what you need for a disciple to experience that as a truth. Two things. There are so many hundreds of enlightened people declare this truth again and again and again. But some people who listen, they became enlightened, like Arjuna, like Vivekananda. Ramakrishna says, who came as Rama, who came as Krishna, is residing in this body as Ramakrishna. Boldly declares. That also not when he was healthy, when he was suffering by cancer. He is suffering from cancer, throat cancer. That time he declares boldly, who came as Rama, who came as Krishna, has come down in this body as Ramakrishna. But that word has done something into Vivekananda. Narendra has become Vivekananda. Sometimes a disciple who hears, he becomes enlightened. Sometimes the disciple who hears, he is hurt, he is disturbed. What you need to create this experience? See, be very clear. Experience of Krishna, experience of Christ, experience of Buddha, experience of Mahavira is all one and the same. As enlightenment experience, it is all one and the same. But when they expressed, why different kinds of reactions? When they expressed, when they declared their divinity, their experience, somebody has become enlightened and somebody has ran away from Buddha. If you see, when he started telling, he is enlightened. There were many disciples around him who are practicing with him. Actually, there are few people who are staying with Buddha and practicing. When they heard that Buddha declaring enlightened, he is enlightened, they ran away from him. Some people run away, some people became enlightened, and now all we need is, we also should become enlightened when we listen Krishna's words. How can we listen? And how can we have that benefit? People who want to run away naturally will not come all the way, especially in this LA traffic. Now all we need to do is, we must become enlightened. How to do? With what mood we are supposed to receive these words? Arjuna, the Krishna's disciples, he is totally in love with Krishna. He is totally surrendered to Krishna. He is not ready to suspect anything. By now, he is very clear. His head has stopped working. His head has stopped working. His logic has stopped analyzing. Please be very clear. This truth should be declared only to a person who is totally, intimately related, feeling connected with the divine. He says, Mahabaho Srudme Paramam Vasa Yateham Priyamanaya. Because you are my dear friend, you are deeply connected to me, I am revealing this truth to you. Let me explain a few basic things. Actually, when you feel deeply connected to some person, the other will almost look like a god. You will feel so deeply related, whether it is your husband or your wife or your kids or your parents or your master. If you feel deeply connected to the person, he will look like a god. Whatever he does, you will feel that he is divine. You will feel he is divine. Why do you think these eternal lovers, Ambikavati, Amaravati, Devadas and this Laila Majnu, Devadas and Parvati, all these people, they feel the other person is God. They almost feel the other person is divine. Romeo, Juliet, they give their life for the other person. Why? When you feel deeply connected, when you feel deeply related, when you are in love with the other being, he will look almost like a God. All we need is just an attitude of deeply connecting through the heart. The problem is, we forgot the way of connecting through the heart. Because all our relationship has become superficial. Now, the wife is no more wife. In the modern day society, husband is no more husband. Just a boyfriend. You can be with him as long as you want. You can leave him when you don't want. Be very clear. In Sanskrit, we don't have equivalent word for divorce. We don't have equivalent word for divorce. There is no equivalent word for divorce in Sanskrit because the very idea never existed. In Hindu marriage, no divorce is allowed. You take in front of Agni, in front of fire, you take the oath. Till you are alive, till I am alive, I will support you. Both of you take oath in front of Agni. Agni means what? The Agni which is inside your body, that only is represented by the Agni which is outside, Jadaragni. The Agni which is burning in your body is represented by the Homa Agni. Please be very clear. As long as this Agni is in your body, you will be alive. The moment this Agni in your body disappears, your body will be in Agni. Either Agni should be in your body or your body will be put in Agni. In front of this Agni, you take the oath. This Agni Sakshi, that is why they say Agni Sakshi. Agni is the witness. In front of that you take the oath. Hereby I commit, till this body is alive, I will support you. Till this body is alive, you will take care of me. It's a commitment of lifetime. In Sanskrit, we don't have an equivalent word for divorce because the very concept did not exist. With the cultural invasion or in so-called materialist, so-called developed cultures, the materialistic cultures, changing the wife, house, car is fashion. Once in 3 months, the house, car and wife is outdated. We forgot the intense way of relating. We forgot relating through heart. All our relationships have become superficial. It has become very superficial. That is why we don't know the meaning of word falling really in love. Ramakrishna, when he started worshipping, when he started doing puja, he felt that Devi is there. He never felt it is a stone. He felt the Devi is there. When you deeply fall in love, even a stone can become God and guide you. When you don't feel connected, even if God comes down, you will ask for ID card. You will ask for ID card. If you strongly feel connected, if you know how to open yourself, even a stone can become God and guide you. That is what happened in the life of Ramakrishna. He used to speak to Devi, Kali Devi. He will talk to Devi directly. And let me tell you a beautiful story which happened in his life. He used to eat the food and offer. After tasting, he will offer. All the temple authorities came and told, no, you cannot do this, it is sacrilegious. Ramakrishna said, I don't know all these things, but I feel she is my mother. How can I give the food unless I know the taste? if you don't want me to offer, I will stand outside and offer. But I will do the same. Anyhow, they agreed, all right, do whatever you want. Not only that, when he decorates Devi, after that, he will take a small thread and keep near the nose to see whether she is really breathing or not. Whether she is really alive or not. And story says the thread used to vibrate by the prana of Devi. And it really used to vibrate by the prana of Devi. And not only that, this is a beautiful story, all of you should understand. And it is solid truth. Please understand, it is truth. In Bengal, any of you are from Bengal, you know, they will put the conch bangles, bangles made out of conch shell, in the hands of Devi. People, devotees will bring the conch shell bangle and they will put that bangle on the Devi's hands. The Devi Kali has got 4 hands. The Abhayasta, Varasta. In this hand, she is holding the Katka, means the sword. In this hand, the Munda, the head of the Asura, Rakshasa. Actually, it is a philosophical representation. If you cut your ego with the Jnana Katka, the knowledge sword, she will always protect you and take care of you. Once your ego is cut by the Jnana Katka, the knowledge sword, she will give you Abhaya and Varada. In all the 3 hands, it is easy to put the bangle. Because in this hand, the Katka can be removed, you can put the bangle. In this hand, you can put the bangle, and in this hand also you can put the bangle. The 4th hand, that Devi statue is to hold the Kapala, the head of the Rakshasa. In that hand, you cannot put the conch bangle. Suddenly one day, some devotee brought 4 bangles. In half an hour, when Ramakrishna came out, all the 4 bangles are there in the hands of Devi. All the 4 is there in a proper place. This bangle is also not broken, but it has gone into the Devi's hand. Physically impossible. Statue is also not broken, and bangle is also not broken. Bangle is only this size, but the statue, the hand is too big. No way it is possible. And the devotee was surprised, shocked. If you read the reminiscences of Ramakrishna in original Bengali, this incident is mentioned. There is a beautiful book. Close devotees of disciples of Ramakrishna, the householder disciples, they have written their reminiscences. In that they clearly describe, the devotee is shocked. He says, Master, how did you put that bangle? Did you break it and paste it? He said, no. Or did you break the statue? No. The statue is made out of marble, black marble statue, stone. Stone Vigraha, black marble statue. Neither the statue is broken, nor the bangle is broken, but the bangle is there inside the hand. Devotee was shocked. In other 3 hands, it is easy to insert. This hand, it is impossible. He asked, how did you do? Ramakrishna says, what is there? I told mother, drop that head for a few minutes. And she dropped the head. I put that bangle. Again I gave the head. She started holding. That's all. Please understand, if you go to Dakshineswar, Calcutta, don't miss to see that bangle. Still that bangle is there. Actually, somehow by divine grace, I had the chance to go into the Garbha Mandir and I clearly saw that bangle. With my eyes, I saw the bangle. It is there. Still it is mystery. I don't know how he put. One thing is sure, neither the statue is broken, nor the bangle is broken. That I am sure. But I don't know how he inserted. The energy, even stone can respond. Never we can think the deity in the temple is stone. It is Archavatara. It is the very embodiment of God. Never think it's a stone. You can straight away respond. Actually, when I read, let me tell you honestly, when I read that reminiscence, I did not believe. I really did not believe. I thought one more story, all right, leave it. And I am telling you all to believe, but I am the person, I never believe anything. I never trust anything. I always go for verifying, cross-checking. When I went to the temple, when the priest took me inside the temple, in North India you can go inside the Garbha Mandir, even Kasi, Vishwanath, you can go and touch the Vishwanath and do puja. Only one condition, you have to take bath and come. They let me inside. When I went and touched the bangle, completely I rotated the bangle and saw. The bangle can rotate, actually it rotates. Conch, made out of conch shell, it rotates. Neither the cut is there, nor the statue is broken. And still it is a mystery. Be very clear. When you feel connected, when you know how to open yourself, when you know how to surrender, even stone can become God and guide you. Even stone can become God and guide you. When you don't know how to open yourself, how to surrender, even if God comes, you will ask for ID card. You will not be able to relate with Him. Now, all we need is the mood of deeply in love with Krishna, deeply connected to the Krishna, deeply related to the Krishna. If you can open yourself to Krishna, when He says all about His glories, it will not be just word, you will feel it. Today, yesterday, He removed the enmity between the existent Jivatma and Paramatma. Arjuna is Jivatma, Krishna is Paramatma. He removed the enmity between Jivatma and Paramatma. Please be very clear. Continuously we maintain enmity with Paramatma. That is why we suspect the life. We are afraid when what will happen. When this will happen, when that will happen. You are afraid of life because you don't believe, you don't trust Paramatman. All your life insurance is because you don't trust on Paramatman. Please be very clear. Your life insurance is not life insurance, it is death insurance. Real life insurance is the devotion to the ultimate. Understanding the existence is taking care of you is the real life insurance. Understanding the Parashakti is taking care of you. Understanding the Paramatman is taking care of you is the only life insurance. All other things, whatever you are paying and doing, that is death insurance. That will go after your death to your families who are waiting for that. Who are waiting for that. Please be very clear. That is not life insurance. That is death insurance. A small story. A small child is trying to play in the beach. He was trying to go inside the ocean. Mother runs behind him and says, "Hey, don't go, don't go. Play here itself. Don't go into the water." He says, "Why? Father is going there. Why are you not stopping him? You are stopping me." She says, "He has got insurance." He has got enough insurance. So please be very clear. All our insurance is just death insurance. It is not life insurance. Understanding the Paramatman is taking care of us. Paramatman is not enemy, he is only life insurance. And one more thing, when you have a deep love or connectivity, connecting with the Paramatman, even if you die, you know, he knows where to keep you. You will have deep relaxation. you will be utterly relaxed. Even if after death, you know He is there to protect you. He is there to guide you. Now itself, your mind is prepared to fall in tune with His energy, to obey, to surrender the ultimate will. Now itself, your body and mind will be prepared. If you live throughout your life fighting with Paramatman, please be very clear, your life will be hell. Nothing else can be done. All we need to do is how to start feeling connected. The last chapter, he removes the enmity between the Jivatman and Paramatman. In this chapter, he explains the glory of Paramatman. In next chapter, he gives the experience of Jivatman and Paramatman is one and the same. One and the same. Step by step, he is leading from Visishta Advaita to Dvaita, Dvaita to Advaita, Advaita to beyond the Advaita Anubhuti. Experience is leading Arjuna to a spiritual experience, step by step. They are all not contradictory. Please be very clear. Always we fight. So many people come and ask me, Swamiji, Dvaita is right or Advaita is right? Visishtadvaita is right or Dvaita is right? Please be very clear. They are not contradictory to each other. They are complementary to each other. They are all step by step give you more and more understanding. They lead you step by step to spiritual experience. A small story. There was a Vedanta bookstall in a book fair. In India, this fighting between the Advaita and Dvaita is a big fight. This Ramanuja and Shankara, very big fight. Shankarites and Ramanujites, the philosophy. Shankara Bhashya is big or Ramanuja Bhashya is big. The problem is both of them have not studied both deeply. If you surrender, you will have the same experience of Advaita Anubhava. If you achieve the Advaita Anubhava, you will have the deep surrender. The man who has achieved Advaita Anubhava, he will have the tremendous bhakti. See the stotras of Shankara. Bhaja Govindam, Govindam Bhaja Mudamade. Samprapte sannihite kale nahinagi rakshadi tukrunj karane. Shankara says, "O fool, let you start meditating on Govinda of itself. Let you start remembering the Govinda of itself. Nahinagi rakshadi tukrunj karane means when Yamadharma comes, when death comes, your intellectual knowledge will not help you. Your Shastra, your intellectual knowledge will not guide you. A great Advaita Jnani will always be a great Bhakta. And a great Bhakta will always be Advaita Jnani. Both are one and the same." Ramakrishna says this beautiful story. There are 4 people going towards a water tank. One guy says, "I am going to drink tanni," means in Tamil, the word for water in Tamil, tanni. The other guy says, no, in that tank only water is there. Tanni is not there. And the third fellow says, no, I am going to go and drink pani. Third fellow says, Nilu, means different words for water in different languages. One fellow says, no, my grandfather told me it is only water. The other fellow says, my grandfather only made the tank. He says it is tanni. Hey, my grandfather knows all the Shastra about water. He said it is Nilu. And all these 4 starts fighting. Without even going near the tank, without even seeing the tank, before reaching the tank, all the 4 fight, kill each other and die. If they had a little bit of patience, just to peep in the tank, then they would have understood all 4 words are Same. What they meant by the word water, what they meant by the word tanni, what they meant by the word pani is all one and the same. But these people did not have that much of patience. If you experience, you will understand what Ramanuja says, what Shankara says, what Buddha says, what Madhvacharya says, all is one and the same. Here, the small story which I was just describing, the Vedanta bookstall was there. There the Brahma Sutra Sankara Bhashya also was there and Ramanuja Bhashya also was there. One elderly Pandit is well read in Shastras. He came and one volunteer was standing in the store. He just wanted to know how much these fellows are read. Without reading, they are just doing business. He just asked, do you know what is the difference between Sankara Bhashya and Ramanuja Bhashya? The volunteer said, 45 rupees, sir. Volunteer said, 45 rupees, sir. All he knows is only the price, not what is inside. And I tell you, if you go inside, both are showing the same knowledge, same wisdom, same experience. All we need to do is how to open ourselves and how to surrender to this existence. How our being can strongly understand we are taken care. Please be very clear. If existence don't want you here, you cannot be here even for a single moment. Even a single moment you cannot be here. There is no reason for existence to keep you alive. If he is keeping you alive means you are wanted. You are wanted in this form, in this way, in this place. That is why you are still kept alive. Please be very clear. God is a person who continuously cleans all the garbage. He never waits. Every day he cleans all the old things. He is a perfect energy which keeps the cleanliness. They say that cleanliness is next to godliness. Cleanliness is godliness. It is not next to godliness. God is continuously cleaning. He is continuously cleaning. Unless you are needed, you will not be kept alive. You will not be kept alive. Just by you being kept alive, he proves you are needed. You are wanted. You are not accident. You are an incident. You are not accident. Don't think you are alive just out of accident. You are incident. When we understand we are incident, we will start feeling deeply connected. We will start opening ourselves to the existence. I always tell people, trust even if you are exploited. You may say, what is this, Swamiji? What kind of teaching you are giving? You are asking us to trust even if you are exploited. Be very clear, there is only two kinds of life. One is living completely with a trust. Another one, living completely in an insecure feeling. Person who lives in insecure feeling may have little more wealth. He may have little 2-3 more sofa seat, 2-3 more beds, little bigger house, but he can never rest. Please be very clear. Person who is living with insecure consciousness may have little more comfort, but will never be blissful. Person who lives with a deep trust on the existence, he may have little less comfort, but he never misses comfort. I have always seen people who trust the existence are always showered. Even if you see logically, He may miss little comfort, but I tell you, he will live like a god on the planet Earth. He will live like a flower on the planet Earth. He will be a blessing for the whole planet Earth. Whole planet Earth is alive just because of few people who live radiating this trust, who live radiating the divine grace. Genesis says to Abraham, if 10 good people are there in the country, I will not destroy that land. India is never destroyed. Still that culture is alive. Still it exists. In spite of all the invasions, in spite of all the troubles, still it exists. Nobody can shake. Nobody is able to touch, because continuously it produces enlightened masters. As long as India produces enlightened masters and supplies to the world, it will not be destroyed. It will never be destroyed. India is represented. See, each country contributes something to the humanity. For example, Western society, it contributes the social structure. They work with so many different social structures and they are contributing. German, they contribute something in the medical field. They have done so much of research in the medical field. They contribute the medical field. Japanese, in the field of technology, they contribute to the humanity. Chinese, they contribute in the level of production. Human beings are material. In both levels, they continuously produce and contribute. Some way or other, they contribute. India contributes by creating enlightened masters. Enlightened masters are the great contribution to the planet Earth from India. For anything you can go to other countries, for spirituality, whomsoever, if they want spirituality, they have to turn towards India. All great spiritual cultures trust even if you are exploited. Be very clear. Even if you are exploited, when you live with the trust, you live like a god on the planet Earth. You live like a god on the planet Earth. Be very clear. After all, we are going to live here maximum 70 to 80 years. That I am telling maximum. 80 years, 70 to 80 years. In that 70 to 80 years, why to unnecessarily continuously torture ourselves and torture the others? When you live with an insecure consciousness, you torture yourself and you torture others. If you can live with a complete relaxed mood of a deep trust, I tell you, your life will be like a flower. Your life will be like a flower. Your very presence will be a blessing. Your very existence will save the planet Earth. What have you brought to lose? Please be very clear. What you brought to lose? Your insecure consciousness is nothing but ignorance. What are you going to carry to accumulate? Nothing. A simple truth. Neither we brought anything, nor we are going to take anything. A simple understanding. Whatever comes in the way, you are living and enjoying. It is a blessing. I always tell people, the energy which is moving inside your body, if it can convert the blood into blood, can't it bring blood for you? Please understand, to do the process of converting blood into blood, mechanically, you need an industry which runs 3 miles length. Mechanically, if we have to do converting the bread into blood, you need an industry which runs 3 miles length. But the whole process is happening inside your body. And to receive one information, analyze, understand and respond, if we have to do through computer, the process which is happening inside our brain, you need a computer which is 3-story height. You need to build a computer which needs to be 3-story building height. And the sound which will be created will be at least 10 generator sound. When people come and tell me, Swamiji, my mind is too noisy, I don't feel the silence or peace, I tell them, for the amount of work which is done by your mind, please be very clear, it is silent. Never think it is noisy. For the amount of work which it is doing, it is silent. It is so silent. The big problem is, we don't trust our energy. We don't trust the cosmic energy. When it can convert the blood into blood, can't it help you, give you intelligence to bring bread? It can guide you, give you enough intelligence to bring bread for your life. You can live without thinking. You can live without insecure feeling. You can live without fear consciousness. The big problem in our life is we never try. We never try these ideas in our life. Before it enters itself, we have some argument to destroy those thoughts. Here, if you can relax and feel deeply connected to what Krishna says, you will be able to experience the words of Krishna, which is telling about his glories, his vibhuti. Name vidusura suragana prabhavam namagarshayah agamadirhi devanam magarsheenancha sarvasaha. Name vidusuragana prabhavam namagarshayah agamadirhi devanam magarsheenancha sarvasaha. Neither the hosts of demigods nor the great sages know my origin, my opulences. For in every respect, I am the source of the demigods and sages. He says, neither the devatas nor the rishis know me. Means, neither the people are working in the line of comforts and luxury, nor the people who are working in the line of religion and tapas. Both of them don't know me, but I am their origin. Whether you are living a spiritual life or materialistic life, your root is your consciousness. We should understand an important thing. Whenever Krishna says me, 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 he means the enlightened consciousness. One real incident, it happened actually. I was invited by a group of Krishna Bhaktas. I can't say Bhaktas, the Bhakta word is a beautiful word. Fanatics, for their meeting. I went there just very humbly, very politely, in a very friendly way. Suddenly they started confronting me or started arguing with me. They asked me, do you believe in Gita? I said, Gita is the ultimate book. I respect it and I worship it. Then why are you worshipping Shiva? I was shocked. They asked me, you should worship only Krishna. Then why are you worshipping Shiva? Why are you having vibhuti in your forehead? Why are you wearing Rudraksha? I said, respecting Gita and following Gita, how it contradicts respecting Shiva and wearing Rudraksha. I was surprised. They said, no. Krishna says in the Gita, I am everything. I am everything. Name vidu suragana prabhavam namagarshayah Aham Majiri Devanam, Maharshinanja Sarvasaha. I am everything. Then how can you worship Shiva? Then I said, when Krishna says I, he means the Parabrahma Swarupa of him. He means the formless consciousness of his being. He represents the universal energy. He doesn't mean just the 6 feet form with the flute and the pick of feather. See, that form is beautiful as long as it leads you to formlessness. There is a question by a devotee. I am worshipper of a formlessness. Can I become your disciple and follow the jhana? Please be very clear. Only you can become my disciple. There is a question here. I am a worshipper of formlessness, formless energy. Can I become your disciple and follow meditation? Only if you are a formless worshipper, you can become my disciple. There is a strict instruction for my disciples that they should not meditate on my form. If you have done any of our meditation camp, you know. There is a very strict instruction. You cannot meditate on my form. You should not meditate on my form. And please be very clear. If any guru tells you to meditate on his form, escape from him. Escape from him. You are falling into the net. You are falling into an indirect slavery. Never, never, never do that. You are slowly getting exploited. And I tell you one thing. Spiritual slavery is the worst slavery. Never be caught in that. The basic of spirituality is for liberation. In that, if you are caught in the slavery, then even God cannot save you. Never meditate on my form. I always tell people, never meditate on my form. And in our healing initiation, the 3rd level initiation, there is a clear instruction. You cannot meditate on my form. Form will be here today, and tomorrow it will disappear. It will disappear tomorrow. How long the forms will be there? Forms can never be here. Form is just a representation. It's like understand? The finger pointing to the moon. I am telling you, there is sun, there is moon. Instead of looking at the sun or the moon, if you cut out of this finger, you will miss what I am showing. You will miss what I am representing. When the finger is pointing to the moon, if you catch the finger, you will miss the moon. You will miss the sun. Same way, Master is a person representing the divine consciousness. If you catch his form, you will miss the divine. Never, never, never be caught in the form. I always tell people, never meditate on my form. If somebody tells you to meditate on his form, be very clear, you are getting exploited. Escape. Save yourself. Save yourself. And one more thing. I explained to him. When Krishna says, I, he means the cosmic energy, universal energy. He does not mean the 6 feet form. If he means the 6 feet form, how can he say, I taught this knowledge to Vivaswan? He says, I gave this knowledge to the Ishwagu. If he represents the form with flute and pick of feather, which is thus hardly 32 years old. When Gita was delivered, Krishna was just 32 years old. If he is speaking about this form, how can he say, I gave this knowledge to Surya? I gave this knowledge to the Manu. Then from Surya it came to Manu. How can he say? He is much older. When he says I, he means the cosmic consciousness. Immediately, the persons who are arguing with me, they started asking, how can you say the form and the energy is different? When he says he means the form also. When he says he means the form also. I do not want to disrespect Krishna's form. When the form represents the energy, the form is also energy, no doubt. But it is not that you cannot worship any other form. You don't have to become fanatic. The greatness of our Sanatana Dharma is we are not fanatics. So please be very clear. Hinduism never accepted fanaticism. It never created fanatics. Because of this one concept, all forms are representations of the same divine energy. He started arguing, how can you say that when Krishna means I, he doesn't mean form, he means the energy in Gita. Then I have to quote an important sloka. There is something called Anugita in Bhagavad Gita. After the Bhagavad Gita, in Mahabharata, after all the war is over, one day in a very relaxed mood, Arjuna is asking, Krishna, please tell me, whatever you taught, I remember the essence, but all the words I forgot because you taught the whole thing in the war. I forgot the whole thing. Please repeat once more. I wanted to listen to those great teachings. You will be surprised. Krishna says, Arjuna, not only you, I also forgot. And he says, Nachakyam tanmaya bhuyastata bhaktum aseshadaha paramhi brahmahadi yoga yuktena tanmayaha. Mahabharata, Ashwamedha Parva, 16th chapter and 13th sloka. Clearly he says, Arjuna, I can't give the teachings again because those are said in that high enlightened spiritual eternal consciousness. That time I was in that high eternal consciousness. I was radiating my enlightenment. That very enlightenment spoke through me. The universal consciousness spoke through me. The universal energy expressed itself through me. That is why all those teachings came out. I represented the universal energy, universal consciousness at that moment. Now, I cannot give you the same teachings again. He himself says, these things are expressed in that high eternal consciousness, in the enlightened consciousness. Understand, when Krishna says, he means the enlightened energy, universal consciousness. When I quoted this sloka, the persons who are arguing with me, they are very elders, senior pandits, swamis only, but educated, the religious educated pandits. They said, he looks very young, I think well read. We cannot argue with him. In the end he said, I think he is well read, we cannot argue with him. All I wanted you to understand, when he says I, he means the universal consciousness. He means the universal consciousness. He starts, Yo mamachamanadincha vetti loga maheshwaram asammuda samartyeshu sarva pavai pramuchyate. He who knows me as the unborn, as the beginningless, as the supreme Lord of all the worlds, he only undiluted among men, is freed from all sins. Again he uses the word mudaha. Again he uses the word fool. Just like yesterday, again he uses the word fool. And he says, only he is freed from all the sins. Again and again, what really he wants to convey, what really he expects as a qualification from us, to experience it. There is a question, one more question. Swamiji, again and again, you are saying, all we need is one simple understanding. Exactly what am I missing? Tell me. I think as if I have that understanding. I almost feel I am around the corner, but I am not able to experience what Krishna says. What am I missing? Where I am missing? Please tell me.
Bhagavatam Narayanena Svayam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam.
Krishna's beautiful expressions about his glory, his being. Yo mamajamanadincha vetti lokamaheshwaram asammudas samartyeshu sarva bhavaihi pramuchyate. As I was telling you, where exactly we lack. The person who put this question is, I think, totally frustrated. He says, every day in the end of the lecture you bring everything to one point, that inner being should be transformed. And exactly what am I lacking? Please tell me. Every day I bring and stop in that subject so that you will put this question. Now I can tell exactly where you are missing. Because first, the thirst should be created. First should be created. Then the quest should be answered. Naturally you will experience the truth. Exactly where we are missing. Because we feel too much of ego in our being. When Krishna says he is God, we feel he is egoistic. For example, suddenly if I say I am God, naturally what will think? This guy has gone crazy. And he is too much of ego, too much of egoism. Please understand, when you say the word I, you mean you are. The meaning is different. When you say the word God, the word is empty. Earlier I was telling about this. When you use the word God, it is just a superficial understanding. It is just superficial understanding. It has no solid truth behind it. When you say the word God, some collected thoughts of whatever you read or whatever you heard or whatever you think, that's all. It's not truth for you. When you say the word I, your name for example, when you say your name, Rama or something, there is a solid meaning behind that word for you. But when you say God, there is no solid meaning behind that word. When it comes to enlightened masters, the word I has no solid meaning. It is very vague, superficial. The word divine or enlightened or God has got solid meaning. It is their experience. Just because you have ego, you think masters also have ego and miss the meaning of their expression, meaning of their declaration. If you can, just push your ego a little aside and listen to the words of the masters intensely. How this whole scene would have happened, I know. I can see Arjuna completely melted after long teachings of 9 chapters. He is totally melted in front of Sri Krishna, and Krishna starts explaining, "Oh my dear, understand, I am everything. I have come down. I have happened in this body to liberate you." Immediately the man who is centered on fear will say, "If you are everything, then do all these things for me. Alter this world." If he is centered on greed, "If you are everything, then give me all these boons." The next response, the man is centered on fear or greed. The moment Master says he is God, the moment Krishna says he is God, immediately, if you are centered on greed, we catch him and give me all these boons. Give me this, give me this, give me this, give me this. We start begging. If you are centered on fear, again we catch him and say, "Please protect me from this, protect me from that." We start asking. Please be very clear. The moment you demand, the divinity will disappear. Because you have brought a business consciousness there, the business mind there. The attitude which exists between you and the master is going to play a major role of you experiencing him as divine and you experiencing you as a divine. I have seen many people, they come to me and they say, "Swamiji, if my son is healed, I will give you this much of money. If my daughter is healed, I will give you this property." I just start laughing. First thing, I never asked. I never asked. Next thing, the moment you start the bargaining, the whole beauty of the relationship is gone. For the healing to happen, a special kind of bridge is necessary. The bridge or the relationship which is deeply connected, a deep love is necessary. The moment you bring business mood over, the moment you start bargaining, neither I can heal nor that person can receive the energy. Because the bridge is disconnected. There is no more bridge. If that bridge is there, even without seeing me, you can be healed. You don't even have to see me. You don't even have to be in my presence. You don't even have to be in person. Continuously, again and again, I get emails from all over the world. "Swamiji, you gave me darshan and removed my suffering. Swamiji, you gave me darshan and healed me. Swamiji, you appeared in front of me and answered my question." And then they ask me, "Swamiji, do you really know when you appear and give darshan to us?" Now let me tell you very clearly, honestly, I do not know. Let me break the business secret clearly. Let me tell the whole truth as it is. I do not know. Actually, no way I am involved. Just because of your trust, your deep love, your devotion, the cosmic energy guides you using this form, that's all. have rented this body for divine, that's all. Because I disappeared, the divine is using this form to guide you over. Otherwise, it is totally between you and the cosmic energy. I cannot involve, I have no say. I cannot appear for somebody and I cannot say, no, he is not my favorite, I will appear only for him. No. I cannot show any favoritism and it is completely not under my control. No favoritism is possible and it is not under my control. It is between your attitude and the divine. It is just your ability, your attitude to receive it. Again and again I tell people, all I can do is, I can download that information and come and tell you. When you had the vision, when you had the darshan, what happened? What was the instruction given to you? I can go back, download and bring that information and give you, that's all. I have no other say over that. I don't have any control over it. Please be very clear. This is the case with all enlightened people. With all enlightened people. This is what happens. This is what happens. The moment I claim that I gave darshan, whole thing is over. The moment I declare it is me who appeared, over. Then divine will stop using this form. As long as I am very clear, this is not me. This is just Parashakti using. She will continue to use this flute to play her songs. She will continue to use this form to do her mission. She will continue to use this form to bless her devotees. When I say Parashakti, I mean the cosmic energy. Don't think there is some lady with 4 hands and she will... Cosmic energy. She does her movement. She does her job. She does her things using the forms of the people who surrendered their form to her. Because I vacated, she is living. All you need to do is just get out. Get out of your system. Divine will get in. If you just get out of your system, divine will get in. Again and again I tell people, I don't give darshan. I don't give visions. And it is no way related to me. I will not even know when it happens. All I can say is, when you come back and tell me, if you just tell the place or the date, I can go and download and I can see that file. In that file, who all had the darshan. In that date, who all had the darshan, I can do the search and bring the file back and tell you in a detailed way what happened. But nothing else is in my control. Nothing else is under the control. When really you feel connected, you are open, you don't even have to see the master. The very cosmic energy will guide you. There is no need for his nearness. But when you spoil the relationship, means when you bring the business into the relationship, nothing can be done. Simply nothing can be done. Because the very bridge is broken. I saw in that CNN, the New Orleans bridge. The very bridge has disappeared. It is not that pieces are this way or that way. Like a biscuit pieces. They are missing. The very bridge is not there. Same way, the very bridge does not happen. Bridge to happen, all we need is the complete attitude of surrender or understanding, feeling deeply connected. Here, by now, Arjuna is almost feeling connected. He just dropped his fear and greed. The big problem with the spiritual process is, you will have what you want to have only when you drop the idea of having that. You will have what you want to have only when you drop the idea of having that. That is where the problem starts. Usually, when somebody is blessed and if he is healed, if he goes out and tells somebody else, and if the second person comes with the attitude, just for this sake, then naturally he will miss the whole game. If he comes as a devotee or just as a person to understand all these things, automatically the healing will happen as a byproduct. But as a main product, it can never happen. When we want that as a main product, we miss the whole relationship. Especially when we bring the business in front, the whole attitude. The relationship is not guru-disciple, it is Vaishya and the business relationship. Energy cannot be transmitted in business relationship. Here Krishna says, Yomamajamanadincha Veddiloga Maheshwaram Asammuda Samarthyeshu Sarvabhavaihi Pramuchyate. He who knows me, the unborn, as the beginningless, as the supreme Lord of all the worlds, he only, undeluded among men, is freed from all sins. He emphasizes on the feeling of connectedness. Feeling deeply connected with the Master is a basic need to understand this truth. That is why East gave so much of importance to Guru, to the Master. There's one more question here. Respected Guruji, I had received Diksha from my Guru and know the relationship of Guru disciple. My Guru took Samadhi in 1952 and I gathered all the teachings from his book and trying to apply on me. Never saw my Guru in person. Now, since I met you and listened to your discourses every day, I have experienced that Lord Krishna is talking directly to me from the Bhagavad Gita, and it is very beautiful experience. I do not want to let it go. I have the fear that I am greedy or I can have two gurus in my life. Please explain that I am not going to turn into Dobika Kutana Garna na Katka or Dogarka Mehman Buka Jata Hai. In Hindi she has written. Please be very clear. Ramakrishna answers this question very clearly. You can have as many gurus as possible. At least with my disciples I tell, whomsoever is initiated by me, I always tell them, not only I allow you to go wherever you want, I encourage you to go and learn wherever you want. Pluck flowers from all the beautiful gardens and make a beautiful bouquet. I think I said this same idea a few days ago. Pluck flowers from all the beautiful garden and make beautiful bouquet, beautiful garland for yourself. One more thing, our ego is such, even if it is beaten from all 1,000 sides, it will not die. How can you expect that to be killed just by one person? So let you learn from all sides. Let your ego be crushed from all sides. All we need is you growing, that's all. You experiencing the truth, that's all. Wherever you experience, don't miss the chance. Wherever you get the chance, never miss it. And be very clear, don't go to a person who says don't go to others, that's all. Just to safeguard your freedom. Just to keep your freedom with yourself. Other than that, you are completely not only free to go, you are encouraged to learn. So I tell you, you don't have to feel guilty. You don't have to feel you are doing something wrong if you listen to these teachings or if you practice me. And I can be sure at least I won't have any problem with your master. And after all, you say he's passed away, I'll talk to him directly, don't bother about it. We will have our understanding. You don't have to worry about it. Relax and enjoy. When we deeply feel connected, the very connectivity is enough. Nothing else is necessary. That itself can guide you. That itself can guide you. One more important thing, please understand. To whom you feel connected is not at all important. To whom you surrender is not at all important. This is one more important thing. I can say one more business secret. How Arjuna says, Rajavidya, Rajaguhyam. Krishna says, Rajavidya, Rajaguhyam. Secret of secret. This is one more business secret. Let me tell you, these are the business secrets which nobody reveals usually. Because based on these secrets only the whole business is built. But I am very clear. Let me tell you the whole thing. Be very clear. To whom you surrender is not at all important. The very attitude surrender, the very attitude of feeling connected will liberate you. That is enough, will liberate you. Nothing else is necessary. The very intensity has got power. The very attitude, surrender has got power to transform your life. Nothing else is necessary. Small story. One guy tortured and had enough with his life. He ran away to forest, wanted to find an enlightened guru to achieve liberation. He searched, he was not able to find anybody. Then he decided, whomsoever comes in this road first, whomever I meet in this road first, I'll accept that person as my guru, that's all. I am going to follow his instruction. Oh God, I know you are here and guide me, send me a proper person and guide me, that's all. He sat. He's waiting. After 2 days, one evening, one thief was running through that road. He went and just got hold of his feet. Oh Master, please save me, you are my God, you are my Guru, please give me instruction how to be enlightened. Thief said, what is this? What is happening? He said, leave me, I am a thief. I have to run away, police is chasing me. Police is coming behind. I am a thief. Leave me, I have to run. He said, no, you are my God, you are my Guru, you have to give me instruction and guide me in the path of enlightenment. He said, fool, don't you see I am having all the jewelries? Just now I have robbed. Otherwise I will kill you. Now itself I can kill you, but if I kill you I have to spend 10 minutes. By the time police will come and catch me. I don't have 10 minutes, otherwise I will kill you now. I don't have time, otherwise I will finish you off. I am a thief. This guy says, that and all I don't know. You are my Guru, teach me. Then thief says, all right. Now what to do? It's a bit trouble. Anyhow, you say I am your Guru. All right, then listen to me. Will you do whatever I say? He says, yes, surely. I am here for that. Sit, he said. Close your eyes. He closed the eyes. Don't open till I come back and say open the eyes. He gave the instruction. The guy sat with all sincerity, closed the eyes. Thief ran away. Thief ran away. And this guy is sitting. He is sitting for hours. Then slowly days passed. Then one week is over. By slowly, 1 month is also over. No food, no water, no question of going for 1, 2, 3 or anything. Just sitting continuously. Suddenly, the Shiva was from the Kailash, he sees and thinks how sincere this fellow is. Seeing the depth of the sincerity, the story says Shiva appeared and gave darshan and gave him enlightenment. May look like a story, please understand, but it has got a beautiful meaning and a truth behind it. Meaning and truth behind it. And the very sincerity is enough. Nothing else is needed. The very feeling connectedness is enough. We may ask the next question, how to feel that, Swamiji? The very boiling that you want to feel is enough. The very boiling, very thirst that I wanted to feel that, I want to feel that, that intensity is enough, you will start feeling. The very intensity has got the power to create that in you. Nothing else is necessary. All I am trying to do through this Gita lectures is only one thing. Create that fire in you, that's all. Automatically you will start searching for solutions. All I do through this program or through our camps, meditation camps, is just to give a taste or one glimpse. Then he will start running behind it. Then we don't have to do anything. All I do is just to give you deep inspiration, converting your questions into quest, transforming your questions into quest, and creating a deep thirst. Krishna says, Buddhir jnanam asammoha, shama satyam tamashamaha, sugam dukkham bhavo bhavo, bayam cha bayamevacha, ahimsa samadadushtis, tabodanam yasoyasa, bhavanti bhava bhudanam, matta eva pradakvita. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from doubt and delusion, forgiveness, truthfulness, control of the senses, control of the mind, happiness, distress, birth, death, fear, fearlessness, non-violence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame and infamy, all these various qualities of living beings are created by me alone. Understand? If you understand this one sloka, you can immediately relax. Whatever you have, whether you have a good name or bad name, it is created by me, he says. Then be very clear, whatever you have is the gift from the divine. He asks us to accept the life as it is. Only when you accept yourself as you are, you will be able to accept others. Only then you will feel deeply friendly with others. Deep friendliness with others is spirituality. Understand? Honest, deep friendliness with others is spirituality. Whether you believe it or not, as on now, we have a deep enmity. We may smile like a models for a pose. We may smile. We may do everything. But you never feel friendly. You always keep a safe distance. You always play a safe game. You always play safe game because you never feel the friendliness, deeply connected. First thing, accept yourself as you are. Some people come and tell me, I am not able to accept myself as I am, Swamiji. What to do? At least accept that you are not able to accept yourself. That is enough. If you accept that you are not able to accept yourself, that is enough. You will drop from the mind. Accept yourself as you are. Otherwise, if you are not able to accept yourself as you are, at least accept that you are not able to accept yourself as you are. Enough. The very acceptance will open consciousness in you. I tell you, when he says here, happiness and distress, birth and death, fear and fearlessness, non-violence and equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, name and fame, fame and infamy, all these various qualities of living beings are created by me alone. He means by this sutra to accept your life as it is. To accept it as it is. The moment you accept it as it is, you start experiencing divinity in everything. You don't exclude anything. The moment you accept, cognitive shift happens in you. As on now, the cognitive process which is happening inside your mind, the cognition is centered on enmity. The moment you accept you will accept the whole world, then the cognitive shift happens in you. The cognition which is happening inside your system will be centered on bliss. Then you really experience the whole thing is divine. Krishna starts explaining his glory. Magarshaya sabda purve satvaro manavastataha madbhava manasa jata yesham loga ima praja. The 7 great sages, and before them the 4 great manus, come from me, born from my mind, and all the living beings populating the various planets descend from them. He says, I am everything. When he says, I am the universal consciousness. Agam prabhavasya prabhavo matta sarvam pravartate idi matva bhajante mam buddha bhava samanvita. I am the source of all spiritual, all material worlds. Everything emanates from me. The wise who perfectly knows this engage in my consciousness and surrender their heart to me. And he goes on explaining. Now, I think this time, instead of understanding all these things intellectually, I feel let us try to experience it. In the deep meditative mood, let us try to feel connected to the Parabrahma Krishna, to our very life source, to our very life energy. Let us enter into the meditation, because all these sutras, all these slokas which comes next in this chapter has to be experienced. It cannot be understood. There is nothing much to understand. He says, among the rishis, I am the Narada. Among the months, I am the Margari. Among the rivers, I am Ganga. Among the fishes, I am Mahara. His glories. You may think, why is explaining all these things detailed way? He shows, wherever you see the glory, I am radiating. Wherever you see the greatness, it is divine radiating. This is actually, you start experiencing when you deeply understand these basic truths of accepting yourself and connecting with the universe. When you understand all these things, when you start connecting with the divine, when you start trusting, when you start completely open yourself, when you don't have any other vested interests, when you are not begging anything from life, you start experiencing the very life is divine. The very life is blessing. As long as you are begging, you have hope that with this I may feel blissful, with that I may feel blissful, you will be asking only for that, only for this. Only when you understand, I want just him, nothing else. I want the pure experience of divine, nothing else. You start experiencing the whole existence in a totally different way. The cognitive shift starts happening in you. I can imagine how Arjuna would have felt when Krishna reveals all these things for the first time, inch by inch. Oh Arjuna, I am that, I am this, I am everything. He would have felt completely of course, I do not know what word to use. He would have felt he is expanding. For example, understand this one example. When you marry your husband, he is an ordinary man, you are also an ordinary person. Slowly he enters into politics and he becomes a mayor. Then slowly, after 5 years, he becomes governor. Slowly he becomes big person. The moment he becomes big person, already you feel connected to him. Now he shows, now he becomes big person, or you understand he is a big person. How deeply you feel gratefulness or the gratitude. Same way, here, Arjuna is already feeling deeply connected to Krishna. He knows my own. Now he is understanding the glories of Krishna. He is revealing the glories. See, when your husband becomes governor, you also expand because you are connected to him. You also rejoice, especially women. They rejoice having the power. The power is a big joy. For men, the money is joy. For women, the power is joy. When you know the person to whom you are connected is expanding, you are also expanding. When he is achieving the glory, when he is becoming great, you are also great. Here, same thing is happening. Because already Arjuna is feeling deeply connected to Krishna. When Krishna reveals his glories, when he is expanding, Arjuna also expands. He says, oh God, I am friend of such a great person. I am with such a great person. You are such a great person. I was your friend and I am your friend. I am deeply connected to you. When you deeply feel connected to the Master, when Master expresses his glory, you also expand. When Master shows his greatness, you understand, you also expand and experience the same greatness. When your husband becomes great, you also become great. The person with whom you feel connected, when he becomes great, you also become great. Here, the same mood Arjuna is enjoying. Inch by inch, Arjuna is enjoying the joy and bliss. Arjuna asks, oh Lord, it is so beautiful. I am never feeling bored. Please tell me again and again all your glories. Then Krishna starts explaining. Inch by inch, he is revealing who he is, where he is shining, and how he is shining. Please close your eyes and intensely meditate on Sri Krishna, the cosmic energy, to reveal his glory, to reveal his blessings on all of us. Intensely pray to the ultimate divine energy Parabrahma Krishna to make you experience His glory in all the forms. These sutras are rendering, explaining the glory of divine. Let me recite them, listen to them silently, with a deep prayerful mood. Allow them to work on you to show the ultimate experience in you. Sri Bhagavanuvāca Andate kadayishyami divya hyatma vibhutayaha pradanyatat guru sreshta nastyando vistarasya me ahamatma gudakesha sarvabhudasayastitaha agamadischa matyanja bhutanamandayeva Adityanamagam Vishnur Jyotisham Raviram Suman Marichir Marutamasmi Nakshatranamaham Sasi Vedanam Sama Vedosmi Devanam Asmi Vasavaha Indriyanam Manaschasmi Bhutanam Asmi Chetana Rudranam Sankaraschasmi Viddeso Yaksharakshasam Vasunam Bhavagaschasmi Meru Sigarinamaham Purodasam Mukhyanja Mam Viddhi Partha Brihaspadim Senaninamaham Skanda Sarasamasmi Sagaraha Magarsheenam Bruhuraham Giramasmyegamaksharam Yajnanam Javayajñosmi Stavaranam Himalayah Asvattas Sarva Vrikshanam Devarshinam Chanarataha Gandharvanam Chitrarataha Siddhanam Kapilo Munihi Ujjai Sravasamasvanam Viddhimamamrudodbhavam Airavatam Gajendranam Naranam Chanarādhipam Ayudhanam Agam Vajram Teno Namasmi Kamaduk Prajanaschasmi Gandharva Sarvanamasmi Vasugi Anandaschasmi Naganam Varuno Yadasamaham Pitrunam Maryamaschasmi Yamas Samyamadamaham Pragaladas-chasmi daityanam kalakkalayadamaham Mriganancha mrigendroham Vainadeyascha pakshinam Bhavanabhavadamasmi Ramassastrapradamaham Jashanam magaraschasmi Srodasamasmi jannavi Sarganam adindrascha Madhyanchaivaaham arjuna Adhyatma Vidya Vidyanam Vada Pravadadamaham Aksharanam Aharosmi Dvandva Samasigasya Cha Ahameva Akshayat Kalo Dadaham Vishvato Mukaha Mrityus Sarvaharashchaham Udbhavascha Bhavishyatam Girti Srivakchanarinam Smritir Meda Drudikshama Brihatsaha Dadasamnam Gayatri Chandasamaham Masanam Margasirshogam Mrudunam Kusumagaraha Yudam Chalayatamasmi Tejas Tejasvinavaham Jayosmi Vyavasayosmi Sattvam Sattvavathamaham Vrishninam Vasudevosmi Pandavanam Dhananjayaha Muninamapyakam Vyasa Kavinamusana Dandodamayatāmasmi Nidirasmi Jugīṣatāṁ Maunam Jaivasmi Guhyanam Jnanam Jnanavatāmaham Yaschāvi Sarvabhūtānam Bijam Tadaham Arjuna Natatasti Vidāyastyam Yanmaya bhūtam characharam Nandosti mama divyanam Vibhūdīnāṃ ca parantapa Yesha duddhe satapprokto Vibhūde vistaro maya Yat yat vibhūdi matsatvam Srimatujjitameva va Tattadeva vagachatvam Mama dejom sasambhavam Atava bahunaitena Kimnyadena tavarjuna Dishtapyagamidam kritsnam Ekam sena stito jagat Om Midi Srimad Bhagavad Gita Su Upanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Sri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Vibhudi Yogo Nama Dasamodhyayaha. Meditate on the divine glory. Whatever way your life is elevated, whoever has helped you in your life to achieve health, wealth, education, and your life, all of them are the expressions of divine. Give your gratitude to all of them. Remember, every one of them were reasons for your life. Who helped to flower, helped you to flower in your life. Remember all of them with love and respect, with love and gratitude. Remember your mother who gave you this body. She is embodiment of divine, Parabrahma Krishna. Give her your gratitude. Remember your father who gave you life. Feel and give your gratitude to him. Remember all the teachers and professors who gave you education, who are reason for your life. They are all embodiment of divine. Feel deeply grateful to all of them for their contribution to your life and to your being. Whomsoever helped you to grow economically, whoever contributed for your economical growth, directly or indirectly, remember all of them and give your gratitude to them. Feel deeply connected to all of them. Whoever gave you mental strength understanding about life when you need, whenever you are depressed. Whoever gave you courage when you are in the low mood, remember all of them. They are all embodiments of divine, representatives of universal consciousness. Remember all of them and give them all your gratitude. Whoever helped you to grow spiritually, whoever helped you to grow in spiritual understanding, remember all of them. Give them all your gratitude. They are all representatives of divine. Give them all your gratitude for giving spiritual understanding to you, for adding something in your life. Whoever helped you in your life with understanding or in the level of material wealth or spiritual growth, remember all of them and give your gratitude. Ultimately, give your gratitude to the divine energy Parabrahma Krishna, who gave all this intelligence and understanding to us in our life. Just drop yourself and become one with cosmic energy. Let you become part of the whole universe. Let you disappear into the energy which is moving the sun, moon, and the planet Earth. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Relax. You can open your eyes. Continue to spend at least next few hours in the same mood of surrender to the divine. Just dropping yourself, you will see this experience works miracles in your being. It can transform you. Just forget about you, drop you, and let the divine, let this cosmic energy prevail. Let him be. Let divine be. This very surrender mood can transform your whole consciousness. It can really make you experience the ultimate truth which Krishna is explaining here, his glories, his vibhudis, his divine glory. When you are blissful, whatever you see looks divine and glorious. Let you reach that bliss. Let us pray to the Parabrahma Krishna, universal energy, existence and intelligence, to guide us all and to give us all the experience of eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsa Chanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum.
प्रतिबोधिताम् भगवतां नारायणेन स्वयं व्यासेन ग्रथिताम् पुराणमुनिनां मध्ये महाभारतम्।
ब्रह्मानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। पार्थाय प्रतिबोधितां भगवतां नारायणेन स्वयं व्यासेन ग्रथितां पुराणमुनिनां मध्ये महाभारतम् अद्वैतामृतवर्षिणीं भगवतीम् अष्टादशाध्यायिनीम् अम्ब त्वामनुसन्दधामि भगवद्गीते भवद्वेषिणीम्। वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचानूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम्। I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today, in this chapter, Krishna shows his cosmic form to Arjuna, gives him the experience of universal consciousness. First time, Arjuna is experiencing it. From the beginning, from first chapter, he is only hearing. Again and again he is hearing. Yesterday he heard the complete, full expression. He says, Krishna declares how he is present in every level, how he is in every way. He says, among the rishis, I am Narada. Whatever is best, I shine in that. Yesterday we heard all that declaration by Arjuna. Today he proves it by giving the experience to Arjuna, solid experience to Arjuna. See, the difference between enlightened man and egoistic man is only one thing. Egoistic man also declares, but enlightened man can give experience. Hiranya Hiranyakasipu was thinking he was God. And not only he was thinking, he was telling all his citizens to chant his name. All of them are supposed to chant his name. Hiranyaya Namaha. They have to sit and repeat his name. Hiranya was also claiming he is God. Krishna also claims he is God. But what is the difference? Hiranya cannot give that experience. He will tell, either believe I am God or I will kill you. Either believe I am God or I will kill you. He can show, he can threaten people and make them believe what he says. Or he believes, people believe in what he says, that's all. Hiranya also says he is God. Krishna also says he is God. But Krishna can give experience of that universal consciousness to beings. That is where an enlightened being and an egoistic being, both of them differ. How to find out whether somebody is enlightened or just egoistic? This is the scale. This is the scale. If he can give experience, if he can play with energy, then whatever comes through him, comes from him, is truth. Here, Krishna shows very clearly, he is everything. A beautiful chapter. This whole chapter, such wonderful chapter. In Bhagavad, there is a beautiful sloka. Tavakatamritam tapta jivanam kavibiridinam kalmashavagam Shravana Mangalam Srimadadadam Bhuvigrunandide Buridajana. This is Gopika Gitam. Gopis, they sing, O Krishna, Tavakatamritam means your words and words about you. Katamritam. Words of immortality. Words of nectar. Your words and words about you. On you and by you. Both Tapta Jivanam, Kavivirididam, Kalmashavagam, Shravana Mangalam, Srimadadatam. Shravana Mangalam, just by listening, it creates auspiciousness in us. Shravana Mangalam, Srimadadatam, Bhuvigrunandide Buridajana. It is worshipped or expressed as the highest thing by the great rishis or by the great people, the people who experienced you. They again and again and again feel the joy by speaking about you, by repeating your words. Tavakatamritam tapta jivanam. They just rejuvenate our whole being. Kavivirididam kalmashavagam. Shravana mangalam srimadadatam. Just by listening, it transports us to a different plane. If we fall in love with Krishna, if we have really started enjoying his words, this is the chapter to enjoy. Here, he is not giving any teaching, no teachings. This whole chapter, practically no teachings is given. He doesn't say do this, do that, be like this, be like that. No. All the intellectual stuff is over. All do's and don'ts are over. The vidhi and nisheda is over. No more vidhi, no more nisheda. Straight away gives experience. He shows very clearly, I am everything. He shows clearly, Krishna explains, not explains, he just gives the experience of ultimate universal consciousness. He shows very clearly how he is present in the whole universe. And Arjuna experiences the whole universal consciousness. This whole chapter is pure experience. First thing we should understand, is it possible to experience universal consciousness? That has to be understood. Next thing, what is the basic need to experience that? Third, when experience happens, what happens inside our being? These three we will understand from this chapter, and such wonderful possibility to experience the Krishna as the cosmic window. Yesterday he intellectually expressed, I am the ultimate. I can't say it is an intellectual expression, it is an expression given to a person who is deeply in love. Please understand, Krishna can be God only when a person achieves the maturity of Arjuna. Not for everybody. That is why, as I was telling you, Krishna also declares the same thing, I am God. The truth should be declared only to a person who is qualified, mature. Only when you reach the level of Krishna, you experience the divinity of, only when you reach the level of Arjuna, you experience the divinity of Krishna. As I was telling you, when you deeply feel connected, even ordinary person looks like God, looks like divine. And Shiva says in Tantra, when you drop all your fantasies, you become Shiva and your wife becomes Uma. You reach the state of Shivatva and she reaches the state of Devi. It's a strange thing. How can you become enlightened with a normal life? Shiva says, live with your wife or husband, nothing wrong, but just drop the fantasies which you are carrying. When you live without fantasies, the other person looks like God. Be very clear, everybody is God, including you. But as long as you carry the frame or your own idea about God, you try to fix everybody into that frame. When they don't fix, you throw the person instead of frame. Now Shiva says, just throw the frame, you will see everybody as God. You will see everybody as divine. But what we do usually, we throw the person, not the frame. It is like cutting the leg for the shoe. Alter the shoe, not the leg. When you alter the shoe for the leg, you are intelligent. When you cut the leg for the shoe, you are doing the same thing in your life. You have an imagination, how your wife should be, how your son should be, how your daughter should be, how your brother should be. You try to fix everybody into that imagination, into that frame, and you suffocate them. You suffocate them, and they get suffocated and they try to run away from you. That is why every single moment the other always suffocates you. Other always suffocates you. Why do you need your space? Why do we need our space? Because the other suffocates us. The other person has got his own frame. He is trying to put us into that frame. If you don't fall in that frame, you are a little bit chiseled here and there. And little bit this side, little bit this side, little bit this side. You are cut, chiseled, and small pieces are removed from you. That's what we are doing. Continuously we chisel the other person. Shiva says, when you are deeply connected with the other person, as he is, as she is, when you accept the other person as he is or as she is, immediately the other person, you feel like God. You feel such a deep divine relationship. You feel the other person is divine. First thing for that, you need to accept yourself as you are. You need to accept you as you are. Only then you can accept the other person as he is. Then naturally you experience a deep divine connection. And one more thing, when you continuously chisel, never think you will end your job. Never think you will end your job. You can never be happy chiseling the outer. You can be happy only by dropping your image. A small story. I always tell this story. One guy presents a new puppy dog to his friend at the time of marriage. After 3 months, he comes to his house and asks, how is your marriage going on? How do you feel? What's the change you feel in your life? This guy says, nothing much, a small change. In the beginning, 3 months ago, the puppy which you presented to me, that used to bark at me, and wife will bring newspaper early morning. Now, early morning, puppy brings newspaper, she barks at me, that's all. Earlier, puppy will bring newspaper and earlier she will bring newspaper, puppy will bark. Now, puppy brings newspaper, she barks. When you try to chisel, continuously bark, but nothing happens. Nothing solid happens in our being and in other being. When you accept the other person, he looks like God. Same way, when you accept the whole universe, when you accept every being, the whole universe looks like God. Of course, this experience can be achieved in 2 ways. Please understand, this experience can be achieved by 2 ways. One, by your own tapasya, acquiring maturity, again and again understanding, achieving the maturity, you experience that. Second, by pouring tremendous energy into your being, a master can give this experience. By bringing you to that frequency, master can also give you this experience. Both the way it can happen. But one thing, unless you are at least little mature, the experience will not stay even if master gives you. That is what happens here. In the end of the Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga, Arjuna says, no, Krishna, I am not able to bear. Enough, I enjoyed, it's okay. I asked you, it is true. But now I think it is too much. Please show me your normal form. The frequency is too much. The other day, one of our ashramite, she was asking me, I was sitting and watching CNN. I was seeing that Hurricane Katrina's disasters by Hurricane Katrina. She asked me, Swamiji, why all these things are happening? All ashramites were sitting in a morning meeting. She told me, why so much of calamity, disaster? See, understand one thing. I gave a small example. There is an ant hill, small ant hill. If you drive your car on that ant hill and kill all the ants, it's actually natural calamity for them. They may say, Hurricane SUV. They may name that as a Hurricane SUV. It's a natural calamity for them. And can you say it is predestined? Can you say it is predestined or free will? Can you relate with that incident? What the ants feel when you do this type of things, when this type of things happen? Your logic and their logic is totally different. They can't question you and you can't answer them. They may also start doing big relief work. They will ask all the ants, whomsoever is alive, whatever your savings, please bring all the sugar peas, all the fruits, all the food. Let us serve. They may have a small red grass. And they may also have, instead of red grass, they may have something like a red ant grass. Something. They may be also doing a big relief work. They may also be serving. But if the ants ask you, can they ask first of all? No. We don't know. Maybe there must be an enlightened ant which is giving discourse. Sitting and calling all the ants and saying, you see, this all happened because God wills. How? The logic of the ants is totally different. The level of will, their will level is different, their frequency is different. And your frequency is different. And the ultimate, the cosmic consciousness, that frequency is different. Just like how you will not even know your car made an accident. You do not even know you killed thousands of ants. If your car kills, and if you kill, you will not even know. You wouldn't have even noticed. Same way, the cosmic energy don't even know what is going on. The level itself is totally different. The frequency of consciousness itself is totally different. The frequency in which the ant's accident happens is different. The frequency in which you are staying is different. The frequency in which the cosmic consciousness is happening is different. From that level, if you see, it is nothing but a small wave. For example, near your water tank, in India there should be an open water tank, open drainage. Near the water tank, if there was an ant hill, and you just poured one mug of water, by mistake the water showered on the ant hill and all the ants are washed away. The same thing happened now in New Orleans, that's all. In the cosmic level, that much only. In that big ocean, one handful of water came inside the city and the city is washed away. In the cosmic level, the happenings are totally different. The will, the level of will, the frequency of will is totally different. All we can do in our life is, we can become one with that will, that's all. We can raise the frequency of our will, frequency of our consciousness to that level, that's all. You cannot understand that level. Neither God nor your wife can be understood. Just learn how to live with them. That's all. Just learn how to live with them. Both cannot be understood. And the more you try, more you are in trouble. Of course, when I say wife, I mean husband also. Both cannot be understood. You cannot understand. You see, ants cannot question and understand why you did that, why you poured one mug water on their hill, on their house. They can neither ask you nor you can explain to them, because their level of logic is different. The very frequency level is different. And your frequency level is different. And that universal consciousness, that frequency level is different. The ants, they live in the frequency of 10. You live in the frequency of 100. And the universal consciousness is in the frequency of infinity. All you can do in the life is raise your frequency of consciousness to that level and experience it. Raise your will to that level and experience it. That's all. Nothing else can be done. Logically, nothing can be done. The more you try to understand, more confusion. Please understand. Whomsoever promises you that they will give you logical solution, or they will make you understand about all these problems, be very clear, he is cheating you. Whoever tried to answer these questions, why so much of natural calamity? Why death? Why all these things in the life? Why somebody is high and somebody is low? Whoever tried to answer these questions, They did only one thing, created one more philosophy, that's all. Created one more philosophy, that's all. Neither they understood, nor others have understood. At the most, if they are little charismatic, if they are little intellectual, if they can play with words, they have cheated a group of people, that's all. Nothing else. Please be very clear. All answers for these questions are pure way of cheating a group of people. And you know, when you speak logically, when you know how to play with words, you can always cheat people. You can always cheat people. And you don't even need to be so intelligent to people, because people are not so intelligent. You don't have to be so intelligent to cheat people, because people are not as intelligent as you think. So you don't need to be so intelligent. That is why all philosophers, they convince others, but they are not convinced. I know a great atheist. I have seen him. A great atheist. But when he died, he chanted God's name. He started chanting Rama Krishna, Rama Krishna. People asked him, what is this throughout your life? You lived preaching atheism, spreading atheism, living in atheist way. Why are you now chanting Rama Krishna? No, for life it is okay. When it comes to death, I have to. As long as I live, it's okay. When it comes to death, I have to catch. Who knows, he may be there. Better now itself let me chant and keep in the reserve, keep in the bank. When I go there, I can say, you see, I chanted your name 3 times. At least for that, give me some concession. Be very clear. These philosophers, they convince others without they being convinced. And one more thing, trying to convince others itself shows that person is not convinced completely. And I tell you one more thing, people who are violent preachers without having personal experience will always fall into worst depression. You don't need to give any other punishment to them. And many people come and ask me, Swamiji, so much of conversion is going on. You guys should do, you people all should do something. Why don't you do something? I tell them, please relax. No need to punish them, because they are having enough of punishment already. Already they have enough punishment. Religion. I never ask anybody to convert. What is the need? First of all, I don't have any religion, because what I am teaching is the pure satya, truth. Truth. For example, just because this light is discovered by Thomas Alva Edison, we can't say this light belongs to only Christians. It belongs to the whole world. Same way, these truths which gives inner light, they are discovered by Krishna, but it doesn't belong to one religion. It belongs to the whole world. Just like a light, it belongs to the whole world. So I never ask people to convert. What is the need? There is no need. Just understand the truth, live your life happily, live your life intensely, that's all. We never believe in conversion, but there are people violent, continuously converting. And this preacher, he somehow fell into depression, because when you don't have experience and just preach, how long you can do? He fell in depression. Somehow he heard about me, and secret way, without any public, when nobody is there, privately he wanted to come and meet me. I said, all right, after all, he wants to meet, give appointment. He came and he opened up and spoke everything. That is, anyhow, I wanted to maintain the privacy, that's why I don't want to tell the name. He's a very popular preacher. And after having the healing and 2-3 days he was regular, he came and he felt better, a lot better, and he had the healing. He came out of the depression. Then slowly I asked him, why do you preach so violently? He openly says, Swamiji, when I feel so many people follow me, I feel what I am preaching is truth. I feel convinced what I am teaching is truth. In the beginning, I did not have enough confidence about what I am speaking. After some time, when I saw that 10,000 people are following me, I thought, 10,000 people cannot be full. There must be some truth in what I am preaching. Be very clear. Preaching without experience means you are trying to solidify your own confidence. You yourself don't have confidence. By preaching, you try to create confidence. Here, the only difference between Hiranya and Krishna is Hiranya is trying to convince his idea by making many people as his followers. He himself has not experienced. He is just trying to play the game. Krishna straight away gives the experience. Krishna declaring, I am God, is not for his ego. He is explaining for you to experience the truth. That's why he says, Arjuna, for your sake I am speaking these words. Beautifully, he gives the solid experience to Arjuna of the whole cosmic consciousness. Let us enter into the sloka, then we will see these three things. Can the universal consciousness be experienced? What is the basic qualification? What happens when you experience? These three are explained beautifully in this chapter. Krishna explains beautifully in this. Arjuna uvacha madanagrahaya paramam guhyam adhyatma sanjitam yatva yoktam vasastena mohoyam vigato mama. Arjuna says, O Lord, by hearing the instruction you gave me about these most confidential spiritual truths and revealing your glory, I feel my illusion has disappeared. My illusion has been now dispelled. Next he says, Yevamedat yadatta tvamatmanam parameshwara drashtamichami te rupam aishwaram purushottama. Yevamedat yadatta tvamatmanam parameshwara drashtumichami te rupam aishwaram purushottama. O greatest of all personalities, Purushottama, man among men. Purushottama, O supreme form, though I see you here before me in actual position, as you describe, you are the universal consciousness. You are the ultimate. I wish to see you, how you have entered into this cosmic manifestation, how you express yourself in that ultimate form. I want to see that form of yours. First time he says, O Lord, reveal me your cosmic conscious form. Reveal me your cosmic consciousness. Now, Krishna is the cosmic window. Yesterday he showed, I am ultimate. Now he gives the experience of cosmic consciousness. He is the cosmic window. Through him, Arjuna is able to see the cosmic energy. The next sloka, Manyase yadidachakyam maya trashtumidi prabho yogeshvara tado me tvam darshayatmanam avyayam. Manyase yadidachakyam maya drashtumidi prabho yogeshvara tado me tvam darshayam atmanam avyayam. Darshayatmanam avyayam. If you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, O my Lord, O Master of my being, O Master of all mystic power, then kindly show me that your cosmic form, universal self, He says very clearly here one word. If you think I am able to behold your form, means there is a little fear already inside. Be very clear. Many people used to come and tell me, Swamiji, if you think I can manage, why don't you give me an enlightened experience? I tell them, me thinking you will manage is not important. You should think you will be able to manage. You must be ready to take the responsibility. Whatever comes, let me face. Small story. When you are not ready to take the responsibility, naturally, you will put the blame on me tomorrow. I told you that time itself, if I can manage, I told you to give, but you are given me without even knowing whether I will be able to manage or not. Even the truth cannot be given so easily. Even the truth cannot be given so easily. Of course, even a simple truth experiences cannot be given so easily. If you read the Swamiji as we know him, there is one of our publication. In that one devotee writes the reminiscence. Continuously that person was nagging me for spiritual experience. To read in the arms of the master portion, there she describes, he or she, the devotee, describes clearly the experience. That person was nagging me continuously for some spiritual experience. I told you, see, do meditation, you will have it, don't worry. No, you give me something. It's not like a coconut, or it's not just a little bit of chips I can give you straight away. It's an experience. You must be able to hold it. You must be able to receive it. No, give me something. It went on for 6 months. Then I said, stop asking, do meditation, it will happen. Then the person said, no, tell me clearly, you can't give. Don't say, don't try to escape from me. Now I said, all right, now the time has come for you. What can be done? Just single moment, if you can read the reminiscence. Person says, suddenly I felt the base in which I am standing is shaken. I felt the base in which are my boundary idea is slowly started getting loosened. And I felt the person who is in front of me also is boundaryless. And totally I was frightened. I said, enough, stop, I can't. And nothing has happened. Hardly I can say 1 volt current. 1 volt energy. Person was shaken. Same thing. When you have that fear, will I be able to hold or not? Be very clear, you will never be able to hold. And then the person started blaming me. I asked, that is true? Further, will you give whatever I asked? You should have been a little responsible. And 2 days the person was suffering out of fever and fear. 2 days the person was bedridden. Of course, after 2 days he became all right. That is different. But what I am saying, when you try to receive the experience without maturity, always you get into trouble. Here, Arjuna asks, if I am able to hold, if you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, my Lord, show me that unmasked, manifested universal self. Please understand, before entering into the experience, you must have the courage. Let me see. I have always seen. After 1 year, if they continuously meditate, people start experiencing this boundarylessness. They get frightened. They feel just totally shaken up. They run and come to me. Swamiji, I feel nowadays, the moment I sit in meditation, I am losing the boundary. I am afraid I may be lost. I told them, what for you are meditating? The meditation is to give you the boundarylessness. And you are doing whatever has to be done to achieve that consciousness, and you are afraid of that. It's like you invite some guest. First you send email, then you send a fax, then you give a call, then you give telegram, then finally you send one person with a ticket to bring that person. When he comes to your house, suddenly you say, I never expected you will come. I thought somebody else will come. I was inviting somebody else. No, you can't say that. It is you who invited. You did meditation continuously. When you do meditation, you will have the boundaryless consciousness. You will experience universal consciousness. But I have always seen, invariably, when people experience this first time, they are totally shaken. They escape. They try to escape. And same way I have seen people who practice mantra also. When they intensely go into that mantra, when the divine starts giving experience, they get frightened and run away. They are totally frightened and they try to escape from it. If you are meditating on divine, on mantra, or on some God, don't try to escape when you get the vision or darshan. Divine will never disturb you. Only your fear will disturb you. Even with the person whom I was explaining, he was frightened. That is the only problem. As divine, it never creates trouble. Even then, he did not have any problem. Just the fear. Be very clear. Whenever you face the experience, have courage to face it. Just go with it. We always think, no, this is too much. I cannot handle this. No, nothing is too much. In divine, nothing is too much. Ramakrishna asked Vivekananda, if you see the Amrita Sagara, how you will drink? Ocean of nectar, how will you drink? How you will drink? Vivekananda says, I will become like a small fly, sit in the edge of the ocean and drink slowly. Ramakrishna says, fool, jump into that and drink. Vivekananda asks, no, if I jump into that, I may die. Ramakrishna says beautifully, it is the ocean of nectar, how will you die? Amrita means by drinking which you will never die. It's the ocean of Amrita, ocean of nectar, how will you die? Even if you fall, even if you completely drown yourself into the ocean of nectar, you will never die. So in the divine, in the spirituality, there is no such thing overdoing it or too much. In the spiritual energy, there is nothing called too much. In the spiritual experience, there is nothing called too much. In the devotion, there is nothing called too much. In bhakti, there is nothing called too much. Many wives, they come and complain, Swamiji, my husband is becoming involved with meditation and bhakti too much, please do something. Or the husbands will come and complain, she is becoming too much involved in meditation, in bhakti, please do something. Please be very clear, if somebody is too much involved in the world, only then they need treatment. Of course, that I don't have to give, naturally they will be taken to psychiatric doctor. When somebody is too much involved in God, bhakti, nothing is wrong. There is no too much in divine. There is no too much in bliss. Be very clear, there is no too much in spirituality. Here, if you think there is something called too much in spirituality, you always have a problem. Arjuna says, if you think that I am able to behold your cosmic form, means he puts the responsibility on Krishna. He wants the sweet, but he doesn't want to become diabetic. Of course, with the divine sweet, you will never become diabetic. You will never become diabetic. And you will never become diseased. Let me tell you one small story. It's truth. I was taken by one of our devotees to Melakotte, where Ramanuja lived. God, the prasad which they give is so tasty and so beautiful. Actually, basically the Iyengar families, they cook beautifully. Their food is just... Vaishnavites are basically very tasty people. Because the Vishnu is the God who accepts everything. And he is the Lord of Lakshmi. And not like Shiva, sitting in smashana and eating whatever you get by begging and eating. Not like Shiva. Shiva is poor guy and wears some little rudraksha, and snakes are the pet animals. And that old bull, that is the vahana, and the smashan is the place where he lives. And simple that smashan basma is the cosmetic powder. And nothing much. But Vishnu is the Lord, King. So, naturally the Vishnu Bhaktas also will have the same energy. They will nicely cook. And so much of sweet. The intensity of sweet in that sweet is so much. I asked, do you make only for 1 or 2 days or every day? They said, Swamiji, not only we make this every day, the whole village is given this food. Because the whole village is few family who take care of the temple. The temple prasad only is served. Then I asked, surely the whole village should be diabetic. And please understand, you will be surprised, not even a single diabetic patient in the whole village. So much of sweet they eat. So much of sweet. Not even a single diabetic patient. Not even a single diabetic patient. I was surprised because when the food is offered to God, it becomes amrita. Please understand, the mantras which we chant, it affects that food. Don't think prasad is ordinary food. It is energized. The words which you create, let me tell you an important research, then you will understand. Recently there was a book released called Messages from Water. This movie, What the Bleep Do We Know? In that movie they describe about this book. You all should see that movie. What the Bleep Do We Know? It's a beautiful movie. In that they say, one Japan doctor has done a research. He keeps 10 different tumblers of waters. In front of one tumbler he sits and chants some good words. Peace, bliss, happiness, like this. Words which creates positive emotion. Then he keeps another one tumbler of water and chants the words, negative words, war, violence, anger, that type of emotion. And he puts the label of war. And after that, he takes one tumbler of water and chants Dhammapada, the words from Buddha's teachings, and different tumblers of waters. He says, if he freezes that water and sees through the microscope and photographs, he comes out with a research report. He says, the water which is energized by positive words, positive energy, it looks almost like a diamond, and he has published a book of all the photographs. So beautiful. The water looks like a diamond, clear. The crystals are clear. And the water which is energized by the negative words, the water in front of which he chanted the negative words, they show like a demon. The picture looks like a devil. And the water energized by Dhammapada, it looks so peaceful, so calm, and not once or twice. Understand, 300 researches he has done and proved your thoughts affect the water which is in front of you. That is why our masters, they taught us to chant mantras standing in Ganga. The whole river will be energized. If just 5 minutes chanting 2-3 words in front of a water can change the quality of water, means millions of people standing in that water chanting mantra, what energy that water will radiate. That is why the whole Ganga is sacred river. Whatever our rishis did, today the modern day science is proving. Modern day science is proving. See, in those days, these British people, when they come from England, they will bring water in their ship. That will be spoiled within a month. They will suffer without water. But when they go back from Calcutta, the same time only, when they come, if it takes 3 months, when they go back also it takes only 3 months. But when they go back, the water never gets spoiled. They started analyzing why. Then they understood. They bring Ganga water. When they go back, the water is from Calcutta, Ganga. Then they started doing research on Ganga water. They say Ganga water has got quality to purify itself automatically. That is why the Ganga water never is polluted by, in spite of so much of pollution. In spite of so much of pollution, never Ganga water gets polluted because it continuously purifies itself. The whole water is energy. Whole river is energy. Same way, in a temple where continuously these mantras are chanted, when the food is put inside the temple, in front of God, when they chant that mantras, that food also starts getting the pure spiritual energy. That starts radiating the energy of positive qualities. You will never become sick by eating prasad. Be very clear. You will never become sick by eating prasad. You will always only become healthy. This is a solid proof. Actually, I was surprised to hear the whole village eats that same akkara vadisal. In Tamil they call it akkara vadisal. And so sweet, so much of sweet. The whole village eats that food regularly, every day, because that is the food which is given from temple. But nobody is diabetic. Nobody is diabetic. It is because of the power of that words, power of that mantra. Be very clear, with the divine, everything will do only good. It will never do any bad. With energy, it is always good. Never you will have anything bad. With Amrita Sagara, you will never die. When it comes to divine, just jump totally. Don't keep anything in reservation. There is no need for any fear. Nothing needs to be afraid. Just relax into the divine. You will transform. He says, Manyade edidachakyam maya trashtumidi prabhu yogeshvara tadome tvam darshayatmanam abhyayam. Darshayatmanam abhyayam. He says, if you think I am able to behold your cosmic form, O my Lord, Master of all mystic power, then kindly show me your cosmic form. Bhagavan uvacha Pashya me partha rupani sadasoda sahasrasaha nana vidani divyani nana varna kridini cha. Lord says, O Partha, see hundreds of thousands of my forms. These are of divine forms, diverse divine forms, of diverse colors, shapes and sizes. O Bharata, see the different manifestations of Adityas, Vasus, Rudras, Aswini Kumaras, Maruts, and many wonderful things which no one has ever seen before. Now he starts explaining or giving darshan, and before that he says a beautiful word, an important word. He says, O Arjuna, you cannot see my form by your ordinary eyes. You have to see only with a Divya Netra, means the third eye, divine eye. Let me give you Divyam Dadami, Dechakshu. He says, let me give you the divine eyes, then you will start seeing me, then you will be able to experience me. From this sloka, he starts giving the Vishwarupa Darshana. I think from this sloka, the whole thing is a continuity. It has to be understood as one part or one sloka. The whole thing is a single sloka. This whole chapter is a single sloka. Because the whole chapter explains the darshan. Vishwarupa.
पार्थाय प्रतिबोधितां भगवता नारायणेन स्वयं व्यासेन ग्रथितां पुराणमुनिनां मध्ये महाभारतम्.
Krishna starts beautifully. He says, "O Arjuna, let you start seeing whatever exists, all the Stavara, Jangama, universe, everything which no ordinary man can see, which no ordinary person can see." He says, even rishis, munis, even they have not seen this. Even they don't know this. Next sloka. Natu mam sakyase drashtum anenaiva svachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshu pashyame yogamaishwaram. Oh Arjuna, you cannot see me with these ordinary eyes. Let me give you the divine eyes, Jnana Chakshu, Divya Chakshu. Only through that you can see my cosmic form. You can see my cosmic energy. First thing we should understand, can it be really seen? These three questions. Can it be seen? What is the qualification? What happens when you see? These three questions is the whole chapter. Can it be really seen? I tell you, it is possible. It is possible. There are so many enlightened masters who experienced this, who experienced this consciousness. Let me narrate an incident from my life. After 9 years of tapasya, meditation, long tapas, at one point I was totally frustrated. I started thinking, what is happening? Am I wasting my whole life just reading few books, following those few books, just reading some few books and following few books, trying to practice those few books in my life? Is there really something called enlightenment? Or am I wasting my whole life? At one point the fear started coming. And I started thinking, the essence of whole life, the cream of the life is youth. I am gambling with my youth. I have just poured my youth into this tapasya. I have sacrificed my youth for this tapas. I started thinking, is it worth? Is the game is worth? Suddenly, after a few days, I felt a deep depression. Whatever can be done is done. Because whatever I think as a spiritual sadhana, I started doing. I did not leave even a single inch, 1 inch. I tried my best, all possible things. I used to sit inside the firewall. I used to create a firewall, 6 feet diameter, and I will sit inside and chant continuously, do the japa, so that I will not fall asleep. And not 1 or 2, like this, hundreds of types of sadhana. I thought, whatever can be done by my effort, I think I am done. I finished. Still, if it is not happening, either there is no such thing as enlightenment, or I cannot achieve. But strongly the thought came, I think there is no such thing as enlightenment. Just these few people are cheating the whole humanity, just for their ego fulfillment. All these things I started thinking, really. I started thinking all these things. Then I started doubting the whole system. I lost faith on the whole system. I used to have a beautiful Ramakrishna's photo, which I worship every day. I used to worship every day that photo. He was the first inspiration for me. Ramakrishna and Ramana Maharshi. They were the inspiration. And when the trust is lost, I became so angry and so much depressed. I just took that photo, threw it such a way, the frame was completely broken. The glass frame, it broke. And it was lying. I was staying at the time in Omkareshwar. And I was having a japamala with which I used to do japa, which was my great friend. Practically hours together I will sit and do japa. And the japamala is supposed to be the object which is worshipped, or the maximum respect is given to that object, almost like a life. And I used to respect that mala. And that depression, I just thought, let me throw all this nonsense. I just took that mala, that anger. I told, not only this mala, I am throwing this mantra which I used also, let both disappear. I threw that in Narmada river. Decided, no more meditation, no more spirituality, enough. All these things. I struggled so much. I think these fellows are doing a big game. All these so-called enlightened masters are doing big game. Whole thing is game. I just threw everything and decided to drop everything. I dropped everything. The 7th day, I joined in their game. The experience happened to me. The 7th day, the experience of enlightenment simply happened. The experience of cosmic consciousness simply happened. Never the experience left after that. We may think, is it possible really to experience these things? Please understand, I was also in your place. Just because I traveled in the same path, out of courtesy, I tell you, honestly, this can be experienced. Solid truth. I tell you, this is a promise. This can be experienced. I have no vested interest to convince you about this ideology. Please be very clear. I have no vested interest. Yes, except a simple courtesy. All I have is a simple courtesy. friend is driving little further in 101. You see the traffic. You just ring up and ask, is there traffic continuously? Can you tell something about how the road is? Will you not have a simple courtesy to tell you, no, there is no traffic, road is clear, only in that area I think little jam. Come, don't bother. Will you not have a basic courtesy to give you that much of guidance or understanding? Please understand, just with that same basic courtesy, I am telling you, it is possible to experience. Never think it is not for me. It is for everybody. It is possible to experience these things, this truth in our life. It is verily possible to experience the cosmic form in our life. Because unless you are sure of the possibility, listening all these things is a waste. Please be very clear. It's such a beautiful, intense thing. If you really don't believe that it is possible, or really if you feel it is not, one more story. If you believe that it is not going to be possible, or it is not possible, don't waste your time unnecessarily listening. It is just waste of time listening. Before listening to these great truths, I wanted you to understand it is possible. The first thing we need to know is it is possible. Only then whatever Krishna says will work on our being. See, when you go out, if you really experience this cosmic form and go out, it's really great. I'll be so happy. Or at least go out with a glimpse of it. Let there be a glimpse when you go out. For that glimpse to happen, if these words of Krishna has to work on you means, first thing you need to be convinced of the possibility. It is possible. It is not just words. Let me tell you openly, directly, I promise from my experience, it is possible. It is possible. First thing. Next thing, what is the qualification? What are the qualification? By giving this experience to Arjuna, Krishna proves there is no need for any qualification. Because Arjuna has no qualification. Neither he took the responsibility, nor he understood completely about the teachings of Krishna. All he did is only one thing. He is fortunate to be in the presence of Krishna. That's all. All you need also only one thing. You should be fortunate enough to be here without being caught in traffic jam. That's all. There are thousands of probabilities. You could have taken today off. Every day I am going and listening the same thing. He may change the words. He tells the same thing every day. Today let me rest. You could have thought, all right, 1 hour driving there and sitting there and coming back, big work. Let me watch TV today. You could have. But and one more thing, there are so many other places to go, more funny. More, you could have had more fun. There are so many other choices. But among all the choices, you chose to be here. That is only qualification. Don't bother. There is no need for any other qualification. One more thing. By you being here continuously after listening these things so many days, automatically your unconscious has started accepting these ideas, these truths. Be very clear. if your unconscious or subconscious doesn't accept these words, you will not come next day. There are so many who have dropped. You will not come next day. Somebody came and told me yesterday, Swamiji, nowadays the moment I get up from my bed, I am waiting when it will become 5:30. When it will become evening 5:30. If you are waiting, means all these words have already entered into your being. So trust you are ready. That's an important thing. Please understand. Trust you are ready for this experience. Big problem. Many times, even if they are qualified, they don't trust they are qualified. That's a big problem. Because continuously, the so-called religious preachers have created so much of guilt in you. Continuously they blamed you. You are not qualified, you are doing this wrong, you are doing that wrong, you are doing this sin, you are doing that sin. Continuously you are blamed, disrespected. Because of that, you lost confidence about yourself. You lost faith on yourself. Now, if you after listening so many days, again you are here, that itself is a solid proof. Your unconscious has accepted all these ideas. Consciously you may fight. What he actually wants from us? Why is he sitting every day and talking? Consciously you will never be able to surrender. That struggle will be there always. That struggle will be there always. But you being here proves your unconscious has already started enjoying these ideas. You are fortunate to fall in tune with the great thoughts of Krishna. And especially if any of you, when you get up early morning, if you think, when it will become 5:30, let me go to temple. If you have that thought, be very clear, you have completely fallen in tune with these great thoughts. After these slokas, we will enter into a meditation. At least let us pray to the Parabrahma Krishna to give us a glimpse what he gave it to Arjuna. Arjuna has no qualification. Whatever qualification necessary for experience, nothing. Arjuna has got nothing. When he can give it to Arjuna, why not to us? Why not to us? And surely we will enter into the meditation and hope to have at least a glimpse of what Arjuna had. The qualification, first, is it possible? The possibility. We understood it is possible. Next, the qualification. We understood by being here we are qualified. Over. Somebody goes to Ramana Maharshi and asks Bhagavan, what is the qualification for enlightenment? He says, are you alive? He said, yes, I am. That is the qualification. Enough, you can become enlightened. Nothing else is necessary. You exist, your existence is enough. That is enough qualification for your enlightenment. Be very clear about that. For other things, you need qualification. For the cosmic experience, nothing else needs to be done. And at the most, if you put something as qualification, the openness. And unless you have it, you will not come every day here. If you are coming every day and listening, please be very clear, whether you believe it or not, already you have openness. Because you can't believe you are growing, you struggle with yourself. Please be very clear, one more thing. I want you to understand one more thing. The moment you believe you have the qualification, you will start transforming yourself. So you never believe that. You never allow that belief that you have qualification to enter into your being. You always keep one step no, this has to be corrected, only then I am qualified. This has to be corrected, only then I am qualified. Now I tell you, drop everything, you are qualified. By you very being here, by your very presence, you are qualified. Next thing, what happens when you experience? The third question. Here starts Arjuna, the Krishna's words. Nadumam chakyase drashtum anenaiva svachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashya me yogamaishwaram. Arjuna, you cannot see me just with these ordinary eyes. You need divine eye, third eye, divya chakshu, to see my cosmic form. I am giving you the divine chakshu, the divine eye. Let you see my cosmic form. What is this divine chakshu? What is this divine eye? Let me tell you my experience. When I was 12, I started doing some meditation. I can't even call that as a meditation. It's like I was trying to play with the technique. A great master, Annamalai Swamigal, he is a disciple of Ramana Maharshi. At around the age of 10, he taught me, from where thoughts are coming, just start seeing. I should narrate that incident also. It's a small but nice incident. Once when I went to see him, he was talking to a group of seekers. And he was telling, I was taken by my parents to him. My parents are some relatives, they took me. Some elders. He was talking to them. We are not body. We are Atman. No suffering or pain touches us. When I heard that, I was surprised. How can it be? I came back to the house, I was thinking continuously. If my mother beats me, I feel the pain. In India, kids will be beaten. No 911. You can't call any 911. Kids will be nicely beaten. If you do any mischievous things, they will give you a nice blow. And they will have that stick also. They will blow nice. They will give you a nice blow. And I used to think, when my mother beats me, I have the pain. And especially in the village, they don't bother. In cities, it will be a little decent, but in villages, they will take a stick and you will have a good puja. How can this be true? He says, we don't suffer by pain. We don't suffer by suffering. Nothing touches us. I wanted to experiment. I went to the house and took a blade, knife, and cut my thigh to see whether I have pain or not. Not only I had pain, they took me to the hospital, they put all the stitches, and still now the mark is there, big mark. And again my mother gave me the puja, usual puja. You idiot, what are you doing? From where did you get that knife? And I had pain and suffering both. And I started thinking, what happened? This Swami taught us no suffering, no pain. Here I came and experimented on me. See, experimenting on others is easy. Arjuna is an intelligent guy. After understanding all these things, he started killing others. He never experimented on himself. He never cut himself. That's very easy. But experimenting on yourself only needs intelligence. A little courage. and I had the pain, suffering both. After a few days, I told, please take me to that Swami. They took me to that Swami. I asked him, see, what have you taught me? You told that we will not have pain, we will not have suffering. I went and tested it on myself, and I am having pain. Then he told, did I tell you to go and cut yourself? Then he made a beautiful statement. My dear boy, don't worry. I know now you have pain or suffering. He made such a profound statement. Still now I can say that one single statement has transformed my life. He said, you may have pain and suffering now. Don't worry. This attitude of analyzing the truth, this attitude of searching the truth, this courage of experimenting the truth will liberate you from all pains. Go ahead. This courage to experiment with what you are hearing, this courage to play with these ideas, I promise you will be liberated. And he told me, just do one small thing. Start searching from where your thoughts are coming. I was a small boy, and moreover I was irritated that time. Now I understand what he said. To tell you honestly, now I understand. I have so much of gratitude for him. But that time I was irritated, and I thought he is somehow avoiding me. Because he is not able to give right answer, he was somehow avoiding me. And I was thinking one more thing, now I can remember very clearly. There was some sweet and fruits around him. The devotees brought. I thought he will give me that little bit and console me. My eyes were on the sweets and fruits. I was thinking, he will give me some 1 or 2 pieces and console me. At least I can eat that. To tell you honestly, I neither understood what he said, nor convinced about what he said. Anyhow, he is telling me, anyhow, the elder respect, and you can't fight much. So, only that mood was there. And he told me, just do one thing. When thoughts come, see from where they are coming. I said all right and came away. After a few days, somehow I thought, why not try? Playfully I used to sit and try. After 10 minutes I will feel bored and get up and go away. I used to playfully do the technique, very casually. Not thinking something or expecting something. I never had that idea that will give me any glimpse or that will give me some experience. Very casually I used to do. This happened when I was 10. Around 2 years I was playing with that technique. I don't even know it's a technique. I don't even know anything. All I know is, he told me, if I start doing that, I will go beyond pain. I will not have any pain, any suffering. That much only I know. Because he told me you will not have any pain, suffering. And how to understand that, do this technique, you will understand. That's all. Nothing else I know. I have no idea of God, Brahman, Jnana, Atma, nothing. Nothing. I was just playing with this technique. One day, at foothills of Himalayas, in foothills of Arunachala, my native place, Arunachala, one evening, I was sitting and trying to do the same, that from where the thoughts are coming. From where the thoughts are coming. It is evening, with closed eyes I am sitting. I was just seeing from where that I is raising. I don't know, I have fallen into such a deep meditation. Suddenly, something opened. Something happened inside the being. I felt as if I am being pulled inside, sucked inside. And next moment, I felt it happened like Next moment, I felt like some doors opened inside me. Suddenly I was able to see complete 360 degree of this side and complete 360 degree of this side. And I know it is very difficult to understand what I am saying. All you people know is only 120 degree vision. 120 degree vision. 120 degree you can see. That also not completely. If you have to see intensely, you will be able to see only 30 degree. 30 to 45 degree you will be able to see intensely. In a broad way, 120 degree. That's all. And that also if you have specs. This is the vision you know. And suddenly, I don't know how you will be able to understand. If you understand. Otherwise I can't do anything. Suddenly, for a single moment, I was able to see, and one more thing, I was sitting with closed eyes. I was able to see completely this side 360 degree and this side 360 degree. All four sides. The temple the side, the temple behind me, and the hill in front of me, and the city in the side. Complete 360 degree. And not only that, this 360 also. The sky, the hill, and the rock on which I am sitting, and behind the temple which was behind me, whole thing. Of course, very difficult to comprehend. How can it happen? Or how it happened? All I can say is, I promise again, it is truth, it happened. That's all. No other way I can explain intellectually. Simply the whole thing I was able to see. And not only I was able to see, the next moment I was able to feel, not only I am seeing, it is me. Whatever I was seeing, whether the plants, or the hill, or the temple, or the city, whatever I was able to see, I felt the whole thing is just me. First, I was just pulled inside. Next moment, I was able to see complete this 360 degree and this 360 degree. And next step, I felt it is completely me. The whole thing is me. It was such an ecstatic experience, such an intense experience. It took more than at least 3-4 hours for me to open my eyes. After few hours only, I opened the eyes and I felt like I have the bliss fever. Same feverish mood, but blissful, not suffering. 3 days that mood continued. And after that, suddenly, the tremendous fear took over me. Tremendous fear that something wrong has happened to me. And I tell you exactly what happened in my mind. I thought there is some ghost sitting on that rock. That day evening, it was evening, the ghost caught hold of me. And now I escaped from the ghost. And I decided never to go to that place again. And I used to go towards that area only to my school. From house to school, if I have to go, I have to cross that area. Not exactly that rock, but that nearby area. I just started taking the other route, which is long route. I stopped going near that area because I thought there is some ghost. And if I go again, it will catch me. Because neither I know what is spiritual experience, nor I know what is cosmos, or I know Brahman or Tattva, Atma, nothing. One elderly sannyasini, she was there. I went and told her that this is what happened to me. She held my hand and saw my energy and told me, you are not possessed by ghost, you are possessed by God. don't worry, you are not possessed by ghost, you are possessed by God. Of course, she encouraged me to do the meditation, but I never did for at least next 6 months. Next 6 months, I never did any meditation. I was afraid even to close my eyes. I thought that ghost will come and catch me. And one more thing, I never again went near that rock. After, I think next year, after day two, one of my friend, classmate, I met him. He is my close friend. We used to play together, and we used to go to the temple and all those things. And he is also a little interested in that puja, meditation, all those things. So I took him to the temple and made him sit in one corner, and I started telling him, hey, few days ago I went and sat in that hill, something happened to me, and suddenly from that day I am able to see all the 360, all the front and back. I don't know what happened to me. That guy still is there, and actually he is now coming out with his reminiscences. What he felt first when I came and told him. Just next day, I am a small 12-year-old boy, and I am catching one of my friends, and I am telling, I am able to see all the side. I don't know what happened to me. And not only that, he said, fool, what are you talking? Something has happened to you. And I told him, no, if you try to keep some coin or anything behind my head, I'll tell you what is there. And I started telling him, you see that ant which is there, it is slowly coming up. There was a small tree. In the tree, the ant is coming up. Am I right? And he put some coin or something. And he said, now which side I am showing? I said, head. He turned. Now you are showing tail. And he did something like these few things. When I told everything clearly, till then he was smiling and laughing. I told everything clearly. So the first thing he did is just moved a little bit that side. And then he told me, I am urgently feeling to go for one. I'll come back, be here. Within 1 minute I'll come back. I'll go to the one and come back. He ran, never came back. And I am sitting there. And he never came back. Now actually, he came to the ashram. He told to one of our disciples, I am the first person who received energy darshan, but I missed it. I am the first person who received energy darshan, but I missed it. Because neither I know what is happening, I myself don't know what is happening. What was happening? Fellow got frightened and ran away. And I am shouting, hey, come here. Go to the rock, you will also experience this. If you want to know this, if you want to understand this, go to the rock. You will also see. And said, I neither want to go to that rock, nor I want to have all these things. Something has happened to you. I'll go and tell your mother, and they should take you to doctor. They should take you to doctor. He ran away. Anyhow, even though the fear was there, the fever of bliss, the whole body was boiling with joy and ecstasy. Once in a while, I used to have that small temptation. Even if it is ghost, what is there? I can go and sit, let it catch once more. It is really nice. It is really nice. After all, it is so blissful. But other side, fear. Usually the story which we hear, ghost will eat you and you will die. That side, fear, one side. That type of fear. The other side, it is so joyful, so blissful. Never I understood what exactly happened. At least for next 1 year. After that, again I had a great opportunity of meeting one more enlightened person. He gave me the whole clear explanation. And of course, the seeking started after this experience. Only after this experience, it has become intense. Of course, after that, 9 years of long tapas. All the tapas is done only to have that experience again. And next time when it came back, I think body and mind was ready. It never left. It just stayed with the being. I think that vision of 360 degree is what Krishna says, Divya Chakshu, divine eye, Trinetra, the third eye, or Anya Chakra. With 2 eyes, you can see only 120 degree. When the third eye opens, not only this 360 and this 360 also. You will start experiencing the whole thing as you are. And just you feel the whole thing is you. That is what the cosmic consciousness. What Krishna calls us? Cosmic consciousness. I felt the whole thing was living. How? You see, how you feel this body is living. How you feel your hands are living. When somebody touches, when somebody hurts, you know it hurts. And how you feel it is living. Because you feel this is living, you are able to handle it. And you feel if anything is done to this. Same way, I just felt the whole thing is living. I could clearly experience the whole thing is living. Just like this body is alive. That is what? Expanding your body consciousness to the universal consciousness. What you feel with your body, feeling the same thing with the whole universe is what I call cosmic experience. How you feel with your body, same way feeling with the whole universe. The problem is, even with our body we don't feel alive. That's the problem. Even with our body we don't feel alive. All we need to do is feeling the same way with the universe, how you feel with the body. That experience only Krishna gives to Arjuna. Same way as I got frightened. First time when I had that experience, Arjuna also gets frightened. He is also totally shaken. Of course, you need a living master at that moment to guide and help. People ask me, who was with you, Swamiji, to take care, to guide you, to help you? And I always tell them, Arunachala. Arunachala is the living master. How? When you see, for an immature baby, you need an incubator. The premature baby, not immature. Immature baby, we are all immature babies. Premature baby. Premature baby. For premature baby to survive, you need to put that baby in the incubator. Incubator will supply everything for the baby to grow. Same way, for a person to become enlightened, Arunachala is incubator. Arunachala is the incubator. Just being there is enough. It just takes care. The energy takes care. Here Krishna says, let me give you the third eye. Let you see and experience the universal consciousness. Now, after this sloka, this is a beautiful thing which we need to understand. After this sloka, neither Arjuna is speaking nor Krishna is speaking. Suddenly Sanjaya is speaking. After the first chapter, Sanjaya has totally disappeared. Of course, Sanjaya is only describing the whole thing to Dhritarashtra. That's different. In the whole Gita, after the first chapter, you will not hear a single sloka from Sanjaya. Here suddenly Sanjaya is speaking. It is beautiful. Symbolic representation. Neither Arjuna is able to speak because he is in the experience, nor Krishna is speaking because his voice is beyond audibility. He has gone beyond the audibility. His voice can't be heard by us. He has gone beyond the audibility. The frequency is totally different. Universal consciousness, cosmic frequency. If he says something you can't hear with your ordinary eyes, with your ordinary ears, and Arjuna also can't speak because he is in that ecstasy. He also lost himself. That's why now Sanjaya speaks. Sanjaya uvacha Yeva mukpa tado rajan mahayogeshwaro harihi darshayamasa bhartaya paramam rupamaishwaram. Sanjaya says, O king, having spoken thus, the supreme lord of all mystic power, the personality of God at born, displayed, opened, is cosmic form, universal consciousness to Arjuna. Anegavakranayanam, anegadbhuta darshanam, aneka divyabaranam, divyanegotyadayutam, divyamalyam baradaram, divyagandanulepanam, sarvascharyamayam devam, anantam vishvato mukam. Arjuna saw in that universal form unlimited number of mouths, unlimited eyes, unlimited wonderful visions. The form was decorated with many celestial ornaments and bore many divine appraised weapons. He wore celestial garlands and garments, and many divine scents were smeared all over his body. All was wondrous, brilliant, unlimited, all expanding. Ramakrishna says, when I experienced the universal form, cosmic consciousness, I am not able to pluck even a single flower from any tree because I felt all the trees are garlands offered on the Vrat Purusha, offered to the God. All these trees are garlands by themselves on God. How can I take any flower from his garland? Here they say, so many ways, unlimited number of mouths, unlimited number of eyes, means Krishna has given the universal form, shown the universal form, given that universal conscious experience to Arjuna. Now Arjuna sees complete this 360 and this 360. He is seeing the whole universe and all the people who are in that battlefield. He sees everybody inside Krishna. Means he sees everybody as universal consciousness. He sees the whole as his own being. He sees complete this side 360 degree and this side 360 degree. Not only he sees, he feels it is he. He feels one with that. Divya Surya Sahasrasya Bhavet Yugavaduttida Yadi Basadu Isasyat Basastasya Mahatmanaha. If hundreds of thousands of suns were to rise at once into the sky, their radiance might resemble the effulgence of the Supreme Person in that universal form. All these things which can never be understood by ordinary intellect. Actually, when I experienced, it was like hundreds and thousands of suns light shining and hundreds of moons cooling effect. It was not burning. It was hundreds of suns light and hundreds of moons cooling effect. It was so pleasant. And Tatraigastam Jagat Krishnam Prabhibhaktamanegata Abasyat Deva Devasya Sarire Pandavastata. Arjuna saw in the body of the Supreme Lord the whole universe divided in different ways as united in one form. Universe is divided in so many ways. Sun, moon, planet Earth. Here he sees the whole thing as a one form. All of us should understand these stotras, this description, because it is so beautiful. After understanding this description, we will enter into a meditation and pray to the Parabrahma Krishna to give us all the glimpse of what Arjuna received. Tadassa vismayavishto Rishtaromadananjayaha Pranamya sirasa devam Kridanjalirabhashada. Then, bewildered and astonished, his hair standing on end, Arjuna bowed his head to offer obeisances and with folded hands began to pray to the Supreme Lord. He was astonished, bewildered, and his hair standing on end, and Arjuna bowed his head to offer obeisances and with folded hands began to pray to the Supreme Lord. This sloka means he has dropped his ego. He has disappeared, dissolved into the divine. Arjuna Uvacha. Now we can't say Arjuna Uvacha. This word should be said, understood as Bhagavan Uvacha. Because now Arjuna is in the same consciousness of Bhagavan. He is just making all these statements so that it will be recorded for us, for our sake. Pashyami devam stava deva dehe sarvam stata bodha visesha sangan brahma namisam kamalasanastam rushim sarva nuragam divyan aneka bahu daravaktra netram pashyami tvam sarvadonantarupam nantam namadyam napunastavadim pashyami vishveshvara vishvarupa Gridinam gadinam chakrinam cha Dejo rasim sarvado diptimandam Pashyami tvam dhurniriksham samandat Diptanalargat yudima prameyam. Such beautiful ways he is describing. You may think, why he is describing? Please understand, he is describing so that we will all be inspired to work, to achieve this form, this experience. So that we will all be inspired to move in this path. That's the reason he is describing his whole experience. He says, "O Lord, I can see all the demigods in your body. I can see the special union of living entities. I can see Brahma sitting on the seat of lotus flower. I can see all the sages and the divine serpents. O Lord of the universe, I see many arms, bellies, faces, eyes, and limitless form of you. O universal form, I cannot see you. I cannot see your beginning middle or end. I cannot see your beginning, middle or end. Actually, when you see complete this side 360 and this side 360, and even when a sphere disappears, what can you see? You can't even see anything. There is no beginning, middle or end to whole. Your form is so difficult to see because it is glaring, effulgence, spreading on all sides like blazing fire or the immeasurable radiance of the sun. Yet I see this glowing form everywhere, adorned with various crowns, clubs and discs. I see you wearing diadem, holding a mass, and discuss a mass of magnificence, shining everywhere from all sides, difficult to be seen. You are blazing from all sides like the luster of the sun and limitless. Giridinam gatinam chakrinam cha tejo rasim sarvado diptimandam pashyami tvam durniriksham samandat dipta nalargat yudima prameyam tvamaksharam paramam vedidavyam tvamasya visvasya param nidanam tvamasya sasvadat dharma gopta sanatanastvam purusho madome. You are the supreme primal objective. You are the ultimate resting place. I recognize you as the appreciable supreme being, the supreme foundation of this universe, imperishable, immortal, maintainer of the religion, and the primal supreme male. Purusho madome. Purusho madome. He says, you are everything. Anadimadyantam anantaviryam anantabhagam sasisuyanetram pashyami tvam deepta udasavatram swadejasa vishwamidam tabantam. You are without origin, middle or end, with unlimited power, limitless arms. Your eyes are like the moon and the sun. Your brilliant face are like the fire, warming the whole world with your own radiance. Dvaya prithivyor trimandaram hi vyaptam tvayaikena disascha sarva logat drushvat pudam rupamukram tavedam logatrayam yadidam mahatman amihitvam surasanga vishanti keshit bhida pranyalayo grunandi stubandit swasti yuktva magarshi siddha sankam stubanditvam studi vipushkalavi. Again he is explaining what all he is seeing. He says, you are without origin, middle or end, with unlimited power. You alone spread throughout the heaven and earth through all other directions. O Supreme Soul, Paramatman, after having seen your wonderful form, all the worlds are consternated. He says, the whole thing is moving. Amihitvam surasanga vishanti kesit bhita pranjalayo grunandi stvatvit yukva magarshi siddha sanka stubanditvam studi vipushkalavi. There is no other record so clear of that cosmic frequency, of that universal form, except Gita. It gives such a clear record of the whole incident, whole happening. All the hosts of demigods are surrendering before you and entering into you, some of them very much afraid, are offering prayers with folded hands. And hosts of great sages and perfected beings crying all, peace. Echa Sharma Prasida Devesa Jagannivasa Ami Satvam Tridarashtrasya Putra Sarve Sagaivani Bala Sangai Bhishmo Drona Suda Putrastadaso Saha Smadiyai Raviyoda Mukyai. Beholding you in wonder, all as part of your cosmic consciousness. He says, whatever is divine, the energy. O mighty one, all the planets with their demigods are disturbed, are shaken by your form, with its many faces, eyes, arms, thighs, legs and bellies, and your many terrible teeth. As they are disturbed, so am I. Now he is slowly coming down. From this sloka, we should say Arjuna Uvacha. We should start now. Arjuna Uvacha. The moment that fear came, immediately he has become Arjuna. Now Arjuna starts. You should understand, it is just your fear separates you from cosmic consciousness. Let me tell you one more incident which happened in my life. After enlightenment, one day I was sitting in a forest in Tamil Nadu. There was a big snake lying just next to me. With my eyes open, but I was drowned in that consciousness. I was in that meditative mood. I was not in ordinary mood. The snake was lying next to me. I don't know whether 1 hour over or 2 hours over. Suddenly, when I came out of that meditation, slowly one thought in my mind appeared that, oh snake. Till that time, I did not think it is snake. And you will be surprised. The moment that thought came in me, my mind, snake, the snake started thinking, man. I could see clearly. The snake also got the thought, man. Then naturally, it just looked up, put the head down and moved. The fear in me appeared and the fear in the snake appeared. Universe responds to you. Cosmic energy responds to you. The moment Krishna says, so am I am little frightened. He has become Krishna. I always tell this to people. Two things, instinct to survive and instinct to possess. These two only makes you man. Instinct to survive out of fear. Instinct to possess out of greed, over. Here the instinct to survive has appeared. He has become Arjuna. But we don't understand. When you drop that instinct to survive, you become Krishna. You exist forever. You exist forever. You become Bhagavad. You become universal consciousness. But we hold on to that instinct to survive. Now, Krishna slowly comes down. Now the Arjuna slowly comes down and becomes Arjuna. Napasprusham deeptamanega varnam Pyatananam deepta vishala netram. O all-pervading Vishnu, seeing you with your many radiant colors, touching the sky, your gaping mouths, understand, Still now he was saying there was no beginning, middle and the end. Now he says you are touching the sky. Means he has started coming down. Now he has started coming down from that experience. Now he has started slowly settling. He says touching the sky, your gaping mouths, your great glowing eyes, my mind is perturbed by fear. I can no longer maintain my steadiness or equilibrium of my mind. Please be very clear, as long as you want to maintain the equilibrium of your mind, you will be in this mad world. There is no such thing as equilibrium. What you think as equilibrium is not equilibrium. It is not equilibrium. Here he says, he wants the equilibrium. Balance means he wants his being to be under his intellectual control. He wants to know the cause and the effect. He wants the cause and the effect to be under his control. As long as cause and the effect is under your control, you feel as a leader. Your ego is strong. But the moment cause and effect is taken away from you, you are at loss. You are no more a leader. You are just a drop in the ocean. He is afraid of that. And he is coming back. He is not able to stay in that same state forever. He comes back. Damshtra karala nichame demukani drishtvai vakala nalasannivani. O Lord of Lords, O refuge of the worlds, please be gracious to me. I cannot keep my balance seeing the your blazing death-like faces and awful teeth in all directions. I am bewildered. Ami chatmam tridarashtrasya putra sarve sahaiva nibala sangaihi Bhishma drona suda putrastadaso sagasmatiyai raviyoda mukyai Bhaktrani det varamana vishanti Damshtra karalani vayanagani Keshit vilakna dasanantareshu Samrut yasyante surnidairuttamangai. All the sons of Dhritarashtra, along with their allied kings and Bhishma, Drona, Karna and our chief soldiers also are rushing into your fearful mouths, and some I see trapped with heads smashed between your teeth. And he describes the whole scene. Yata natinam bhagavom bhuvegam samudrameva pika mukadravanti tada tabami naraloka veera Vishanti Vatran Yabivichvalanti. As the many waves of the rivers flow into the ocean, so do all these great barriers enter blazing into your mouths. I think now it is time for us to meditate. It is time for us to enter into the meditation. He is describing the whole scene. Now, we should enter into the meditation to experience what Arjuna is seeing, what Arjuna has seen. Please be very clear. Again the 3 points. Is it possible? Possible. What is the qualification? You being here. Now all you need to do is put your whole consciousness intensely into the meditation. Please sit straight and close your eyes. I'll guide you step by step. Please close your eyes. First, pray intensely to the Parabrahma Krishna, universal consciousness, in whatever name you know or whatever form you know, pray to that energy to give the glimpse of his being to you, to give at least the glimpse of experience which Arjuna experienced, which all the enlightened masters experience. Pray to the universal energy. It responds to your thought. Don't think your prayers are just dead words. They are living communication. It responds to your thoughts. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible, as deeply as possible. Slowly start visualizing inside your head the whole universe is moving. Just feel clearly inside your head the whole universe is moving. The space which is in front of you, in your inner space, the whole universe is moving. See the sun, moon, all the planets, the whole universe moving in your inner space. Visualize intensely, clearly, the whole universe moving in your inner space. body. Be one with universal consciousness. See very clearly, you have become one with the whole universe. You are seeing clearly sun, moon, stars, planets moving. Just disappear into this universal consciousness. Forget your name, forget your form, forget all the conditionings, your profession, your gender, your country, everything about you. Just drop you into this universe. Forget your identity. Just see the whole universe intensely. Just see the whole universe moving intensely. All the planets, all the stars, all the suns, all the moons. See very clearly the universe moving. it disappear in the universal consciousness. Experience the bliss, fulfilling bliss of the whole universe. Expand and disappear in the universe. Dissolve into the universal consciousness. Shanti, Shanti, let him shower his grace on us, give us the glimpse of universal consciousness, and make us all experience, be in one with and radiate eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum.
Partaya pradibodhitam Bhagavatam Narayanena svayam Vyasena kratitam Purana muninam madhye Mahabharatam.
Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Partaya Pradibodhitam Bhagavatam Narayanena Svayam Vyasena Gratitam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam Advaitam Rutavarshini Bhagavatim Ashtadasadhyayini Ambatva Manusandadami Bhagavad Gita Bhavatveshini. Vasudeva Sutam Devam Gamsachanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Love is your very life. It's beautiful. After the Viswarupa Darshana, showing the cosmic form, giving the experience of cosmic consciousness, Krishna speaks about bhakti, love. Usually people think after bhakti comes spiritual experience. But I tell you the truth. After spiritual experience comes bhakti. Never A real bhakti can happen to you before spiritual experience. East always believes first spiritual experience, then social service. But Western religions believe social service will lead to spiritual experience. No. Never. Only a person who had the experience of every being as part of cosmic consciousness can really radiate love. Only he can know what is love. Nobody else can know what is love. Others can think they love or act as if they love. Be very clear. There are so many people who act as if they love. Sometimes by acting, they start thinking that they are loving. Never you can love by acting. Love is supposed to flow from your very being. It happens only when you experience the cosmic consciousness, spiritual experience. It is so nice. Krishna puts the whole thing step by step. Really, after the spiritual experience, the gratitude, so much of gratitude overflows in your being. So much of love overflows in your being. You start radiating it. You start radiating. No one can show or experience love unless they have the spiritual experience. People come and ask me, Swamiji, you are telling all your devotees to meditate. What is the use? Why don't you tell them to do service? There are so many spiritual organizations, I can't say spiritual organizations, so-called spiritual organizations, caught in social service, just for the sake of name and fame and social prestige. There are so many organizations. Organized charity, I always tell people, organized charity is a beautiful way of cheating yourself and others. Charity can never be organized. It just flows. It can never be organized. The moment you organize it, the whole thing has got different quality, different color, different purpose. Different color, different quality, different purpose. Only when it flows after the experience, it is a solid expression of love. There is a beautiful saying in Zen Buddhism. Whatever Buddha does, even if he kills somebody, it will do only good to him. But an unenlightened man, whatever he does, even if he does a great service, it will do only bad for him and the society. Good or bad is not decided by doing, it is decided by being. When an enlightened man does, even small things lead to great good things or good results in the world. When unenlightened people do, even a great truths lead to misery and destruction. See, a simple word uttered by Buddha, watch your breath, or observe, witness your inhaling and exhaling. A simple truth discovered by Buddha. Thousands of people have become enlightened through this Vipassana meditation. The simple one technique, Vipassana, thousands of people have become enlightened. when Buddha utters even ordinary truth, even ordinary simple truth leads thousands of people to higher consciousness. If an unenlightened person discovers even a great truth leads to destruction. See the atomic bomb. Great truth, the theory of relativity. Great truth. But when it comes out from unenlightened mind, it always leads to destruction. Important thing. I was just reading a statistics report in a magazine. They say all the governments, all the countries in the world have got enough of atomic weapons which can burn planet Earth 700 times. Not once or twice. Once burning the planet Earth is enough. The atomic weapons they have stored, they have piled, can destroy planet Earth 700 times. Any single person with sadistic attitude, if he goes and sits in the seat or if he gets the power, the whole humanity is in danger. We have everything ready. Just somebody has to come and press the button. He should be mad enough, he should be sadistic enough to press the button. The global suicide will happen. So much of atomic weapons are piled. See, it's a great truth. The theory of relativity is such a great truth, but expressed from unenlightened mind. So naturally it leads to destruction. Deed or word by themselves don't do good or bad. It does good or bad based on the consciousness from which it emits. Based on the consciousness from which it expresses. Only after the experience you feel the gratitude. It's your solid experience that every living being is God. You start radiating love. Your very being becomes love. Krishna starts the Bhakti Yoga after Viswarupa Darshana Yoga. After that experience, he starts Bhakti Yoga. Arjuna Uvacha Evam Sadata Yukta Ye Bhaktas Pamparyupasade Esapyaksharam Avyaktam Tesham Ke Yoga Vittama. See, the whole trend in which Arjuna speaks is totally different now. The very trend, very way is different. He says, which are considered to be the more perfect? Those who are always properly engaged in your bhakti, or those who worship in those who merge in the Brahman, the unmanifested. Please be clear. Here, he is not asking for himself. It is from here the trend starts like a simple discussion. It's more like trying to record the truth, trying to put the whole thing in record for future generation. The questions from here is neither doubt nor enquiries. Just he tries to put the whole thing in the form of writing so that it will be useful for the next generation. A simple understandings. Yes, who is established in you totally, whether a person who is devotee or person who is enlightened. Two things. The religious people or so-called religious people always confuse this sloka, giving the meaning of Arjuna is asking whether worshipping the form or formless, which is right one. But I tell you, that is not the way Arjuna is asking. If you see the answer of Krishna, you can understand that is not the way Arjuna is asking. Arjuna is asking, is it good to be established in the same consciousness or to express the love and gratitude which is created by the conscious experience to the whole universe, to every being? See, when you get that spiritual experience, some people stay in that same experience inside, that's all. With closed eyes only they can see God. He is asking, that type of person is great, or a person who opens his eyes and sees God in every being, he is great. Please understand, he is not asking whether worshipping the form is great or worshipping the formless is great. No. But the so-called religious people have always given this meaning and created problem between Shankara and Ramanuja. It goes on and on and on. But if you see the answers, it is very clear Arjuna is not asking this. He is asking, should I be established in that same experience, or should I express the gratitude which is happening to me? Expressing the gratitude which happens because of the experience is bhakti. Having that experience and rejoicing, staying in that experience is jnana, that's all. But Krishna's answer is, both are one and the same. Both are one and the same. And both are not two different things. How the first one leads to second one, and the second one leads again back to first one. You see, you must have heard about the vicious circle. First one leads to second one, and second one leads to the first one. And now I wanted to introduce a new word, virtuous circle. Vicious circle leads to low energy, to a lower level of consciousness. Virtuous circle leads you to higher energy, higher level of consciousness, bliss and devotion, bliss and gratitude, gratitude and bliss. These two are virtuous circle which leads you to the higher consciousness. Bliss means the experience leads you to expression, gratitude, service. Again, the expression, the gratitude or service leads you to bliss. One leads to other, the other leads to first. So it is called virtuous circle. Usually we are caught in the vicious circle. Fear leads to greed, greed leads to fear. Fear leads to more greed, fear leads to more greed, and more greed leads to more fear leads to more and more greed, and more greed leads to more and more fear. This is vicious circle. And here Krishna introduces virtuous circle. Virtuous circle is what he calls dharma. Dharma means virtuous circle, which leads you to higher and higher consciousness, which leads you to higher and higher level of experiences. Sri Bhagavan uvacha maya vesya mano yemam nitya yukta upasade shraddhaya parayo veda deme yukta tamamata maya vesya mano yemam nitya yukta upasade shraddhaya parayo veda deme yukta tamamata. Bhagavan says, those who fix, those who are established in the consciousness which expresses the gratitude, bhakti, are always engaged in me and they undergo at the time of cosmic experience, both are ultimate. Of course, there are so many people who translate this text. Now I have to tell an important thing. Sanskrit is such a beautiful language. You can make any meaning out of any word. That is why so many thousands of commentaries on Gita is possible. But still Gita is new. No other book is commented by so many masters like Gita. But still Gita is new. Each one tries to give their own meaning. Again and again I insist. A person who has not experienced, if he starts speaking, naturally he will be in trouble, and he will be creating trouble to others. How blind leading blind leads both of them to trouble. Same way, a person without experience, when he translates or starts, he automatically does something called text torturing. Understand this small example. Here I am putting some diagram and explaining to you. After few days, you are presenting only audio CD to one of your friend who has not attended the lecture. How much he can grasp? He cannot. Because so many things are there in the diagram. I am explaining through a picture. If you are here seeing and listening, you will be able to, even then it is very difficult to grasp the truth, to understand it as it is. And if you are just giving an audio CD to some friend who has not come, who has not attended the program, how much he will be able to understand? Same way, and if he tries to understand and he wants to give a lecture on this subject to somebody else, how much it will be original? Same way, person who has not seen, just got the audio recording, only the book. Bhagavad Gita is just audio recording. Transcription of audio recording. It is not even audio recording. If you just hear audio recording, at least you can understand few more things by the voice modulation. Here even voice modulation is not there. It's a transcription of audio recording. How much can you translate or interpret? That's the reason Vivekananda again and again emphasizes, don't read or listen anything which is expressed by a person who has not personally experienced. First thing he says, first thing, don't bother what he is speaking, bother first about who is speaking. He emphasizes on the personal experience. Here Bhagavan says, Maya Veshya Mano Emam Nityayukta Vasade Shraddhaya Parayo Veda Deme Yukta Tamamata. Those who express their experience as devotion, see the word upasate, upasana. The word upasana can be translated in many ways. When you see the divine in everybody, whatever you do is upasana. When you see the divine in everybody, whatever you do is upasana. Please be very clear. When you don't see the divine in everybody, you can't see divine in any statue or in any master. First be very clear. If you don't see divine in living beings, you can't see divine in a God or in a Guru. Somebody goes to Ramanuja. Ramanuja is a great master. But for Ramanuja, South India would have lost the whole spirituality. Shankara went and settled in North. Even though he is born and brought up in South, he spent most of his time in North. This is because of Ramanuja, the devotion and the spirituality thrived in South India. Till the end, Ramanuja stayed in South India. Not only that, Shankara lived only 32 years, but Ramanuja lived for a long time. He lived in the planet Earth for a long time, and he inspired thousands of people. Ramanuja inspired thousands of people in the path of spirituality and meditation. One young man goes to Ramanuja and asks, Bhagavan, please tell me how to achieve bhakti, how to achieve God, how to achieve the devotion. Ramanuja says, have you loved anybody in your life? This man was shaken. He said, I am a pure brahmachari. How can you ask me this question? I came to you to learn about God, but you are asking this question. Ramanuja says, first go and love somebody. See how you feel when you love somebody. Then come back, I will teach you about God. I will teach you about bhakti. Understand? The man was, of course, naturally taken aback. He is not able to understand what Ramanuja says. Unless you love the person whom you are seeing, how you will be able to love the person whom you have never seen? If you can't love human beings whom you are seeing every day, how can you love the form of God or God whom you have never seen? What he says is true. What he says is true. We also should understand, unless you start radiating love in the space where you are staying, you can't love the whole world. Again and again I tell people, loving the whole world is very easy, but loving your wife is very difficult. Loving the whole world is easy because you don't have to do anything. Just say, I love whole world, I love whole world. But when you love your wife, you have to change your attitude. You have to change your mind. You have to change your words. You have to do something. You have to do something. Being established in the consciousness or expressing it towards the universe, both are one and the same. And only one more thing, when a person is merged, when a person is established, automatically he will radiate. Automatically he will radiate. Please be very clear. If the love is not happening, if the expression is not happening, be very clear, the person has not experienced. When a real experience happens, it automatically expresses. Experience is not something you can possess and keep it in your cupboard. No. Experience will possess you and it will sing through you. Somebody asks a Zen master, will enlightened man speak? Master says, no. Enlightened man will never speak. Only a person who don't know will speak. Then he asks, then enlightened master will keep quiet? Master says, no. An enlightened man can never keep quiet. If he keeps quiet, be very clear, he don't know. He is not enlightened. Disciple was puzzled. He was taken aback. You say neither he will speak, nor he will keep quiet. What he will do? Master replies, he will sing. His very being will sing. He will neither speak nor keep quiet. His very being will sing. Because you can't possess experience. Experience will possess you. When experience possesses you, whatever you do will be a song. Any word which comes out of you will be a song. Your very walking will be a dance. Your very body language will radiate a grace. All your expressions will be a service. Great service to the humanity. He says beautifully, enlightened man never keeps quiet, or he never talks, he just sings. That is why Gita is given in the form of song. Gita is not prose, it is song. The great truths can never be expressed in logic. It can be expressed only through poems. He says, Krishna says, who is established in the consciousness is great. But the person who expresses, who shares, who automatically radiates will be much greater than who is established. But the truth is, if a man is established, he will radiate. He will radiate. Let me tell you a small story from a great devotee, Bhakta, who lived in Varanasi. He's a great Bhakta of Krishna. He had a small Bhagavad Gita book. Every day morning, he will take bath in Ganga, recite the Krishna's message, Bhagavad Gita, with all his devotion. Whole day he will be sitting and meditating on Krishna. He is continuously in the ecstasy of Krishna. He is just radiating Krishna Bhakti. Of course, you can see this type of souls only in India. People who can just sit and be in ecstasy. Society will never disturb them. Society takes care of them. In any other country, you will be called as homeless, put in the shelter, disrespected. That culture is so beautiful. And even if you sit, if you are in ecstasy, you are respected, you are worshipped. And this person, he is in ecstasy, always singing Krishna's name in the Krishna Dhyana, the Leela Dhyana, in the Krishna Smarana. He is lost. One day, a beggar comes to him and asks, "Oh Swami, please give me something. For last 3 days I have not taken food." Now big difficulty. Because he himself is a beggar. And he has got only one property with him, that Krishna, the Gita book, that's all. Nothing else is his property. He has nothing. And he is always in ecstasy. If somebody gives, he eats. Otherwise he is singing the Krishna's name. His only property is that book, that Gita book. And this guy comes and asks, "I have not taken food for last 3 days, please give me something." He feels very bad and he looks this side and that side, nothing is there. Only one thing is there, that is Bhagavad Gita, which is preserved or worships for last so many years. That's the only property that is almost like a god for him. That's everything for him. Nothing else is his property. Suddenly, he gathers courage and takes that book. Tells that beggar, "You see, I have nothing. To tell you honestly, I have only this book. But I can tell you one thing. If you go inside the city and tell this book is my property and auction it, surely people will buy. There are so many people who respect me. Some way they feel devoted to me. So Krishna's blessing is there. Just go to the market and auction this book. Say that this book is my book. Surely people will buy giving money and take that money and eat and fulfill yourself. Be happy. And gives that book. Beggar just takes the book and goes away. Next day morning, when he is supposed to chant the Gita, he says, "Oh Krishna, I have given away your words to keep your words. I have given away your words to keep your words." What's your word? Your word is radiate bhakti, radiate devotion, radiate service. I just gave away your word to keep your word. Keeping his word is much more important than keeping his book. Actually, if you really keep the book, if you honestly keep the book and use it and have experience, you will radiate his words. You will radiate his words. Only when we miss keeping the book, we will miss keeping his words also. Bhagavan starts, Etvam aksharam anirdesham avyaktam paryupasade sarvatra kamachintya kodastam achalam dhruvam sanniyam yendriya gramam sarvatra samabuddhaya te prapnuvanti mameva sarvabhuta hideradaha. But those who fully worship the unmanifested, that which lies beyond the perception of senses, the all-pervading, inconceivable, unchanging, the non-moving and permanent, achala, dhruva, by restraining the multitude of senses, worship me, they all, working for the benefit of the mankind, attain me. See here, Krishna is not making two groups. Arjuna is making two groups who are established and who are radiating. Here Krishna says both are one and the same. He is not making two groups who are established and who are radiating. He says a person who is established will always radiate. The person who radiates will always be established. As I was telling you, it is a virtuous circle. It is a virtuous circle. Radha, she starts saying, Gopikas, I don't know what happened. I am seeing Krishna in everybody. I feel everybody is Krishna. I don't know what is happening to me. Then one Gopika says, you have the bhakti as Anjana in your eyes. It's like if you wear the black cooling glass, you will see the whole thing as dark. If you wear green cooling glass, you will see the whole thing with a green shade. Same way, when you have the bhakti Anjana in your eyes, if you have the bhakti in your eyes, whomsoever you see as a Krishna, you see as divine. Here, Krishna says, the person who is established in that super consciousness and the person who radiates devotion, both are one and the same. There is no two different group. Maye vamana adastva maye buddhim niveshaya nivasishyasi mayeva adabhurtvam na samsayaha. Just fix your mind upon me, the Supreme Personality of Divine, and engage all your intelligence in me. Thus you will live in me always without a doubt. Na samsayaha. Now he comes to the technique. At some one point the virtuous circle has to be started. The beginning has to happen at some point. First he explains about the virtuous circle, then now he comes to the technique. Please understand, love is not a mood. It is your very existence. As long as it is your mood, it will come and go. There are two kinds of love: horizontal love and vertical love. Let me explain the horizontal love and vertical love. Horizontal love is just like a horizontal line, flat. It is related to time. It will start and end. Please be very clear. Anything which starts has to end. If it takes little more time to end, don't think it is permanent. Don't think it is permanent. Anything which starts has to end. It may take few years or few months, that's all. But it ends. This is horizontal love. Horizontal love is related to time. Vertical love is related to consciousness. It neither starts nor ends. It doesn't discriminate. It is your very quality. If you discriminate and love, please be very clear, it cannot be called as love, it is just infatuation. As long as the other person fits in your frame, all your love will go. The moment the other person doesn't fit in your frame, your love will disappear. In our meditation camp, the first session, the first practice which I make people do is, tell me honestly, or make a list, honestly, how many of you really love at least one or two persons in your life? And usually in the beginning people will come up with a big list. Husband, wife, father, mother, brother, sister, one by one, one by one, one by one. When I start talking, people will cross. No, then it is not love. No, then it is not love. But people always come and get stuck when it comes to the son or daughter. When I say all your love is for some reason, three reasons: either economical benefit or psychological support, that you have somebody as your family or as your community, as your group. At the time of risk, they may support you. When it is needed, they may be behind you. Psychological support. Third thing, good certificate. Sometimes we do share love, we do show love, we may not have any economical benefit or the psychological support, but expecting a good certificate. Good certificate. Attention. Some need will be there. People ask, tell me, Swamiji, no, I don't love my son or daughter with any of these three things. I ask them, all right, if suddenly your son starts doing things on his own, if he starts deciding on his own, if it doesn't fit with your frame, if it doesn't follow your words, if it doesn't live according to you, will that love be saved? Inquire honestly. Naturally people start saying, no, it will not be. It will come down. Means what? We love our next generation as long as they are extension of our life. We fulfill our desires through them. We fulfill our life through them. Whatever we can't, we try to fulfill through them. As long as they act, they live as an extension of your life. Relationship is really beautiful. But the moment they start deciding on their own, the moment they feel that you are suffocating them, and they stand up and say no, whole thing takes a different turn. But for kids, they feel they are man or women only when they say no to parents. It's a basic instinct. Only when you say no, you feel you are individual. They don't bother what you say. All they know is flat one word, no. Flat one word, no. They do not know anything else. They feel strong when they say no. That is why all over the world, the youngsters, they always rebel. Whether it is developed countries or Eastern countries, all countries, all over the world, in all culture, youth, the youngsters always say no. Because when they say no, they feel that they are very strong. No gives certain kind of strength. Certain kind of strength. But your love is dependent only on yes. As long as you receive yes, your love also yes. When you get a no, you start saying the same no. It is horizontal love. That is the reason. It ends with some reason. Vertical love never ends because it never starts. Suddenly at some point, you realize, just like this body, how you live inside this body, same way you are living inside every body. Inside every body. There is a beautiful example given in Upanishad. A master asks a disciple, do you enjoy all your five senses? Disciple says, yes. Suppose if one sense is missing, will you have the same amount of joy? He says, no, 20% less. If two senses are missing, 40% less. If suddenly you have five more senses, he says, naturally 100% extra. He says, if you are given one more body, naturally I will enjoy twice. Or if you are given 5 bodies, naturally I will enjoy 5 times more. If you experience, you are living in all the bodies, what will be the joy or ecstasy? Immeasurable, eternal, and ultimate. That is the same thing which enlightened people experience. They experience the same thing. When they experience their fill in the whole universe, or they are in every body, they experience the tremendous ecstasy, the tremendous pleasure or bliss. That is why they don't need anything from the outer world. They don't need anything from outer world. One elderly person, he came to our program. After that, he came near me and asked me, with a lot of sympathy he expressed, in such a young age you became a Swami. With a lot of sympathy that I miss life. With a lot of compassion, he was expressing his compassion with a feeling that I missed. I told him, don't be sympathetic towards me. Actually, I should be sympathetic towards you. Even after 60 years, you are not able to liberate yourself. Even after 60 years, you are suffering in the samsara. Don't be sympathetic towards me. I should be sympathetic towards you. When you experience the ecstasy and bliss inside you, you don't feel you are missing anything from the outside. You don't feel you need something. Real renunciation is not you renouncing the world renouncing you. When you have that joy and ecstasy, bliss in you, automatically you will radiate that within you and you will never feel you are missing something. You have lost something. I always tell people, never renounce unless you have that ecstasy inside. Never renounce. Work only for that ecstasy. When that happens, automatically the renunciation will happen to you. You don't have to renounce. Automatically it will happen. Be very clear. If you renounce the outer world without having the inner world, you will fall in depression. I have seen so many sannyasis who take this life, who have not achieved the inner experience, who are caught in the social service, fall in depression. Around the age of 40 to 45, simply they fall in depression. They give counseling for the whole world, but they will be in depression. So many monks, they fall in depression. Never renounce unless you have a solid experience inside. When you have the experience, you don't have to renounce. Automatically renunciation will happen. All these things will drop you. Instead of you dropping, they will drop you. You dropping will always have a problem. They dropping you is the right thing. When you have that joy in you, when you start experiencing the joy in you, nothing needs to be renounced. Automatically things will happen. Here Krishna gives technique to start the virtuous circle. Let you fix your mind on me. Let you establish your intelligence in me. In this way, after acquiring that boundaryless consciousness, you will live in me always. How to establish our intelligence on Him? Continuously try to put all these ideas and thoughts inside you. Ramakrishna says, what you eat, same way only you will belch. Same smell only will come out when you belch. If you eat some kind of vegetable or fruit, when you belch, only that smell will come. Same way, if you add these ideas continuously into your mind, into your consciousness, naturally it will start radiating. It will start shining through your being. Let your intelligence be established in His being. Means, when you are in some trouble, automatically the solution should come from you, based on these ideas. As on now, we run and refer the book. It means you are having Guru only in the outer world. If you again and again digest all these ideas, even when you don't have trouble, try to put these ideas inside you. Only then they will go and sit. When you have trouble, they will start guiding you. When you have trouble, if you read, you will not be able to digest them, because already your mind is in confusion. How can you receive them? How can you digest them? It can never happen. When your mind is in normal state, let receiving these ideas inside your mind become a regular habit. Let it become a just normal lifestyle. How you eat every day, how you take bath every day. Same way, let you eat these ideas in you beautifully. Shankara writes commentary on this sutra, Agara Suddhi. Agara Suddhayo Smriti Suddhi. When your ahara is purified, your memory is purified. Please be very clear. Ahara does not mean just the food which you take. It means whatever you take through all these five senses. The TV programs which you are watching is ahara. Music which you are listening is ahara. Food which you are eating is ahara. Smell which you are smelling is ahara. The touch which you are enjoying is ahara. Means all these five should be pure. Only then you can radiate the purity. You can radiate bliss. You can radiate ecstasy. You can radiate divine intelligence. Understand, unless you purify agaras which goes through other senses also, you cannot expect the purification of your memory, especially these TV shows. I really feel blessed. I am born and brought up in a village where there was no TV in those days. People ask me, Swamiji, how do you pick up things easily? Of course, somehow I pick up things very easily, very quickly. One small fact, it's a truth. Just 2 years ago I started speaking English. All I studied is only in my mother tongue. I studied a little bit, that also in mother tongue. I started speaking English when I started coming to America. Means 2 years ago. 2003 August. They asked me, how do you pick up? And I continuously read. How do you read so many pages, so many books? It is just because I never used to watch TV. TV straight away destroys your consciousness. Please understand, not only your eyes, straight away it destroys your consciousness. Let me tell you an important thing. Understand this example. You are traveling in a vehicle. If you are going 40 miles per hour, you can see whatever is there in the road, hoarding or a signboard, whatever is there in the road you can see very clearly. If you are going 100 miles per hour, can you see? You can't. You can't see them clearly. The reason is more number of frames per second is coming in front of your eyes. More number of frames per second is coming in front of your eyes. That is why you can't see. You can't understand what it is. Normally, your eyes can receive, analyze, process and file as long as the informations are given to you 6 frames per second. 6 frames per second if it changes in front of your eyes can take that message, analyze it, categorize it and put it in your consciousness, put it in your memory. But if it is more than 6 frames per second, your logic will lose its balance. TV is at least 16 frames per second. Straight away the information is forced on you. Please be very clear. It's like you have a security watchman outside your house. Thief comes and pushes the watchman aside, kills him, straight away walks into your bedroom. Same thing is happening when you watch movie, when you watch TV and movies. Logic is your watchman. He is standing. Logic stands, whatever information comes to you, it analyzes and it says this is truth, this is lie, this is a toy, this is a real man, this is a just fake, this is doll. The informations are analyzed and recorded. When you watch movie, when 16 frames per second is flowing, when the information is forced on you, infused on you, your logic loses its ability to analyze. And straight away the information reaches your unconsciousness. Straight away your unconscious is exploited. Straight away the information penetrates you. It's like a robber straight away walking into your bedroom, killing the watchman. One more thing. Because the information reaches you straight away, you lose the logical analyzing capacity and emotional balance. That is why you know for sure that actor is still alive. You know for sure that actress is also alive. But when you see in the movie that he is murdered or killed, automatically you start weeping. Tears are rolling. You know for sure that is not happening there. That is not true. But when they laugh, you laugh. When they cry, you cry. According to that scenes, your mood also changes. If you see a depressing scene, you fall in depression. Why? You are an educated person. You know it's a drama. You know the person is alive. You must have seen the actor just few days ago in person. But when you see that movie, you experience it. Why? Because the logic which analyzes between the truth and the lie is put to rest or pushed aside, and information is straight away flooded into your system. Straight away it goes into your unconsciousness. So be very clear. Never watch any program which creates depression and or misery in you. Depression or misery in you. Of course, if you watch some program which gives joy, which makes you laugh, that doesn't hurt your consciousness directly. You may at the most waste little time or eat little bit at the time of watching movie. Only a little bit of obesity problem is there. Otherwise, no other problem. The survey says more than 80% of the people eat when they watch TV and face the weight problem. You may have only little weight problem, nothing much, but never watch anything which creates depression or low mood in you, especially these horror movies. Please be very clear. Let me answer one important question. Is there anything called devil or spirit, Swamiji? This is a usual question I face. Let me tell you very clearly, there is no such thing as devil. No such thing as demon. No such thing as spirit. Be very clear. You may have 1000 references. Now I know your minds are just collecting all the references. What all the movies you saw, what all the shows you saw, what all the books you read. Your mind is collecting all the references. Please be very clear. Once your unconscious starts believing there is a spirit, you project it and see. Whatever your unconscious believes, you project that and see. Now, especially after a lot of research is done on the hypnotism, they are coming up with great truths. If a person is hypnotized and if fire is put in his hand and the hypnotist gives an instruction, you are holding a flower in your hand. You are having rose flower in your hand. Not only the hand never gets burned, after the fire is removed, the hand smells like a rose. Hands smell like a rose. Hypnotism has got so much of power. Means the unconsciousness has got so much of power. You are unconsciously hypnotized and taught something like ghost exists. And you project and see. When you see some experience, then it becomes a solid faith. Vicious circle. You are caught in the vicious circle. One more thing. Just watch some horror movie continuously for 3 days. You will see ghost. Even your screen moving will look like a ghost. Even if your wife walks inside your room. No, for For that, you don't have to see horror movie. Anyhow, you will always feel disturbed and you will always be in that consciousness. And whatever happens around you, you will connect with it. And exactly after seeing horror movie only, you will feel like having little water. You will walk up to kitchen. Suddenly there will be a cat jumping exactly on you. And now the whole scene is completed. Now you know for sure the ghost exists. Be very clear. It is purely your unconsciousness. Because you start believing it. You start projecting it. Once you start projecting it, your faith is strengthened. It's a vicious circle in which you are caught. One more thing. Ghosts as such don't have physical body. See, you are having 3-level bodies. Physical, subtle and causal. Even if they exist, they don't have physical body. Of course, first of all, they don't exist. But for argument's sake, if I collect all your arguments and if I have to argue, if we accept they do exist, they exist only in the subtle body or causal body. They don't have physical body. No ghost comes to you with physical body except your spouse. No ghost comes to you with a physical body. It means they have only 66% of capacity which you are having. You are having 3 body, 100%. They have only maximum 2 body, only 66%. It means they are less powerful than you. They are less powerful than you. Even if they exist, you don't have to be afraid of them. Understand logically, even if they exist, you don't have to be afraid of them. They are lower level jivas. They are lower level entities. First thing, they don't exist. Even for argument's sake, if you have to argue, they are lower level entities. You don't have to be afraid of them. So be very clear. All this talking to the ghost, media, or medium, talking to your some relatives who are dead, all these things are pure stories. One story is built on the other story. Next story is built on the third story. Pure story. Nothing but pure story. A small story. One lady goes to a medium to talk to her husband who recently passed away. Slowly that man starts mumbling few words, then starts talking. Oh honey, I am here, ask whatever you want. Then she asks, please tell me who all have to give money for us. Where all you put your money? Please tell me. He tells, the milkman has to give 35,000 to us, and I have deposited 2 lakh money in this bank. Please take it. And opposite house person, he has to give 1.5 lakh to us. All this account goes on. Suddenly, the husband says, honey, I want to tell you one more thing. I have to give 10 lakh to such and such a friend. Please return that. Suddenly she says, it doesn't look like my husband's voice. It doesn't look like my husband's voice. Is there anybody else? Be very clear. Only as long as it supports you, all these ideas are okay. So don't believe all these media, all medium and all these things. And don't waste your time in all this talking with the people who are dead. We have no time to talk to the people who are alive. Why to waste the time in talking with the people who are dead? And people who are directly related to our business, our life. Let us talk to them first. Let us work with them first. Why to waste our time with them? Never any of these horrible things or things which create suffering into your consciousness. If you don't allow all these things into your consciousness, automatically your intelligence will be established in divine. Thoughts which you take inside is going to play a major role on this one concept of what Krishna says, establishing your intelligence on me. Please understand, whatever you intake, your ahara, you will establish your mind only on that. So let your ahara be purified. Let ahara suddhi happen to you. Automatically, your consciousness will be established in divine. Again and again and again, try to put these ideas inside you. These ideas, let them penetrate you instead of the ideas which depresses you, which makes you feel low energy and which depresses you, which puts you into depression. For example, for last 11 days you are all listening these ideas. By now you know when some problem comes, automatically you will remember, Swamiji said this. I heard this idea. I think this is what I have to understand now. Automatically this will start coming up from your being. If it starts coming up, you have heard. Otherwise, you are a silent listener. Silent listener is a person who is sitting and seriously thinking of something else. Who is sitting and seriously thinking of something else. If you are a silent listener or if you are really heard, can be decided by how much these words repeat in you. I always tell people, when words come from enlightened consciousness, it simply penetrates you and automatically it comes in your mind whenever you need the help. People ask me, Swamiji, how to remember all these ideas and practice? I tell them, never bother about remembering. Just hear, that's enough. Just listen, that's enough. These words are from my experience. So naturally they will penetrate your being. Whenever it is necessary, you don't have to remember these words. These words will remember you. You don't have to remember them. The words will remember you. Automatically they will come up. Automatically they will erupt in your consciousness like a pop-up. How the pop-ups, they come in the computer. Same way, automatically they will come up in your consciousness and they will guide you. You don't need to do anything. All you need to do is just listen. Means put them into your being. Again and again and again. Try to listen these words. Naturally, your consciousness will be established in divine. Adaschittam samadadum nasaknoshi mayistiram abhyasa yogena tado mamichaptum dhananjaya. Here he says about Abhyasa Yoga. Why he speaks about Abhyasa Yoga? Because yesterday, in Vasurupa Darshana Yoga, Krishna gave one glimpse of universal consciousness experience to Arjuna. But Arjuna is not able to stay there permanently. Out of fear or out of the old engrams, samskaras, he came out. He slipped from the consciousness. Now he speaks about Abhyasa Yoga. How to establish yourself in that same consciousness. That's why he speaks about Abhyasa. Oh Arjuna, if you cannot fix your mind upon me without deviation, then follow the regulative principles of bhakti. In this way, you will, through this Abhyasa, you will be established in me. Here he gives a solid path or a solid solution to solve your whole life, to establish yourself in that consciousness. Continuously, again and again, with a regular life, receiving these ideas and digesting these ideas in your consciousness. Let your inner space be filled with these ideas. Let you not waste even few moments. Let your whole inner space be filled with these great thoughts. That is the way to establish yourself in that consciousness. Arjuna, Krishna gives some more tips for establishing yourself in that consciousness and radiating bhakti.
पार्थाय प्रतिबोधिताम् भगवता नारायणेन स्वयं व्यासेन ग्रथिताम् पुराणमुनिना मध्ये महाभारतम्.
Now, Krishna starts a strange kind of instructions. Continuously, next 4 sloka, he gives various options. Step by step, step by step, step by step. He says, if you can't do this, do that. If you can't do this, do this. If you can't do this, do this. Krishna is giving various options. He is giving various instructions. And he says, first thing, Adaschittam samadadum nachaknoshi mahi stiram abhyasa yogena tado mamit chaptum dhananjaya. O Dhananjaya, fix your mind upon me with a constant practice and try to attain me. If you are not able to practice, then perform actions for me. Then, apyasepya savarto asimat karmo paramo bhavaha madattamavi karmani kurvan siddhimavapsyasi. If you can't practice the regulations of Bhakti Yoga, then just try to work for me. Because working for me will help you. Adaitapya saktosi kartumatyogamastritaha sarvakarma balatyagam tadakuryadatmavan. If you are not able to even work in that mood, consciousness, give up all the results to me. He is giving various options to Arjuna. These 4 slokas, continuously gives options to Arjuna. Shreyo jnanam apyasat jnanat jnanam visishyate jnanat karma balastyagas tyagas chantiranantaram. So many instructions he is giving. Step by step he is giving the option. Actually, this is not even for Arjuna, for all kinds of mind. Let me tell you a small story from Ramana Maharishi's life. Somebody goes to Bhagavan and asks, Bhagavan, what spiritual practice I should do? He says, do Atma Vichara, self-enquiry. Start searching, who am I? After a few days he comes back and says, it is very difficult, can I do meditation? Bhagavan says, all right, do it. After a week he comes back and says, meditation also very difficult, can I do some stotra and japa? He says, all right, do. After a few days he comes back, japa also very difficult, can I do some puja? He says, all right, do. After a few days he comes back, puja also very difficult, can I start going only to temple and come back? Then Bhagavan says, all right, do what you want. They do not want to close the doors for anybody. Please understand. They are giving option for everybody. Here this fourth sloka also is giving option for everybody. You need to have tremendous spontaneity to understand this. Only with spontaneity you will be able to handle these 4 instructions. For example, when you are in the mood of not meditating, if you don't feel like meditating, you are in a very low mood, then don't try to sit in a room with closed doors. Don't try to fight with yourself. Just come out, come to the temple, spend some time freely walking, moving around. It will relax you. Then you can enter into meditation. And if you are not able to do that also, take something else. Do something which gives you a really relaxed mood, which makes you feel relaxed. Then you can enter. Here he tries to give you step-by-step instruction to the ultimate, last step. Last step is just being in that consciousness, bliss. But because you can't do that, don't stop altogether. At least do something. I have seen people who will speak about meditation, speak about Atma Sadhana, all these things, but when it comes to practice, thinking of doing meditation, they will stop all this puja, rituals, everything. In the end, they will not do the meditation also. Because I don't have enough time, Swamiji. My mind is not concentrated, Swamiji. I am not able to sit quietly, Swamiji. First, they will drop all these things in the name of meditation. Then they will drop the meditation also because of some reason. Then neither this nor that. Krishna doesn't want that to happen to us. You need spontaneity to decide what to do at that moment. Whenever I utter the word spontaneity, I always remember this one story. This really happened. It is not just a story. It's not just a story. It really happened. In my native place, it was a small village. Now it has become a little like a district headquarters, town. In those days, it was a small village. They used to recite Mahabharata. Mahabharata every year. Every year, in that corner of that village, in India, every traditional village will have this recitation of Mahabharata. Once in a year. They trust, they believe that if you recite Mahabharata, rain will come. So because of that, they have the habit of reciting Mahabharata. In North India, Bhagavata. In North, they recite Bhagavata. In South India, Mahabharata recitation or Ramayana. My village, they used to recite Mahabharata. Once in a year, for 60 days. In daytime, they will tell the story. They will recite the story. Night time, a small drama. Village drama. Not organized, trained, arranged people. In that village itself, 4 people will take some role and they will play the drama. More than a drama, the mistakes which they do will be funny. So people all will sit and gather. People all will gather and sit and watch. Not for the drama's sake. The mistakes which they do will be really funny. Because what comes as Veena for Saraswati, same thing will come as Gada for Arjuna. For Hanuman. Hanuman will bring the same thing as Gadayudam. Next day, Saraswati will bring the same thing as Veena. It will be really funny. And 4 or 5 people only will play all the role. And Krishna will be some 80-year-old man with one stick in a hand, and he will not be even able to walk. With the help of somebody, he will come and, oh Arjuna, stand up. By that time he says, Arjuna, stand up, he will fall. And it will be really funny to watch the whole drama. All the mistakes they do. And I used to go and attend that drama every night. And only male can participate as a ritual. It's done as a ritual also. The people who participate, they have to wear the sacred thread in the hand, and it is done as a ritual. They will have to recite all those poems completely, and they have to do. Only male participate in the rituals. That day, the scene is supposed to be the Vastrabharana, Draupadi Vastrabharana. That removing the clothes, sari from Draupadi. Trying to pull the sari from Draupadi. That is the scene. And this guy, he had all the makeup and decoration. And 7 thin saris he was wearing. According to the scene, the Duchadana is supposed to pull till 6th sari. And by the time it comes to 6th sari, he has to act as if he has become tired and he is falling, and he has to do some drama and fall. Then Krishna will appear. And actually the moment Duchadana is about to fall, Draupadi will shout, Krishna, Krishna. Krishna will appear. Because I am remembering the whole scene. And Krishna will appear. Suddenly what happened when the scene started, the Duchadana forgot the count. He forgot the count. Total 7 sari. He is supposed to pull 6 sari. By 6th sari, he should fall. Once he falls, Draupadi will call Krishna, Krishna. Then Krishna will jump in the stage. This is the scene. And this guy somehow he forgot the number, counting. And he started pulling the 7th sari also. He started pulling the 7th sari also. And this Draupadi, she is trying to show through eyes, hey, it's 7th sari. But this guy is not understanding. He thought that Draupadi is acting nicely, so he is pulling. Then suddenly, Draupadi started beating Duchadana directly. Hey, leave my sari. Hey, leave my sari. It's my sari. Straight away, Draupadi attacks Duchadana. And we are all surprised. Morning the story says different. Now evening drama says something different. And straight away he is attacking. Actually, by the 6th sari, Duchadana is supposed to fall, and Draupadi should cry Krishna, Krishna. Krishna should jump into the stage. And Krishna is waiting behind the screen with Bidi. And he is waiting for the call to jump into the stage. With Bidi is standing behind the stage. And he is waiting for Draupadi to call. And Draupadi is shouting, hey Duchadana, leave my sari. And hey Duchadana, leave my sari. So Krishna is thinking still the scene is going on. Till the 6th sari is not over. He is thinking standing there, smoking the bidi. And this fellow, without understanding, finally, he got, and moreover, Draupadi kicked him also. So he got so much angry, he just pulled the saree completely. Suddenly we saw in the stage with a half female decoration and with a dryer, this guy is standing. Below male, above female. All makeup, female makeup. The long hair and the face with female makeup and female dress, above female dress and below male dress. This guy is standing in the stage. And somehow, this guy is little spontaneous. Suddenly he turned, Krishna, just because you can't come, you made me as male and saved my life. You converted me into male and saved my prestige. This guy is a spontaneous guy. He manages the whole situation because he has to manage the mistake done by Duchadana and the mistake done by Krishna because he has not appeared on the stage. He is supposed to appear and still he is waiting with his bidi for the call. When Draupadi will call Krishna, Krishna. When you have spontaneity, really you can manage anything. Whenever I remember the word spontaneity, I remember this story. One more small incident. That is also again about spontaneity. Actually, spontaneity is one of the spiritual quality. Only a man who is not caught in his past, who is able to slip from his past, can be spontaneous. If you have vested interest in your past decisions, in your past life, when I say past life, I don't mean previous births, in this birth. If you don't have vested interest in your past decisions, means if you are really open to understand what all mistakes you made in the past and ready to update yourself, only then you can be spontaneous. If you have vested interest in the past, no, all these years I lived believing this idea and understanding in this way. Today, just because something is told to me, I will not change. I am not going to change. Because throughout my 50 years of life, I lived based on this concept. I cannot change. Then you can never be spontaneous. And you will miss life. Miss life miserably. Please be very clear. The very quality of life is it updates itself. It can be called as intelligence only as long as it updates itself. When it stops updating itself, it is called intellect. It can be no more called as intelligence. Intelligence is living energy. In Sanskrit, we have a word called di. Di means which is alive. In Sanskrit, the word for intelligence is di. Di is an energy which is alive, which continuously updates itself. Only if you don't have vested interest in your past, the decisions of your past, or the way in which your past is lived, the way in which you lived your past life, only then you will be able to be spontaneous. Spontaneity is one of the great spiritual qualities. One person, I was speaking at the time on Isavasya Upanishad. I was giving a discourse. One elderly person, by seeing you can say well-read, scholar, elderly scholar. Straight away he walked into the hall. I was giving discourse. He did not even have a basic courtesy to put any question after the discourse. Straight away he walked into the hall and said, all these fools who have not read, you can make them listen to you. Can you make me listen to you? I just said, please come, I am not able to hear what you said. He came near. I said, please come this side. What do you want to say? He came this side. Then I said, I think there is some table. Please come this side. I turned this side. He naturally came near. Then I told, already you have listened to me 3 times. Now sit and listen what I say. Already you obeyed me 3 times. Now sit and listen what I say. You seem to be a very good person. Do sit and listen. You can never escape from spontaneity. Later on, I was surprised. I read the same story with a Zen master. After this incident happened, sometime when I was reading some book, I read the same story, a Zen master's life. I was surprised how this history repeats itself. Anyhow, then the guy was shocked. He was shocked. What happened? Actually, when you have the spontaneity, nothing can stop you. Spontaneity is one of the great spiritual quality. Here, Krishna gives 4 different instructions. Either you can establish yourself in Bhakti Yoga or live a regular routine life of spiritual routine, or sacrifice all the fruits of action to God, or live in the consciousness and do the action. Whatever you want, you can do. He says, at least, if not this, do this. If not this, do this. If not this, do this. Now, all we need to understand is, don't stop in the low level. Try to always go to the higher level. When you can't go to the higher level, at least stay with the lower levels. Don't renounce completely. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, why do we have so many gods in India or in the Eastern religions? All Eastern religions have got many gods, whether it is Hinduism or Buddhism or Jainism. They all have so many gods, so many saints, so many gurus. And all the Western religions has got only one God. Why? See, Vivekananda says beautifully in one place, in one discourse, freedom is the basic condition for any growth. In any field, if growth has to happen, means freedom is basic condition. Basic condition. In the East, always they have had inner freedom. You can worship whatever God you want, according to your mind, according to your mental setup. You had a complete freedom in the inner world. Your husband can worship Shiva and you can worship Kali. Your husband can worship Kali and you can worship Rama. Nobody will disturb. Your religion or spiritual practice is your option. That's why we have the concept Ishta Devata. Ishta Devata means whatever form suits your mind, you can worship that form. In scriptures, they say 33 crore devatas, means 330 million gods. Actually, I think that time that was the population. So they wanted, let each one have customized God. Let you have customized God. That is why they said 330 million. Now, if the scripture is written, they will say 6 billion gods. Each one has got freedom to choose his path. They had inner freedom. That is why the East has grown so much in spirituality. In that freedom, there are so many good things. Tremendous research work happened in the inner world. because of that freedom. So much of research is done in the inner world, and so much of truths related to inner world is brought to the light, brought to the humanity, because so many people entered into that. There will always be few fake. Please be very clear. When so many millions of people enter into that path, when so many millions of things are expressed, there will always be one or two superstitious things. You think superstitious things are only in the spirituality. In science, lot more superstitious things exist. In science, lot more superstitious things exist. At least in spirituality, they have no vested interest of saying something. Whatever masters say, that is not going to add anything in their personal life. They are going to eat only that much, and they are going to wear only those few pieces of dress. Nothing is going to add in their life. But with the scientists, whatever they declare, it is going to add name and fame, money, comfort to their life. So naturally, they have vested interests. With the spiritual people, the more they are renouncing, means less they enjoy the comforts of the outer world, more they are respected. So naturally, whatever truths they declare, whatever research they do, it's not going to add anything to their personal life. Because the respect is given only based on the life, not on their words. With scientists, it is based on their words. So in science, there is more possibility for superstitious things than in the spirituality. And more people, when they enter into this life, there will always be one or two superstitious things. Just because of that, we can't say the religious freedom itself is wrong. Spiritual freedom itself is wrong. It has done a lot of good things also. In the West, they have social freedom. You can marry as many number of times you want. You can change your house the way in which you want. You can change your profession the way in which you want. Nobody will bother. Nobody will mind. You can dress as you want. Still now I know in India, people who obey the family traditions, who have not gone out of their family homes, they don't even shift their houses. They don't change profession. They don't change lifestyle. East, they don't have social freedom, but they have spiritual freedom. In the West, they have social freedom, but not spiritual freedom. Any growth to happen, freedom is basic condition. Here, Krishna is expressing the spiritual freedom. In these 4 slokas, he gives the spiritual freedom to all of us. He says, there are so many paths. Choose something which suits your mentality and practice it. But do at least something. With the Eastern tradition, they gave many choice. If you are intellectual type, Shiva suits you. Continuously sit and meditate. If you are emotional type, bhakti type, Vishnu is here. Sing and dance like a Chaitanya. Meera. Sing the glory like a Alvars. Relate with Vishnu. If you are a type of being, then Devi is there. If you are a yoga type, if you are a type of yogi, then Devi is here. Meditate on Devi. Do the pujas. Do the tantra sadhanas. So many different kinds of techniques. The options are many. So, again and again, you are given so many options. You have the customized way, customized path for your personal growth. So naturally, wherever you are, you can grow and reach the level where you are supposed to reach. They have all size ladders, all different kinds of steps. Wherever you are staying, from there to the goal, there to the end, continuously you are given choices, you are given options. So naturally, you tend to take up something or other. The East has explored so much. It has explored so many things. It has done such a big research in the inner space because of spiritual freedom. West has achieved so much in the social level because of social freedom. Of course, India has struggled a little bit because of lack of social freedom. But it has got a lot because of the spiritual freedom. Because of spiritual freedom. Here, Krishna is explaining, giving all the choices of spiritual freedom. Do this or do this or do this. These 4 slokas explains the spiritual freedom given to the society. Here Krishna is giving spiritual freedom to Arjuna to choose, of course not only to Arjuna, through Arjuna to all of us. Abhyaso abhyasammarto asimat karmo paramo bhavaha madartam abhikarmani kurvan siddhimavapsyasi. If you cannot practice the regulations of Bhakti Yoga, then just try to work for me. Because by working for me, you will come to the perfect stage. Siddhim avapsyasi. Then he says one by one, giving all the options. Finally he says, Shreyo hinyanam apyasat jnanat dhyanam visishyate dhyanat karma phalatyagam tyaga santiranandaram. If you can't take all these practices, then engage yourself in cultivation of knowledge. He says, at least collect all these life solutions. Cultivation of knowledge means collecting the life solutions. How to avoid depression, how to be more courageous, how to be strong, how to avoid when desires and emotions take you over. These are all the knowledge. If you can collect life solutions which can help you, protect you. See, we speak about earthquake kit. We speak about hurricane kit. They say that a water bottle and so many things. All these things should be made as a kit and kept in all the cars in Los Angeles, in California. That fire department website, there's a big list. What all you have to do to prepare yourself for earthquake. They call it earthquake kit. Here, in the West, they speak and prepare all these things. But they don't prepare to face the earthquakes which happens inside. The emotional imbalance which happens inside. Just like preparing for earthquake, you need to have the inner earthquake kit. The inner earthquake kit is what I call these life solutions, knowledge. Collect all these things now itself, so that when you face some depression, be very clear, all of us are going to face some inner earthquake in our life at some time, at some point or other. If you are dead, then there will be no problem. If you are dead, then there will be no earthquake. As long as you are alive, naturally at some point some of your friend will die. Some of your relative will die. Some near and dear may fall sick, or they may die. All these things are inevitable. Inevitability of the moment to moment has to be understood. Understanding the inevitability of life and collecting the knowledge, collecting the tools to support yourself at that moment, collecting the ideas to balance yourself at that moment is what I call jnana, knowledge. We need to prepare earthquake kit for our life. Otherwise, we will not be able to recover. You see, the aftermath will be terrible. If you never expect, if you don't brainstorm, now itself, the inner earthquakes which may happen in your life, or inner hurricanes which may happen in your life, inner storms which may happen in your life, your aftermath will be very difficult. Please prepare now itself for aftermath. In the Eastern system, they prepare continuously for inner hurricanes, inner tornadoes, inner earthquakes. The jnana is the earthquake kit. Knowledge is the earthquake kit for inner space. Now, human beings are developed. You don't have to choose between inner and outer. Have the outer earthquake kit in your car. Have the inner earthquake kit in your heart. You don't have to choose. Now you have both. Because of communication, we have both. Somebody was asking me, Swamiji, Buddha made 10,000 people enlightened. What is your aim? I said, without newspaper, without flight, without telegram, without website, if Buddha can make 10,000 people enlightened, with all these things, we should make at least 10 lakh people enlightened. Only then it is worth having all these things. We have today flight, internet, media, newspaper, radio, TV, everything. We have all communication system. When we have whole thing, at least 10 lakh, only then it is worth having all these things. Otherwise, all these things are not worth having. Now, you have everything, inner world and the outer world. Have your earthquake kit in the car. Same way, have your inner earthquake kit in your inner space. And never take inner earthquake very lightly. If you take it lightly, naturally you are going to, of course, taking inner earthquake lightly itself is ignorance. It means you are inviting a big trouble without preparing for aftermath. Be very clear. When it comes in the outer world, you can always blame somebody. You can always blame officers, officials, directors, politicians. You can blame somebody and get rid. You can put the responsibility on somebody. When it comes to the inner world, you can't blame anybody. You can't blame anybody. It is you who is going to take the responsibility. It is you who is going to face. As Krishna says, Uttare atmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet atmanyeva bandhu ribu ratmaiva. It is you who is supposed to lift yourself by yourself. If you can lift yourself by yourself, you are the great friend for you. Otherwise, you are the great enemy for you. He gives the option between these things: practicing cultivation of knowledge and meditation, or renunciation of the fruits of action, karma phala tyaga. In all these things, one is better than the other. First thing, he says, cultivate knowledge. Better than knowledge is dhyana, meditation. Better than that is offering everything at the feet of God. And he says, by renunciation of all the karma phala, all the fruits of action, immediately you achieve peace. As long as you think everything is mine, you have to suffer. The moment you surrender, the moment you hand over the whole thing to divine, something called inner healing happens to you. Your inner space experiences the healing breeze of divine. Santiranandaram, he says, the eternal peace immediately happens to a person who renounces the fruits of action. Adveshta sarva bhutanam maitra karunayeva cha nirmamo nirahankaro samadukka sugachami sandushta sadatam yogi yadatma drida nischayaha mayarpida mano buddhir yomat bhakta same priyaha. He says now, see all these slokas he is telling me, he was telling Arjuna, do this, do that, or do this, or do this. Now he says, now he's not telling do this or do that. He says, who does all these things will be very dear to me. If you don't do also, okay. If you do, you will be very dear to me. Emotional blackmail. Not directly, indirectly. Of course, for good purpose, nothing wrong. Who is not envious, but is a kind of friend, to all living entities, who does not think himself a proprietor and is free from false ego, who is equal in both happiness and distress, who is tolerant, always satisfied, self-controlled, and engaged in devotional service with determination, his mind, intelligence fixed on me. Such a devotee of mine is very dear to me. Such a devotee of mine is very dear to me. Understand, here he says, who is not envious and kind friend to every living entity. It's a very important quality. Before that, let us analyze our mind. If we honestly analyze, at any time, if somebody says he loves me, or he loves you, if any time somebody comes to you and says he loves you, you never believe that. First thing you calculate what he wants from me. What he wants from me. First thing, you don't believe that you are worthy of loving. Next thing, you don't believe somebody can honestly love, because you never love anybody honestly. Because you always calculate. You expect the other person also calculates. All our love is just only skin deep. You know the depth of the skin. It's only skin deep. Here he says, a person who is friend of everyone, kind friend of everyone, who honestly serves, feels the friendliness in everybody, and who is free from false ego. Now we have to understand this word false ego. Ego means not only showing what you don't have, hiding what you have. Many times, there are two kinds of ego. Superiority complex, the active ego and passive ego. Active ego is showing which you don't have. And passive ego is, no, what can I do? I am a simple person. I cannot achieve anything. I cannot do anything. Hiding yourself into that passive ego. Inferiority complex also is ego. Please be very clear. One thing, at least with superiority complex, wherever you go, you will have a nice beating. The society will nicely give you. You will understand. You have superiority. With inferiority, society will not beat you. And it is a cunning way of hiding yourself from life. You will not even know you have a problem. Person who hides hides in the inferior ego will suffer the same way, I think much more deeply, than a person who hides himself in the superiority ego. And a person who says, I don't want name, both are egoistic. If you ask for name, you are egoistic. And if you don't, again, that shows a passive ego. Person who lets things happen, person who allows things to flow as it is, only lives with reality. And then Bhagavan makes a comment, after all, who is going to know who are you? Who is going to know who are you? Why do you think you are a big person and your name is so great and everybody is as if, you think as if everybody knows your name? That is why you don't want your name. Nobody knows your name, relax. Bhagavan says very clearly, nobody knows your name, relax. Nobody knows our name. Please be very clear. Asking for name and saying that I don't want name, both are different kinds of ego. Different varieties of ego. The inferior ego also ego. That is why here he says, false ego. You are not only supposed to be free from ego, you are supposed to be free from false ego. You can't hide yourself in inferiority complex. Small story. A master asked disciple, please press my feet, do little pada seva. Disciple says, oh, I am a sinner, how can I touch your feet? And he just don't want to do. His laziness. I am a great sinner, how can I touch your feet? How can I have the great, how can I do that? It's such a big thing. And some devotee brought some fruits and prasad. The master put little in his mouth and kept it. Next day he saw nothing is there. He asked disciple, what happened? He said, Guru Prasad, how can I leave it? I finished the whole thing. Because it is Guru Prasada, I finished the whole thing. See, the mind, in a nice way we handle all the concepts. Wherever we want, we insert. When we don't want to do work, we say, no, how can I touch your feet? I am not qualified that much. I am not such a pure soul. When you want the food, Guru Prasad, and finish it. Many times, we collect all these concepts to support our ideology. That is why they say, devil quotes the Bible. Please be very clear, only devil quotes the Bible. When you quote only the specific things, you become devil. Understand the whole gist of the Bible, you will become God. You don't need to quote. Then people will quote your words. If you digested Bible, you don't have to quote Bible. People will quote your words. When you are not digested the Bible, you will quote. Whenever you quote without digesting, you will be devil. So always only devil quotes the Bible. Never person who understands. If you understand and digest, people will quote your words. And you don't have to quote any other thing. Person who is established in forgivingness, who maintains equanimity of mind and who is satisfied, united with yoga, you see all these qualities will come. The moment you understand the futility of your goal and wealth, nothing is going to be with you forever. When that is understood, all these qualities will start radiating through your being. Actually, when you are blissful inside, you radiate all these qualities. A man who is totally blissful inside will radiate pleasantness. For no reason, he will be radiating pleasantness. If you are irritated inside, the other day I was telling in the lecture, the discourse, continuously we carry a kind of slight irritation in our being. We are just waiting to jump on people. The moment we get a small chance, we just scream, shout, jump, throw tantrums, and don't know what we are doing. We just jump and bite people. We are waiting for chances. Because you carry that irritative mood in you, you continuously vomit the suffering and misery on others. Once you understand the futility of the irritation, however you are irritated, whatever you create by that irritation or tension is not going to stay with you. Only how you lived, how consciously you lived, with what consciousness you lived, that only is going to be with you. When you understand the importance of your state of being, automatically you start radiating pleasantness. You start radiating joy. I always tell people a very simple meditation technique. To really experience Bhakti Yoga, do this simple technique of radiating pleasantness. How to do? From morning till night, whenever you remember, when you inhale only the pleasant qualities of bliss. Visualize you are inhaling bliss and exhaling bliss. Your whole being is filled with joy. In the beginning, it will be like a visualization, imagination. But in few days, you will understand it is your quality. One more thing you should know, imagination and visualization are two different things. Imagination means kalpana in Sanskrit. Visualization means bhavana. Bhavana is different from kalpana. Kalpana means imagining which is not there. For example, if you imagine an elephant with a 10 trunk, it is imagination, kalpana, which is not there. But bhavana means visualizing which is there. In the daytime, if you sit and visualize stars in the sky, it is not imagination, it is visualization. Because stars are there, you are not able to see, that's all. So visualizing stars is not imagination. Visualizing what is, what you are not able to see at this moment is visualization. Imagining what is not there is imagination. Be very clear. Meditating on gods and goddesses is not imagination. It is visualization. They are there. You are supposed to fall in tune with them. That's all. Tuning your TV. If you tune your TV, immediately you start seeing the program. Same way, tuning yourself is what is? Visualization. Just visualize. Continuously, you are inhaling bliss, exhaling bliss, and prana, which goes inside and comes out, is energy, and it is bliss. Understand? Prana is not air. Prana is energy which goes through air. For example, a lorry comes into your house, unloads the luggage and goes out. The lorry is air, the luggage is prana. Lorry is air and luggage is prana. Prana is not air. Through air, prana comes. Subtle part of air is prana shakti. So, prana shakti is bliss energy, ananda shakti. So visualize, whenever you inhale and exhale, inhale, you are inhaling bliss. When you exhale, visualize you are exhaling bliss. Inhale the light, exhale the light. Feel your whole body is a beanbag filled with light. If you have seen bean bag, same way visualize your body is a bean bag filled with bliss and light. Continuously, automatically you will start radiating bliss instead of irritation, instead of vomiting poisons of anger and jealousy on others. You will radiate love and bliss on others. Such a devotee of mine is very dear to me. He says, if somebody lives like that, he is close to me. That's all. He doesn't say do or don't do. He doesn't want to make any more rules. He is tired of making all rules. At one point, if you do it, otherwise all right, what can be done? He comes to a relaxed mood. I think it always happens to all masters. All masters come to this position. After some time they say, all right, do whatever you want, what can be done? All right, do whatever you want, what can be done? To a certain extent only, we can guide or show. Otherwise, people start thinking, the masters have got some vested interest by making you enlightened. I really feel sometimes people start suspecting. As if I make 10 more people enlightened, I will have a special place in the heaven. Or my salary will be increased. Nothing. Nothing. Just out of joy and bliss it is shared. Small story. One blind man in Himalayas, he was walking. Suddenly, he felt through his hand a snake which is frozen because of the cold. The frozen snake, like a stick, it's lying there. The snow. And he touched and felt. He saw, oh, I think a good walking stick. He took that and started walking. Because it was frozen, like a wooden log it was lying, and he started walking with that. One sannyasi saw that, one enlightened person, he saw that, and he shouted, oh blind man, drop that, it is not a stick as you think, it's a snake. In 2 hours, sun will come, the snake will come back to life, and it will bite you, it will kill you. Then the blind man says, no, I know everything, keep quiet, you do your work. Enlightened man says, alright, understand, it's a snake, it will bite you, you will die. Then he started telling the blind man, I think you don't have a stick. You are asking me to drop so that you can pick up this stick. You can pick up this stick. I am not going to drop you. Drop this stick. I know about you. Then master says, fool, understand, this is not going to help you, it's your life. He tries to snatch the stick. Then blind man is trying to beat the master with the same stick. That's the same thing happens in the life. When masters say, drop the I and mine, people are afraid that he may pick it up. He may take it. He may take away. What to do? I think he is not having. That is why he is asking us to drop. When we drop, he may take it. He is asking us to drop so that he can take it. People are always suspecting. That's the reason. Sometimes masters say, all right, this is the way, do as you want. Here Krishna has come to that same mood and he says, such a devotee of mine is very dear to me, that's all. Then more than that, everything is up to them. Then he beautifully ends this chapter. It's a very small chapter. That's why we are able to see almost the whole chapter. Almost. Samasatrau cha mitre cha tadha manapamanayo sidoshna sugha dukkeshu samasangha vivarjitaha tulya nindastu dirmauni sandushto yena kenachite aniketasthiramadir bhaktiman me priyo naraha. Again he says, such a man of full devotion is dear to me. Again, he is not ready to put any rule. Means he is almost ending the instructions. He's almost saying, enough. This is the way. If that somebody is like that, I love him, that's all. I am not interested in anything more. I am not interested in giving solid, rigid instructions. Enough. He says, one who is neutral towards friends and enemies, who is same in honor and dishonor, heat and cold, joy and pain, free from attachment for fruits of action, those who remain same in criticism and praise, who is taciturn and thoughtful, is contented with whatever he gets, who does not care for any house and resolute in mind, such a man, full of devotion, is very dear to me. Here is a beautiful word. Who does not care for any house, who doesn't bother to build any house for himself, who doesn't bother to build any house for himself. Somebody asks Vyasa, let me tell this story. Ravana's age is 1 kalpa. Vyasa's age is 4 kalpa. Ravana was building a huge, the Langapuri. He brought that Langapuri as a gift from Shiva and he was developing it. Vyasa comes to the city. Then Ravana asks, oh Vyasa, did you see my palace? Did you see my country? How grand it looks? Vyasa said, yes, I saw. He took him around and showed with all pride and asked, why don't you also have a house for you? Then Vyasa just smiles and says, my life is just 4 kalpa. I have no time to waste building in my time in house and all. And why to waste time building houses and all? I am going to live here after all 4 kalpa. Why to waste our time in building houses? Ravana's life is only 1 kalpa. For that he is making such a big house. Vyasa, who is going to live 4 kalpa, says, why to waste life unnecessarily in building house and all? I am quite happy with this. With this. So man who is not bothered about house, he is the person who is full of devotion and he is near to me, dear to me. And actually I tell you one thing. Many people ask me, Swamiji, when I go and stay with devotees' houses, they say, new place, did you sleep well? I said, only when you have attachment to one house, other houses are new place. You will have struggle. When you don't have that one house idea, wherever you go is your house. You will feel completely homely. You will feel at home with the whole world. In last 2 years, our ashram record says, I visited 1,200 houses. Totally. Of course, in India, per day 40 houses we visit. Sometimes that Pada Puja and all those things, when people do, per day 40 houses, just visit and blessing the people. 1,200 houses. Hundreds of houses I stay all over the world. But I never feel anything is new. And I feel totally at home. People ask me next day, Swamiji, did you sleep well? Are you comfortable? I said, what is there? If you stretch your hand, food. If you stretch your leg, sleep. That's all. That's the life. Nothing else to be done. If you don't feel attached to one home, you will feel at home with the whole world. With the whole world you will feel at home. You will be totally relaxed. People ask me sometimes, how can you continuously travel, move, Swamiji? Especially the people who are in the travel business. The people who are in the business which needs traveling. They ask me, if we go for 1 or 2 places and come back, it takes 1 week for us to settle down. Again to our routine, our life, to feel comfortable, to feel ourselves. How you are able to continuously travel? Because I stay in any place maximum 1 week. Now because we started the ashram, I am staying here more than a week. Otherwise, maximum is 1 week only. The secret, the thing is not feeling connected to one house. You will feel connected to the whole world. You will have such a deep at-home feeling with the whole world. Wherever you go, you will have that deep, relaxed bliss and ecstasy. And here he says, who does not care for any house, such a man full of devotion is very dear to me. Edu turyam mritamidam yadoktam paryupasade Shraddadana matparama bhaktaste diva me priyaha. Those who follow this imperishable path of eternal consciousness and who completely engage themselves in this path with Shraddha, with sincerity, making me as their life, purpose and meaning of their life are very dear to me. Diva me priyaha. They are very dear to me. Krishna says, the people who are following this path are his own, his very being, his very life. Here we have accumulated questions of so many chapters. I'll try to answer few of the questions, then we will end the session. Dearest Swamiji, you mentioned there is no diverse word in Sanskrit, but in the West it is a reality. Is spiritual divorce possible? Be very clear, if you are spiritual, there is no need for divorce. If you need divorce, there is something seriously wrong. Understand, real spirituality will make you better husband, will make you a better wife. Don't complain. No, he is not spiritual. He is not falling in tune with me. All these things are just because of your expectation. Let me tell you honest truth. You project and see. It may hurt your ego. It may hurt you. Look little inside. You will understand, for every problem you also contribute. Nobody can hurt you without your permission. Nobody can disturb you without your permission. Nobody can possess you without your permission. You must be having some vested interests. That is the reason you must be allowing this type of persons itself in your life. Attracting this type of persons in your life itself. Attracting a person who is not in tune with you itself is not spiritual. It means you have something wrong within your being. Search, work on it, heal that, everything will be cleared. I have read and know some people who have had near-death experience, out-of-body experience. All of them describe it as a very beautiful experience. Then why does Gita describe it as a painful? 1,000 scorpions biting. Please understand, that day when I explained the death experience, I was speaking about a normal man's death experience. Here you say, I heard and know some people death experience. The moment you say, I read, means you have read their experience. You heard from them, means they are some way or other meditators, spiritual people. That is why they had the experience and came back. What I was describing is once for all leaving. What you are speaking is having and coming back. Having and coming back means it is a spiritual experience. It is not death experience. That day what I was describing is actual physical death, not the conscious transformation. What Ramana Maharishi experienced is conscious experience of death. But what that day I was describing is the actual death of a normal human being. Physical death of a normal human being. Understand the difference. Maharaj, Krishna says, my devotee never perishes. But if everything is God, what perishes really? Krishna makes it sound like his devotees does not perish and others do. Please explain and remove this doubt. Understand? The moment you understand you do not perish, you become devotee of Krishna. There is no such category. Only Krishna's devotees will not perish and others will perish. Whoever understands that they will not perish, they become Krishna's devotee automatically. The moment you understand his concept, you become his bhakta. So, be very clear. If you understand everything is God, then nothing perishes. When he says, my devotee never perishes, name bhakta pranashyati. Name bhakta pranashyati. He says, my devotee never perishes, means this statement is made in a relative level. If you feel it, if you understand everything is God, nothing perishes. If you understand that level, if you reach that level, this statement doesn't make sense for you. This statement is for a normal person who is in the path, who is understanding. If you experience everything is God, nothing, you don't have to bother about this statement. First thing. Next thing, the moment you understand nothing perishes, you become Krishna Bhakta. So, Krishna is not making any partial statement. He is not showing any favoritism. Only my devotees will not perish and others' devotees will perish. No. He doesn't mean it that way. Whoever understands this philosophy will not perish. Whoever understands this science will not perish. If you understand this science, and even if you are not devoted to that flute and the peacock feather, you will not perish. So don't bother. If you think that Krishna means that flute and peacock feather, only then this question raises. If you understand Krishna is beyond peacock feather and flute, you will not have this doubt. My devotee never perishes. When he understands, he never perishes. That is what Krishna means. Please explain how to drop completely your samskaras, engraved memories. A deep explanation, please. Also, how to drop everything and totally surrender. You are asking how to drop completely your samskaras, how to drop everything and surrender. Come tomorrow and day after tomorrow lectures, I'll tell you. Because next 2 days is all about engrams. We are going to work in a very deep way on every engram. The desire engram, the guilt engram, and the pain engram. We'll work on every engram separately. Not only it will be a discourse, it will be like a interaction, working. We will work together on engrams for next 3-4 days, especially the Gunatraya Vibhaga Yoga and all these chapters is on engrams only. We will work on it. Respected Swamiji, for meditation is savasana okay, or you should sit and meditate, sit to do meditation. If you lie down, you will only sleep. Even if you sit, you will sleep. And if you lie down naturally, you will sleep. Please don't lie down and meditate. You see, when you sleep, you can meditate. But don't sleep when you meditate. When you sleep, if you meditate, nothing wrong. But if you sleep when you meditate, then there is something seriously wrong. Don't do savasana and meditate. But meditate when you do savasana. If one dies on Mahasivaratri day or any auspicious, the soul has direct entry into heaven. I think I answered this question. Dakshinayana or Uttarayana, all these things are psychological, not chronological. When I say Uttarayana, when Krishna says Uttarayana, when your energy moves upwards, that is what is Uttarayana. When you are totally at ease with yourself, is what is Uttarayana. So be very clear, it is psychological. And there is no such thing that in the Disney World and all, the weekdays, the Tuesday and Wednesday, they have a discount. Because not much crowd comes. So some days they have special offer and discount. There is no special offer or discount in heaven. It is only up to your quality of life. So be very clear, there is no special offer. If one should have no goal, is achieving bliss not goal by itself? Please help me to understand. Don't make achieving bliss as one more goal. You will miss it and mess it. Drop all your goals. Bliss will happen. Bliss will happen. You cannot make lotus to flower. You can create all the possibility and wait. Then automatically lotus will bloom by itself on its own accord. You cannot do anything. If you open the petals, it will be a dead lotus. It will not be a living flower. So don't make dead bliss. Plastered smile. Let smile be from your being. Let it overflow as an expression of joy. If someone thinks of money, dear Swamiji, if someone thinks of money all his life, what kind of life he will get next time? Rich man's life or a poor man's life? That depends upon your intelligence to take the responsibility. If you are intelligent enough to take the responsibility, don't bother about next life. In this life itself, you will have rich man's life. If you are not intelligent enough to take the responsibility and work for it, not only in this life, at any life you can't have a rich man's life. If you are ready to add all the ingredients which is needed for rich man's life, see for example, to do certain cooking or some item, some dish, you need to put all the ingredients. Then that will happen. Sometimes it happens in a different way also. Wife was cooking. Husband came and asked, "What are you doing? What you are cooking?" She said, "Still I have not fixed the name." Once it comes out, only then, only after that I can give name. Now I don't know the name. What is the outcome? What is the product? After seeing the product only I can name it. So sometimes, even if you put the ingredient, things don't come out. That is different. You see, for any dish to be made, you need to add certain ingredients. Same way for a rich man life, rich life, you need to add some ingredients. Responsibility and ability to take decision, courage and risk to face the life. If you take all these things, if you have all the ingredients, you can make your life rich today. You don't have to wait till next life. Respected Swamiji, I worship formless form of God. Can I still follow you and become your disciple? Understand, I already answered this question. Only if you are worshipping formless in form, you can understand me much easily. You can relate with me easily. And as I told you, I have a clear instruction. My disciples cannot meditate on my form. They should not meditate on my form. They have to go only into the conscious experience. I do not want them to get caught in my form. Not only in my form, never get caught in any other master's form. Why do we hear of rebirth? Self-realized saints. What does it mean? Out of compassion to help the world, the Parashakti sends few enlightened masters to the planet Earth. She decides to activate a few enlightened bodies to help the planet Earth. It is her decision. We can't decide anything about it, and we don't even know the secrets based on which she is deciding. You can only put application. You don't know how it will come, why it will come, why it will not come. It's like American visa. You have to just submit the application, that's all. And wait when it will come, and why it will come, and why it will not come, when it will not come, and nothing will be known. Nothing will be known. Simply, you will have the result, that's all. Whether it comes or not will be informed to you, that's all. Nothing else can be done. Same way, it is just Parashakti's decision. Nothing can be known about that. You may be thinking you are given everything, but nothing works. Respected Master, each day I come and learn beautiful knowledge. I am so happy. Then I go home and feel little confused, even depressed. Please, what is going on? I think I answered this question. Right thing is going on. Don't worry, whatever is going on is right thing. In the initial level, this is the way it will happen. Don't count the moments of depression. Count the moments of blessing. See, just by its own light, moon shows the problems or black patches which exist inside. By its own light, it shows the black patches. Same way, by your own intelligence, you understand how you fall depressed and confused. If you understand you are confused or depressed, that itself shows you are growing in intelligence. That itself shows you are growing in intelligence. The light has started radiating. But you came and put me this question, so I will repeat the question and tell the answer. He asks, actually, in the beginning of the Mahabharata war, everybody was following the Dharma. But after a few days, you start seeing adharma, night times going and killing. All the 5 sons of Pandavas are killed when they were sleeping. When they were sleeping, all the 5 sons of Pandavas are killed. And this Arjuna attacking Karna when he is not having the weapon. Karna was attacked and killed when Karna was not having any weapons. And Abhimanyu was killed. Abhimanyu was killed by a group of warriors. He was a single guy without weapon. He is standing in on a ground. His grandfather, his own relatives, his uncle, all these fellows are standing, and they killed just hardly 18-year-old boy. 18-year-old boy, Abhimanyu. They killed him without any morality. The question which you are asking is right. You see, what happened exactly? When they started, it was all started for Dharma and everything. Slowly, this fellow, the Kauravas side, one step they went further. Then Pandavas said, no, we have to defend. Let us also go beyond one step Dharma. They put one step. Then Kauravas, oh, you are coming 2 steps. Let me come and attack 3 steps. Let us break Dharma. 3 rules let us break. Then they said, oh, 3 rules you are breaking. Then let us break 4 rules and defend ourselves. After 10th day, all the rules are broken. It has become brutal war. After 10th day, it cannot be called as Dharmakshetra. That is why it is called as Dharmakshetra as long as Bhishma was alive. The moment Bhishma, of course, did not die, but he was made to lie. He was made to move away from the war, battlefield. The moment Bhishma moved away from the battlefield, from that day it cannot be called as Dharmakshetra. It is just brutal field, not battlefield. Swamiji, if every waking and sleeping is as birth and death, and at the time of birth we create a earthly life, if each awakening and is an opportunity for a new life in your current form. Yes, every day is an opportunity to transform your body and mind. Let me tell you clearly, you can even transform your body. Not only mind, even your body. Because your body is created by your mind. So let me be very clear. Every day is opportunity given to us to transform our life. Every sleep is death. Every waking up is birth. It is Janma and Marana. Be very clear. Every day is an opportunity for us to transform our life. Let us pray to the ultimate energy, Parabrahma Krishna, to make us all experience the truths of Bhakti Yoga, love our very life. Let us pray to Him to give us all the conscious experience of Bhakti, love, and make us experience and radiate eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum.
Partaya pradibodhitam Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Graditam Puranamuninam Madhye Mahabharatam.
Brahmanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvadidam Gaganasadrisam Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Partaya pratibodhitam Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Graditam Puranamuninam Madhye Mahabharatam Advaitam Vrutavarshini Bhagavatim Ashtadashadhyayinim Ambatvam Anusandadami Bhagavad Gite Bhavatveshini. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam
Vande Jagadgurum. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today, Krishna speaks about Kshetra and Kshetrajna to Arjuna. The matter in which we exist and the consciousness which stays in the matter. About these two clearly explains all of us are some way or other, whether you understand or not, whether you experience it or not, related to this whole universe. The consciousness, which is the root cause, they say Adi Moola, not only the origin, and it is cause. Please understand. Origin and cause. From where it comes and on which it stays. The whole universe, the universal consciousness, is the space in which we all happen. Here Krishna explains about the wave and the ocean. Ocean is universal consciousness. Whatever words you may use, God or Atman, Buddhists use Nirvana, or Vedanti say Brahman, and Muslims say Allah, whatever names you may use. But all these things means the same. The cosmic energy, universal consciousness. Krishna reveals the secrets of wave. We are all waves, and this whole is ocean. Krishna reveals the secrets about the wave and about the ocean, and how you can experience the oneness with the ocean. Our only problem in the life is somehow we forgot we are part of the ocean. We forgot that we belong to ocean. We forgot we belong to Kshetrajna. The word Kshetrajna means the consciousness who is cause for the field to function. Kshetra means field. Kshetrajna means knower of the field. Kshetra means body. Kshetrajna means consciousness which knows that it has got body. Your consciousness is Kshetrajna. This matter, body is Kshetra. Here, today is revealing all the secrets which is related to Kshetra and Kshetrajna. If you don't know the secrets of Kshetrajna, Kshetra will start acting as if he is the owner. For example, a small example, you get a new car and you sit in the car, start driving. Suddenly after 10 minutes you realize you don't know how to stop it. You don't know how to stop it. If you don't know how to stop it, you are not driving the car. Car is driving you. Same way, you get into this mind, get into this body, you start living. Suddenly at one point, you see, you find, you are not able to stop your body or mind. It goes as it wants. If you have the habit of drinking coffee morning 7 o'clock, you don't have to remember by seeing the watch. The moment it becomes 7, inside coffee, the bell will ring. And if you are habituated for smoking, the moment that mood comes, any situation related to that mood comes, immediately you feel like smoking. The whole life, your whole system is not under your control. The body and mind starts living instead of you experiencing or enjoying the body and mind. Body and mind are living you. Instead of you driving the car is driving you. Same way, you get into this car, body and mind. When you are not able to control them as you want, when you are not able to handle them as you want, be very clear, you are not driving body and mind are driving you. You are not the owner of body and mind. Body and mind are your owners. That is what today I have given. That's why I gave the topic, eat before you are eaten. Control the body and mind, or body and mind will control you. Bring the body and mind under your consciousness. I tell you, body and mind both are good servants, but not good leaders. As a servant, they are great. Of course, without body or mind, you cannot live the life. You cannot enjoy the life. They are needed. You need them. But unless they are under your control, you will not be living, they will be living. Only two options. Either you will be enjoying them or they will be enjoying you. In the beginning, you can start smoking. After some time, smoke will be enjoying you. Smoking will be enjoying you. In the beginning, you will start drinking. After some time, drinking will be drinking you. After some time, the drinking will be drinking you. And in the beginning, you start the habit. After some time, the habit is living your life. The habit is enjoying your life. You are no more a living person. You are just a set of habits which is continuously repeated without your control. It's like getting into the car without reading owner's manual. Without reading owner's manual, you get into the car and start using it. Suddenly you realize you don't know where the handbrake is and you don't know how to turn this side or how to turn that side. Same way, when you enter into the body and mind without knowing how to handle them, you are in the same situation. Control, bring the body and mind under your control before you are brought under their control. Otherwise, they will bring you under their control. One more thing. Whether it is material life or spiritual life, unless your body and mind are under your control, whatever you think or whatever you want to do, whole thing is just waste. For example, from morning till night, you sit and make all big plans, analyzing all the data. I have to do this, I have to do that, I have to do this, I have to do that. In the end of the day, automatically, without even your control, you just drink and sleep. What's the use of the whole day plan? Nothing. You go on creating what you want to do, but at the end of the day, body behaves as it wants and the mind behaves as it wants. Naturally, your whole life moves in a logicless way. Logicless way. You are working so much to lift your life, your body, your mind, and that goes as it wants. Then naturally we end in suffering. Life, the very word life can happen to you only when body and mind are under your control. As long as body or mind are not, the body and mind are not under your control, as long as the body and mind are not under your control, you will not be able to experience even the word life. Till body and mind are under your control, you are not living, you are engraved memories are leaving you. Till you experience the Kshetrajna, means the knower of the field, the life never starts. That's why in the Vedic system, only when his individual consciousness is awakened, he is called born. Till then, his birth is not accepted. Please be very clear. According to Vedas, if somebody is considered a human being, means only when his consciousness, inner consciousness is awakened, only when his individual consciousness is awakened, he is considered as human being. He is considered as person who has taken birth. Till then, you are just one among the animals. Till then, you cannot be called as Manushya. They say in Sanskrit the word Manushya means, of course, the Manushya has got two meanings. One is the descendant of Manu, and another one is man who can handle the mind, who has gone beyond the mind. There are two different meanings. Descendant of Manu. Manu is supposed to be the forefather. Descendant of Manu, and man who is able to handle the mind. Only when you are able to handle the mind, you become Manushya. In Sanskrit they say, Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jakratam. Only when your individual consciousness is awakened, you are called man. See, in India, in Vedic system, the moment child reaches 7-year-old, he will be initiated into Gayatri. We should understand one important thing. Vedic religion, Sanatana Dharma is the only Dharma. Hinduism is the only Dharma where there is no baptism. You are not given any faith. You are not given any concept. You are not given any philosophy. No. You are not asked to believe anything. You are just given a technique to control your body and mind. That's all. The mantra, very word taught to a child when he is 6 or 7, the Gayatri mantra, even the very meaning of the mantra is, let me meditate on the energy which awakens my consciousness. Let that consciousness help me to meditate on it. That's all. Om Tat Savidurvarenyam Barho Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat. Please be very clear. This mantra don't have any other meaning. It is not related to any devatas. There is no mention of Gayatri Devi with 5 faces. No. This mantra means, let me meditate on consciousness which awakens my intelligence. Let that consciousness help me to meditate on it. That's all. First thing our rishis wants us to do, our enlightened masters wants us to do is, first thing, bring your body and mind under your control. First, learn how to live with your body and mind. Gayatri mantra is owner's manual for body and mind. If you have a car, owner's manual is a basic need. Without owner's manual, if you start driving a car, it is whose mistake? It is your mistake. All the vehicles you can see, on the airbag there will be a small note. It may cause serious injury. Don't put kids in front. Kids below the 12 should not sit. And there are some serious important instructions, warnings. Same way, and there will be one more warning. Read owner's manual to know more about the airbag. Same way, the moment you enter into the body, around the age of 7 only, you start handling your body. Till the age of 7, you start living only in the instinct level. Only at the age of 7, your intellect starts working. You start making decisions. The moment you start making decisions, first thing you should know is how to bring body and mind under your control. That is the reason the Vedic masters, they teach us to awaken the intelligence, to awaken the consciousness. Before entering into the car, read owner's manual. Before entering into the body and mind, master your consciousness. First thing you are taught is to bring the body and mind under your control. To bring the body and mind under your control so that you can handle them. You can start working with them. Arjuna starts. Arjuna uvacha prakritim purushan chaiva kshetram kshetranyameva cha yedat vedidumicchami jnanam jnaya cha keshava. Sri Bhagavan uvacha. Bhagavan gives the reply. Idam sariram kaundeya kshetramityavidiyate yedatyo vedidam prahu kshetranya idi tatvitaha. Let me give you the translation. Arjuna asks, Krishna, I wish to know about the nature of Prakriti and nature of Purusha. I wanted to know the Kshetra and Kshetranya. I wanted to know the body and mind, which is Kshetra, consciousness, which is Kshetranya. I wanted to know about the vehicle and owner, field and the knower of the field. Please reveal the secrets to me. And Krishna starts his explanations. Oh, Kaundeya means son of Kundi. Oh, Arjuna, this body is called the field. The person who knows this body, who feels this body, is knower of the field, Kshetranya. Please understand, whatever you know is not you. If you can know something, it is not you. I can read because this is away from me. If you can know this body, this is not you. If you can know your mind, your thoughts, that is not you. If you can know your emotions, please be very clear, that is not you. Whatever is known by you is not you. You are away from that. You are above that. That is why you are able to know that. Whether it is body, thought, or your emotions, whatever is known by you is not you. Here he says, the body is Kshetra, means the matter, field. The consciousness is Kshetranya. Who experiences the body is knower of the field. Now, we need to separate these two. Once we separate these two, body also will be blissful, joyful, consciousness also will be liberated. When these two joins, that is where the problem starts. That is where the trouble starts. The one-liner, one guy says, my sign is earth, my wife's sign is water, we both make mud. My sign is earth, my wife's sign is water, we both make mud. As water is beautiful, as earth it is beautiful. When they both join, that is where we make mud. As a consciousness, it is beautiful. As a body, it is beautiful. When they both meet, that is where the trouble starts. Here all we need to know, understand the field and the knower. What is you and what is not you? That is what we need to understand. big problem in our life is we start thinking as we. See, when you identify yourself, when we identify ourselves too much with something, we start thinking that is we. Instead of understanding that is mine, you start thinking that is you. The mind becomes I. See, as long as this table is mine, there is no problem. If I suddenly start thinking this table is me, then problem starts. As long as you think your body and mind are yours, mine, you have no problem. But when you start identifying the body and mind as you, then starts the whole trouble. Here, Krishna says, what is Kshetra and what is Kshetrajna? And he starts explaining inch by inch. Whatever is not you, when you understand that, you will never feel you have to renounce them. You don't even have to renounce them. Just you will know the way in which the body will work, the way in which the mind will work. Neither you will feel that they are torturing you, nor you will feel like torturing them. See, the people who are tortured by body and mind are the people who are caught in the world, who are caught in the troubles. There is another group of people who continuously torture the body and mind in the name of tapas, in the name of penance. I have seen, especially in India, I have seen people sitting on nails for 5 years, standing on nails, standing with one leg, torturing the body, rolling on the ground, torturing the body. There is no need. Walking on the fire, there is no need to torture your body. Actually, you torture your body because you think your body is torturing you. You take revenge. This extreme is a person who is caught in the sense pleasures and killing himself. This extreme is the other person who is torturing his body. Both don't know how to handle the body and mind. Person who knows how to handle the body and mind will enjoy, will feel so much of easiness. He will feel such a relaxed feeling with his body and mind. He will enjoy intensely all the pleasures and all the comforts, but he will never abuse the body. See, enjoying is different, abusing is different. Enjoying means mind and body both will be in tune. You will feel such a beautiful easiness, relaxed feeling, homeliness, sense of comfort. But many times you think you are enjoying, but your body and mind are not in tune. Especially late night when you are sitting and watching some movie till 2 o'clock, your eyes are burning. Your eyes are burning. Your body is begging, please give me a little rest. When some advertisement comes, your eyes are automatically closing. And you wanted to fall. You wanted to sleep. But you are saying, no, I will sit. Don't think these are enjoyments. They are not pleasure. You are not using your body. You are abusing your body. A person who knows the body and mind, who can keep the body and mind under control, will never abuse the body. Why do you sit and watch till 3 o'clock? Because your mind is not under your control. Your mind feels a sort of a taste. So for the sake of mind, you abuse the body. For the sake of mind, abusing the body is pleasure. I can say, too much of pleasure. Real pleasure is nothing wrong. For the sake of mind, abusing the body. This one type. Another one type, for the sake of mind abusing the body. That is tapas, penance. Those people, they wanted to have some peace, or they don't know what is exactly peace or bliss. So they go on disrespecting the body, torturing the body, making the body to stand in one leg and stand on the nails, or so many other things, walking on the fire. We continuously abuse the body or mind in some way or other. Masochist, sadist. Sadist will be always masochist. Masochist will be always sadist. Torturing others will happen only when you torture yourself. You will torture yourself naturally. If you torture yourself, naturally you will torture others. Be very clear. You torture others only when you don't feel comfortable within yourself. Only when you are unease. Only when you are in low mood, you torture others. Torturing others is directly related to torturing yourself. If you think you are mind, you torture body. If you think you are body, you torture your mind. Person who knows the secrets of body and mind neither tortures them nor abuses them. He knows how to use them and how to live blissfully with them. His inner space is overflowing with bliss, and his outer space is filled with comforts and pleasures. Here, Krishna reveals the secrets, how to keep the body and mind in a beautiful, blissful energy, and how to keep your inner space in the blissful consciousness. Kshetranyam chabhimam viddhi sarva kshetreshu bharata kshetra kshetranyayor jnanam yatta jnanam matam mama. O Bharata, you should understand that I am also the knower in all bodies, and to understand this body and its knower is called knowledge. Beautiful. He makes two statements. I am the knower in all the bodies, and to understand the knower and the body is knowledge. Understanding the field and knower, understanding body, mind and the consciousness is what is knowledge. He says, I myself reside as consciousness in every being. Your consciousness is God. There is no separate thing. Your consciousness is God. The problem is, you started suddenly thinking that you are body and mind. The person who understands he is consciousness. He liberates himself. He is called liberated, enlightened. He becomes Buddha. He becomes Buddha. Consciousness is God. Actually, God plus body mind is man. Man minus body mind is God. That's all. Man minus body and mind is God. God plus body mind is man. Beautiful story about knowing the body and mind and how we miss the consciousness that we are consciousness. Whether you believe it or not, we are all consciousness. How we miss it and how we miss our life. How we miss our life and how we miss our life. There was a lioness about to give birth to a cub. She tried to attack flock of sheep, but it was too much. The jump was too big. She was not able to attack, she was not able to catch any goat. She fell on the ground and gave birth. In that shock, she gave birth to a cub and died. The flock of sheep which were there, they saw the newborn baby. They just went around. They started playing with it. They felt that we should take care of this cub. They do not know it's a lion. They just thought we should take care of this cub. They started taking care of that cub. They gave same way. They gave the goat milk and grass, and that guy also started eating. He started eating the same way, and he grew up along with the sheep. After some time, slowly, problem started. It has to start. It has to start. Suddenly the mother goat started raising the complaints. He is too arrogant. He is beating us all. He is not playing the games properly, and we are not able to play with him. And naturally he was sidelined. Nobody wants to play with him. Because if any argument comes, no argument, straight away punishment. No argument. And after few days, the lion itself started feeling that, what is this? I don't feel I am living. Is this all life? Just eating little grass and making some sound, going around, and I don't feel I am living the whole life. Whenever it sees the forest, it always had a temptation to go in and explore that forest. But the mother sheep was warned, that is the one thing which you should never do. Because the sheep was also thinking, this is one more sheep. The mother sheep was thinking, this is one more sheep. So mother has warned, that is the one thing which you can never do, which you should never do. You are not allowed to enter into the forest because lions are there. You will be killed. Understand? This whole story is how a seeker, how a man takes birth, and how he starts seeking, and how he achieves. It's a wonderful story. I love this story. Again and again I try to tell this story. Mother says, no, you cannot go there. Never go there. There will be lions. Anyhow, this fellow somehow suppresses his search or his feeling of emptiness. But after some time, he decided, I think this is not for me. This is not for me. But somehow the mother sheep managed by pressure. She did some drama, weeping, crying, convincing, and finally she got this lion married. Lion was now married. Small story. One more small story. There was a big marriage going on in the forest. King and queen, lion and lioness is getting married. Big festival. All the animals of the forest gathered. They are all celebrating. In the center, the party is going on. The dance is going on. Only the lions are dancing. The dance floor is occupied fully by lions. All the animals are a little afraid, so they are standing out. The whole party is going on. The program is going on. Suddenly, one rat jumps in the center and starts dancing. One lion caught the rat. How dare you come inside the dance floor? Don't you see all the animals are standing outside? Here only lions dance. The rat said, keep quiet. Before the marriage, I was also lion. Anyhow, this guy got married. After a few years, again, he starts thinking. He starts analyzing. What is going on? I am just living the same life, eating, moving around, and just normal life. I feel something seriously is missing. I am missing something. I found whatever a person can get, best things, but inside me, some emptiness, something is empty. I don't feel fulfilled. What is happening to me? He started searching. The seeking starts. Maybe he's around the age of 40. He's around the age of 40. Then suddenly one day, lion attacks the sheep again, attacks the flock again. When the lion attacked the flock, all the sheep ran away. This lion sheep, neither lion nor sheep, the lion sheep, it neither felt like running away, nor it had the courage to stand and face. Because the guy who is trying to attack, he looks so graceful. Something is different. He has never seen a being or a beast like this. So slowly, somehow, unconsciously, this lion sheep feels attracted towards lion. Because of that attraction, neither he ran away, nor he had the courage to stand, because he thinks he is a sheep. So he slowly walks, looking at the lion, he walks. He is walking behind, but looking at the lion. His face is towards the lion, but he is slowly walking. Lion straight away comes near him and catches him. This fellow starts blurting, "Oh, leave me, don't kill me, don't kill me." Lion says, "Fool, I have not come to kill you. You are a lion. Why are you shouting? Why are you blurting? Why are you thinking that I am going to kill you? You are a lion." He said, "Lion?" Then the sheep lion started thinking that this lion is trying to cheat and take him to the forest. So he got frightened. No, leave me. Don't tell me all these things. Leave me. Lion said, "Fool, you are a lion. Why don't you understand?" He said, No, I am sheep. And somehow he escaped and ran away. Even though he escaped and ran away, he is not able to forget the lion. He is not able to forget the lion. After 1 week, again, he started feeling like meeting the lion. 1 week, that fear will be there. After the first glimpse, how the Arjuna had, once you have the first experience, there will be little fear after the first experience. And after a week, the fear slowly subsided. This guy started thinking again, I think I should meet that lion once more. One part of the mind is saying, no, I am afraid. He may kill me. The other part of being is saying, no, it was a bliss. Such a bliss. So beautiful, so graceful. I think we should meet him. Please be very clear. Unless you have enlightenment within yourself, you will not feel attracted towards an enlightened person. If you feel attached, if you feel connected, if you feel that you are in tune with an enlightened person, be very clear, you have enlightenment within you already. If you don't have that already within you, you will not even feel connected. If you have not grown, if you have not become mature to that level, you will not even feel connected. So there are millions of people in this city. Why only few hundred are sitting here? And not only that, there are thousands of people who have come and gone. Why only few hundred are sitting regularly? The moment you feel attracted towards this teaching, be very clear. The enlightenment which is in you has started expressing, started opening. That's the reason. The lion sheep or sheep lion feels or remembers the lion. Then it thinks, I think I should go and see the lion. But how to see? You don't know. Lion never sends flyer. Here I am doing program. Or you can meet me there. Lion never sends any flyers. How to see? But he waits. This sheep lion always comes near the forest. He comes to the boundary of the forest, the boundary of the meadow and the forest. He waits there every day. Can I catch the glimpse of the lion? After 2-3 months, again, once more the lion appears. But the moment this sheep lion sees the lion, again he is caught in the fear. He is waiting more than 3-4 months to see the lion. But the moment he saw him, again the fear came up. This time, the lion came near and asked, how are you? The sheep lion said, he started blurting again. He said, no, I'm. He's not able to answer, but he's not running away. Earlier he ran away. This time he's not running away, but he's not able to answer. The lion said, don't worry, if you are afraid, I will go away. I am not going to kill you because you are a lion. I won't eat you. I can't eat you. So I won't kill you. And I have no use because of you. I have no use because of you. There is no need for me to be here if you are afraid. If you are not afraid, I will stay here and spend few minutes with you. Otherwise, I am going. And the lion started walking back. The sheep lion shouted, no, please be here, please be here. Please spend few minutes with me. Then the sheep lion says, don't come very close. You can stand little distance, but talk. I want to spend some time with you, but not very close, at some distance. Please be there at 10 feet distance. And I will stand here, but please spend some time with me. The sheep lion, neither he is able to forget the lion, nor he wants to go near. This is the next phase. Neither he is able to live near, nor he wants to escape. So around 15 feet distance, he stands and talks. But again and again, the lion is saying, you are a lion, fool, you are thinking you are a sheep, and you are living with that other, your friends. They are not your friends. They are not your life. This is not the way you are supposed to live. This guy starts thinking. Slowly the doubt, maybe this lion is trying to take me inside the forest and eat. That doubt has disappeared. Now, the sheep lion understood. Lion is not saying all these things because lion has got some benefit. No, lion has no benefit because of me. It has no benefit by me. I have nothing to offer to him. And he is not going to have any benefit from me. Only when that confidence comes, only when that happens in disciple's mind, he starts trusting the words of the master. That is why in the Vedic system, spiritual knowledge is always free. We believed spiritual knowledge is free unless you understand, no way I am going to contribute to the master. No way master is missing me. I am not going to add anything to him which he is not having. Only when you understand that, you will start trusting his words. The trust between the master and disciple will happen only when disciple understands, I have nothing to add. in his being. He has got enough of everything. He is overflowing. He is sharing because he is overflowing. He is not giving anything to take something from me. He is just overflowing. It is his very being. Only when you understand that, you will start trusting the Master's words. So now, the sheep lion has started trusting that much. Lion is not going to kill me and eat. If he wants to kill and eat, long before he could have done it. Now one thing is sure, he is not going to have anything from me. But why is he telling, I am lion, I am lion? Only then you start even experimenting. Till you understand whatever Master says is for your benefit, you will never try to experiment with those words. Only when you understand you have nothing to give, or he doesn't need anything. He is just overflowing out of his ecstasy. Too much of joy, bliss, he is sharing just out of his ecstasy. Only then we start analyzing. We start thinking. Then why he speaks all these words? The sheep lion thinks he looks so courageous. Sheep lion thinks about the lion. He looks so courageous, so bold, and he looks so graceful, and he is radiating so much of confidence, and he doesn't look like telling lie. You can very clearly find out, seeing eye of the person, whether he is lying or telling the truth. You don't need anything. You don't need a lie detector. You don't need a lie detector. Just look into the eyes of the other person. You will know whether he is saying lie or truth. He doesn't look like a liar. Then why is he telling again and again, I am lion, I am lion? I know I am a sheep. Why is he telling I am lion? Then the lion says, I think you are not interested in believing me. Anyhow, I am not interested in wasting my time. I am going. But this sheep lion begs, no, please. At least give me one appointment. Lion says, what for you want appointment? No, I will think about whatever you told me. I will go back to the house and think. Then come back and put my doubts. To ask my questions. Lion says, all right. After 1 month, I will meet you once more in the same place. Then 1 month, this sheep lion is contemplating. How can I be lion? I know for sure I am sheep. I eat grass. I blood like sheep. And I go around with sheep. And how can I be lion? He thinks, and he brings all great philosophical questions. All the questions which I am answering, they are just the same. All philosophical questions. And they must be having some book, the Goat's Bible or Goat's Philosophy. And he read all the books and brought all the questions. Goat's Gita. And all the books he read. And all the questions which he wants to ask, which mother never answered. Mother or father never answered. He got all the questions. One important thing, he never told mother he met the lion. Because if she knows, she will stop him. She will not allow him to go to that edge of the forest or the boundary of the forest. She will tell him, never go. You have to only in the meadows. You cannot go to the other side of the meadow. These young guys, always their parents are afraid. They will send the young boys to the temple, but never to the swamis. Never to the spiritual masters. Because always there is a danger. See, Vivekananda is great as long as he takes birth in neighbor's house. Not in our house. He is great as long as he takes birth in somebody else's house. But never in our house. Anyhow. Finally, after 1 month, the appointment day came. That day, this sheep lion collected the best grass and whatever best things he knows, he collected everything as offering to lion, and he brought everything, whatever he knows as best. He brought everything and offered to the lion, please have all these things. I preserved all these things carefully for you. Seeing the love of the sheep lion, the lion also acts as if he is eating, as if he is enjoying, just to please the sheep lion, or just to make the sheep lion feel connected, zeroing down the distance. Zeroing down the distance. The sheep lion should feel comfortable. It should feel connected. Only then anything can happen. Transformation or transmission of knowledge can happen. Just to make the sheep lion feel comfortable, the lion acts as if it is eating. As if it is eating. Naturally the sheep lion asks, is it good? Is it tasty? Lion says, yes, really it is tasty. It is nice. I am very happy you cook nicely. You did nice job. Something, some compliment. After everything is over, again lion starts. Fool, I am telling you again and again, but you are not ready to listen. By now, sheep lion knows what he is thinking is wrong, but he is not able to understand how the lion is saying he is lion. By now he came to a conclusion, what I am thinking is wrong, but I am not able to understand what he is saying is right. Now I can understand what I am thinking is wrong. How can I be sheep? Because the color is different. Some view logic. So if I am sheep, I will also be like them. But I am thinking differently. And I am not feeling satisfied or comfortable with that life. Means I am something more. But I am not able to understand how I am lion. I am not understanding what he says, but I am not sure of what I am thinking about me. What I am thinking about me is wrong. That is okay. But what he is saying is, I am not able to grasp that. He came to that point. Then lion calls him. All right, come, let's go to a nearby lake for a picnic. By now the sheep lion is a little comfortable with the lion. He says, all right, let us go for a picnic. I will also spend some time with you. When both of them went to the lake, suddenly the lion caught the neck of the sheep lion, dragged him near the water and showed, look at the water. He looks into the water. Yes, reflection. Are you seeing lion? Yes, I am seeing your reflection. You are standing. Are you seeing one more reflection? Yes, I am seeing one more small lion. Your baby. Where is the baby? Your baby is not here, but the reflection is there. Is he inside the water? Lion says, fool, that is you. The sheep lion says, no, maybe he is hiding inside the water. That your baby is hiding inside the water. His reflection only is there. Call him out. Lion says, fool, it is not my baby, it is you. Then he shows, look, now I am moving out. Only you are standing. See what is happening. And he sees the reflection. Suddenly, the first shock happens to him. I think there is some truth in what this lion is saying. First shock. But again, he is frightened. If I am lion, I have to live in the forest. I cannot take that responsibility. And if I am sheep, I am so comfortable. Already I know all the friend sheep. And I get the regular food. I know where my food is available. I know where I cook. I know where I eat. I know where my house is, I know where my wife is, and where my life is. I know. I am completely accustomed to the life of sheep. But if I understand that I am lion, the whole thing will be dropped. I have to renounce the whole thing. Very difficult. I have to take a big jump. That fear came up and simply he escaped. He ran away. Of course, after a few months, again, lion comes in search of this sheep lion. This time, lion comes in search of sheep lion. This time, the sheep lion is not bringing any offering. Lion is bringing offering, meat. It is bringing a meat. The moment it sees the sheep lion, it is not talking. No intellectual discourse, no philosophical discussion, no question answer, no argument. Straight away it catches the neck, opens the mouth and puts the flesh inside. Puts the meat in the mouth of the sheep lion. The moment sheep lion tasted the blood, the moment he tasted the meat, something reeled in his head. Something happened to his being. Something happened to his consciousness. Suddenly, he swallowed the meat and roared. By roaring, it achieved what we call enlightenment. And realized that it is lion from the beginning. It is lion from the day one. The same thing happens in our life. Again and again we think we are sheep. At some point we start suspecting, I am not feeling satisfied with this life. What is happening? And after some point, suddenly you see a lion. The lion starts teaching you, you are God. You are that energy. You are consciousness. And you run away. Start thinking in the home, I think he is having some plans. He wants to build ashram. That is why he is making all these things. And this is not for me. After a few days you understand, he has already got ashram. I don't have to build ashram for him. I don't have to contribute for his ashram. He is already having everything. He doesn't need anything. Then slowly you start analyzing. Then why is he coming every day sitting and saying the same thing? Every day he comes the same time. 2-3 hours he shouts and says the same thing. Why? You start analyzing. After a few days you start thinking. One thing is sure, whatever I think about me is wrong. But I don't know whatever he says is right or not. And after that, in some meditation, one glimpse of consciousness. When it happens, then again you run away. No, this is not for me. If it goes, if same thing happens, I may leave everything and go behind him. Or I may mean, after a few days, suddenly he catches your neck and puts little meat into your mouth. A solid spiritual experience. When that happens, something happens in your system, in your consciousness. Suddenly you open your eyes and roar. Declare the experience which happened in your being. From the day one, you are that. From day one, the lion sheep is lion. But it needs one more lion to make the lion sheep realize it is lion. From the day one, you are knower, Kshetrajna. From the day one, you are consciousness. But by by mistake you start thinking your body mind. How the ship line starts thinking. He is a ship. Same way you started thinking your body and mind. Suddenly a person who has already experienced his consciousness comes and guides you. This is consciousness and this is body mind. Understand your consciousness. Here the same thing, the same story which I told is happening between Krishna and Arjuna. It is happening between Krishna and Arjuna. The same story is repeated in Krishna and Arjuna. Krishna is explaining what is Kshetra and what is Kshetrajna. Mahabhutanyahankaro buddhiravyaktamevacha indriyani dasaikanja panchachendriyakoshara ichchadvesha sugam dukkam sangaschedanaadrutihi edakshetram samasena saviharamudahrutam. Krishna says 5 elements: false ego, the intelligence or the mind which takes the decision, and all the 10 senses. Please understand, here he says 10 senses. Dasaigamcha, indriyani dasaigamcha means we always think that we have 5 senses. No. Karmendriya is 5 and Jnanendriya is 5. 10 senses. Karmendriya means which gives out. Jnanendriya means which receives the knowledge. So here 10 senses. All of them, desire, aversion, joy and sorrow, the body, mutual attraction, consciousness. See, here when they say the word consciousness, it doesn't exactly, actually the word consciousness cannot be used. Conscience. When your conscience becomes rigid, it becomes conscience. There's a big difference between conscience and consciousness. See, for you something is conscious, right? Out of your consciousness, you do something right or something is wrong. If you give the same teachings to your next generation, for them something else will be right and wrong. If you force them to follow the same thing, if you give this as a morality to them instead of giving them understanding, if you just give the law with a letter without convincing the spirit, you are giving conscience to them. Understand? If you give them understanding also, then you are giving consciousness. But without giving understanding, without giving the spirit behind the law, if you just give the law, you are giving conscience. Please be very clear. Person with conscience will always suffer. He will never be happy. Whether he enjoys or he renounces. If he enjoys, he will be having the guilt. If he renounces, he will be having the missing feeling. Both the way he will suffer. Please understand. Never give conscience to your next generation. Always give understanding about life. Give them understanding and let them experience. Let them explore. I don't believe in morality. I believe in conscious experience. I don't believe in consciousness. I believe in consciousness. Conscience is given to you by society. Conscious is given to you by God. Conscious is your nature. Conscience is social conditioning. Here, Krishna says, conscious rigidity means conscience given by the society. So that naturally makes the whole life as a ritual. See, before doing anything, you should know what you are doing. Only if you know what you are doing, you will be able to do it intensely. If you don't know what you are doing, if you don't know the clear logical reason for what you are doing, you will never be able to completely put yourself into that. You will never be able to put yourself completely into that. Here, he says conscious rigidity means conscience, rules, that all these things are kshetra, means the field. They are all matter. They are all matter. They are not energy. They are not your being. They are not you. Whatever is mentioned here, all are not you. You should understand. If you actually know what is not you, the moment you know what is not you, you are liberated. Even if you live with them, you are liberated. Even if you live with your body and mind, after knowing you are not body and mind, you will not be a slave. Please understand, slavery, the word slave can be used only as long as anything goes against your will. After knowing the body and mind, even if you live with the body and mind, you are not slave. You are not slave. Let me tell you a small story from a life of a great sage, Greek sage, Diogenes. It's a great enlightened master. One day, a group of warriors, they wanted to arrest him and sell him in the slave market. He used to be so graceful. They thought, if we can capture him and sell him in the slave market, we will get a good money. We will get a lot of money. They prepared some 5-6 guys with all the weapons, with all the preparation. They are approaching him to attack him. I don't know if it is attacking us now. Hey, what's happening? This group of people, they go and try to attack him. They were surprised. If he has responded, naturally, they wouldn't have felt surprised. It is usual. They went with all the preparation to capture him. They were shocked, surprised because he did not attack them. He just kept quiet. And he said, "What do you want?" He's asking like a master. These 4 or 5 guys, they felt a little shy. One guy said, "We wanted to capture you and sell you in the slave market." Arey, for that you could have told me straight away. Why are you waiting half an hour, standing there making all the plans and talking, doing all those things? Come, put the handcuff. Where is your handcuff? Take it out from the bag. Put it. These guys are shocked. They are taken aback. First time they are seeing a man who is ordering to put the handcuff. He is speaking like a master. He says, "Put the handcuff." Still, why are you waiting? You could have told me directly, I would have come. Why are you still waiting? And finally, somehow they took out the handcuff and put in his hand. And then the other end they put in their hand. They tied in their hands. He said, "Fool, don't you believe me? I myself telling you to put the handcuff. Why are you tying with your hand? Come, let's go. Where you want to sell me, take. But be very clear, don't run away from me. Don't run away from me." The People who have caught him, they are now little frightened. They are not able to understand what is going on. They are not able to understand what is happening. And slowly, they started feeling small. Diogenes says, fools, I know the knack or the technique of freedom. I have already experienced the tremendous inner freedom. So I know nothing can bind me. Try your best to play your game. Let us see where it leads. And he walks. And he walks on the road like a king. And these guys are walking like slaves. People are standing in the road. When they saw him, he said, they are all my slaves. They can't leave me. They are all my slaves. They can't leave me. One guy is asking, hey, you are only slave. We are not slave. He said, you see, don't tell I am your slave. Because even now, if you leave, I will run away. But now I am leaving you. Will you run away? Diogenes says, if you take this handcuff, I will run. But I am taking this handcuff. I am letting you all free. Will you run? You will not. You need something from me. Because of that, you are my slaves. I don't need anything from you. Because of that, I am not your slave. You may not have the handcuffs, but slavery is related to being, not related to body. Then they take him to the market. Straight away he walks to the table where the slaves are supposed to stand and the auction will start. He comes and stands. One guy shouts, here is a slave. If you want to bid, please come out. We are starting the auction. If you have enough money to bid for him, you are welcome to start the bidding. Suddenly Diogenes says, stop. Don't say, here is a slave. Tell, here is a master. And if you can afford to bid for him, come. If you have enough money to bid for him, come. You can take him. Of course, nobody dared to come and take him. And naturally, after 3 days, these guys, they felt, why unnecessarily feeding and taking care of him? And nobody is going to take him. Let us at least let him free. So automatically, they got frightened. And they thought, if we sit here continuously, at some point, he may sell us. And he may convince us and he may sell us. We don't know what this guy will do. And we don't know about him. So they left him and ran away. Of course, the story is a story, but the truth behind the story, the idea behind the story, as we understood, once you understand, you are not the body and mind, nothing can enslave you. You can never become a slave. Even slavery cannot enslave you. Slavery can enslave you as long as you are not ready to cooperate the slavery. Please understand, it's a very subtle point. If you understand you are beyond body and mind, if somebody tries to enslave you, you will not resist. When you don't resist, you will never be slave. Anything which goes against your will only can enslave you. Here, you are in a totally different space, you are totally different consciousness, and nothing can go against your will. And you will never have a will which can make you feel like a slave. And you will be just flowing with the river. You will be just flowing with the current. You will disappear into the divine. So nothing like slavery can happen to you. Your very consciousness will be beyond slavery. Your very being will be beyond slavery. And nothing can enslave you. That's the reason here Krishna teaches you the secret understanding the body, mind and consciousness. Kshetra and Kshetrajna. In those days only all this physical slavery existed. Now psychological slavery. Understand, many ways we are living in a psychological slavery way. We are psychological slaves of many things. When something is advertised, straight away it goes and sits in your head. And within few days you do something and get money and spend for that. We live in psychological slavery world. The world in which we are psychological slaves. Once you understand the body and mind, you will go beyond the physical and psychological slaveries. You will be totally experiencing the consciousness of freedom. Amanitvam adambitvam ahimsa shantirarjavam acharyo vasanam sausam stairyam atma vinigraha indriyarteshu vairagyam anahankara evacha janma mrityu jara vyadi dukkha doshanudarshanam asaktir anavishvanga puttradhara grihadishu nityancha samasittatvam ishtanishto bhavaddishu mayi chananya yogena bhaktiravya vicharini viviktadeshe vitvam aradirjana samsati adhyatmanyana nityatvam tatvajnanartha darshanam yedajnanamidhi proktam jnanam yadatonyata. In these 5 slokas, beautifully Krishna gives the technique. See, till this sloka he is giving the intellectual idea. Now he gives the technique to realize. Now he is giving the technology to experience what he says. I call these 5 slokas as an inner science technology. To liberate your inner space. To liberate your inner space, he gives the inner science technology. Exact, precise technique to liberate yourself from the kshetra. How to liberate the consciousness from body mind. How to bring body mind under your control. You see, first thing, the moment you understand you are much powerful than body mind, you are liberated from body mind. Here he beautifully gives the technique of how to liberate yourself from body mind. How to experience that consciousness. Pradibodhitam Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam. with a beautiful 5 slokas, giving the whole technology for all of us to practice, all of us to experience what he is teaching. Let me give you the translation of the slokas which I read. Humility, pridelessness, non-violence, tolerance, simplicity, approaching a bona fide spiritual master, cleanliness, steadiness, self-control, amid pleasant and even unpleasant events, constant and unalloyed devotion, aspiring to live in a spiritual way, detachment from the chaos and giving the importance to the ultimate truth. All these I declare to be knowledge, and besides this, whatever there may be is ignorance. Long sloka or long list. Let me be very clear. If you straight away start practicing all the qualities which he has given here, you will achieve one thing: madness. You can't start practicing these qualities. It will happen in you. All you can do is help the consciousness to happen in you, so that you will start radiating these qualities. For example, there's a muddy tank. You wanted to remove all the dirt. If you put your hand and try your best to take away all the mud, what will happen? You will make it only more muddy, dirty, and all the dirt which is below will come up. Instead of that, just if you put one handful of lime powder and wait, the lime will automatically take all the dirt and will go deep and settle down. You will have a pure water. Same way, your mind is a dirty tank. If you try to put your hand and do something, if you try to suppress it, fight with it, naturally you will create only more and more trouble, more and more problem. Instead of that, just put handful of lime in that and keep quiet. Means just put a little meditation and relax. Just put a little awareness and relax. Automatically the whole thing will settle down. Whole thing will settle down. The moment you become aware, the moment the witnessing consciousness starts, the whole thing will settle down. Please understand. Witnessing consciousness is the lime powder to make you understand or to purify your being. It's a lime powder. Just drop that lime powder and keep quiet. Automatically things will settle. One thing. Usually when we read this type of scriptures, books, straight away we start executing. Jesus says, love thy neighbor as you love thyself. The moment you read, what you start doing? You start executing. First thing, you neither understand that you don't love yourself, nor you understand straight away you cannot love anybody. Two things. First thing, you should love yourself. Next, you should have that mood or the consciousness from which the loving comes naturally. Love happens as an automatic process. One important thing, if you are true to your being, if you are true to your core, that is enough. Straight away you will be liberated. Just be true to your core. Ramakrishna says, if your mouth and mind, if both are connected by a straight line, means honesty, straight away you will be liberated. You are free. Already you are free. big problem is, instead of creating that consciousness, we start creating the activity. You need to work on being, not on doing. Your doing is no way going to help you. Only your being is going to help you. Work on your being, not on your doing. See, a person who works on doing, he may continuously chisel is doing, but his being will be same old, struggling, suffering, fighting, suppressed. It will continue to suffer. Instead, if you work on your being, it will become like a flower. Automatically you will radiate that energy, that consciousness. If you understood the Diogenes story, same thing. In Diogenes story, he has never become slave. He has never become slave. Even though people thought he is enslaved, he is under the handcuffs. He never became slave. He was radiating his pure consciousness. In your life also, you never become slave. Even though people think you are not honest, even though you, after some time, by and by, you also start believing others' opinion about you. Others' opinion about you. You take their scale and you start measuring you. Then put yourself into trouble. That's what I call guilt. Guilt is nothing but reviewing your past decisions with updated intelligence. With present intelligence, when you review your past decisions, you create guilt. And you create more and more suffering. Here, all these things which Krishna says should happen in you. It cannot be done. You cannot do it. Please be very clear. Humility. First thing, that is what he says. Humility. Amanitvam. Humility can never be done. If it is done, it will look very ugly. If it is done, it will be very ugly. Only when you feel every being is unique. Please understand, humility will come only when you understand every being is unique. Not when you think every being is equal. There is no equal. Please be very clear. Every being is unique. When you understand every being is unique, automatically you start respecting. Because every being contributes something to existence. Everybody contributes something to the life, something to the existence. One important thing. Even your enemy contributes for your growth. Please be very clear. Even your enemy contributes for your growth. Indirectly, but he also contributes for your growth. So never think somebody is waste. If he is waste, long before he would have been removed from the planet Earth. The moment you become waste, you will be removed from planet Earth. You are here as long as some way you are contributing. Some way you are contributing. So be very clear. When you understand every being is unique, automatically you radiate humility. You radiate humility. Pridelessness. That's what, one by one, all the qualities which is supposed to be radiated by you, by any seeker, Krishna explains. Acharyo Vasanam. Acharya Upasanam. And the another one, sloka, he says, Tat Viddhi Pranipadena Pariprasnena Sevaya. Approach an enlightened master with questions and requests to solve the questions. Questions and requesting him to solve the questions. Why? Why we should approach the master. What is the need? Again and again and again, the spiritual literatures, they emphasize on master, not only the Gita, whether it is Zen Buddhism or Jainism or Judaism or Islam or Christianity, again and again, the master plays some role. Why? Especially in Hinduism, Vedanta, not Hinduism, exact Vedanta, especially in Vedic system, master plays a major role. Why? Because unless you see somebody who is living in that consciousness, who is expressing that consciousness, your unconscious will never believe. Whenever you read these truths, you hear about these things, your conscious will believe, but your unconscious will say, all these things are old theories. Some book, some crazy guy must have wrote all these things. Your unconscious will never accept it. Your intellect and head, your head and heart will fight. Your intellect will say, no, 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 these are all truth. Logically you are convinced, but emotionally you are not able to experience. Here, when you see a living master, automatically your emotion also will start experiencing. Your unconscious, which is continuously questioning, will become silent when you see a living master. With book, you will learn only through verbal language. With master, you will learn through his body language. He shows through his body language the life. He proves all these things are truth. He proves all these things can become reality in your life. You don't need to believe. You just don't need to believe. It is solid experience. It is solid experience. 3 things happens when you reach a master. First thing, it is possible to live in eternal bliss or the bliss consciousness. The possibility is given. The assurance, it is possible to achieve that state. That clearly is made to understand. We understand the possibility. First thing. Next thing, it is possible. By me, will it be possible? I know it is possible for him. Will I be able to achieve? That assurance also is given to you when you reach the master. Naturally, the first thing master will do is, when I can achieve, why not you? It's like that seed. Seed is afraid to break. It says, no, 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 if I break, I may die. But the tree says, no, no, you have to break, only then I can come out. Only when you break, I can happen. The tree is waiting inside the seed and he is telling, please break, I have to come out. But the seed says, no, 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 when I open, when I break, I may die. Who knows, tree will happen. Tree says, no, 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 open, only then I can happen. Seed says, no, let you happen, then I will open. Master is a person who has become tree. In our life also, we are not afraid to take the jump if we know for sure that enlightenment is possible. We are afraid that we may end up in a situation where enlightenment also will not be there and this life also will not be there. We are only afraid of that insecurity, uncertainty. Small story. A journalist goes to a person who is candidate for president election. Journalist asks him, why do you, the journalist comes for an interview. He is giving a speech. He says, I am bright, I feel that my future is bright. I am sure my future is bright. Journalist asks, then why do you look so worried? Why do you look so worried? He says, my surety is not warranted. My optimism is not warranted. I am optimistic, but it is not warranted. We are also stuck in the same way. One corner we are optimistic that we may have experience, but the other corner we are a little afraid to take the risk. Master is a person who has become tree. He says, seed, don't worry. I was also struggling like you. I opened. See, I have not died. I have become tree. Open. You will also become tree. Who gives that confidence to the seed. Who is around. Who just sits around the seed and takes care. Don't worry. Open. I am here. I have become a tree. You will also become a tree. Who creates an energy. Who creates a confidence for seed to break and become tree. First thing Master will do is, when I have achieved, why not you? So naturally, it is possible by you, will be made to understand. You will understand that it is possible for you also. Third thing, the right space or the technology for that to happen. Automatically Master will create that space. Always the Masters create these ashrams. Why? Ashram is a space in which you can break. The seed can break and tree can happen. It's like a operation theatre where you go and open and become a tree and start radiating. It's a space where in a controlled conditions or where in a very secure, safe way you can enter into that consciousness. These are all the works of the Master. And finally, ultimately, he makes you experience the truth which is in your being. So, first thing, he assures the possibility through his body language. Next thing, he makes you understand it is possible for you also. Third thing, he creates a space in which that can happen. Fourth thing, he sees that you are established in that consciousness. These are all the responsibilities of the Master. That is why, with the Vedic system, Vedic way of life, you are again and again requested to reach a living Master. Tat viddhi pranipadena pariprashnena sevaya. And here he says, Acharya Upasanam. These are made as a important guidelines for us to experience the technology. Next, he comes to the point. This is the straight point. Neyam yattat pravakshyami yanyatvam anadimat param brahma nasattanna saduchyate. I shall now explain the knowable, knowing which you will taste the eternal, the being, the beginningless consciousness lies beyond the cause and effect of this material world. Sarvada panipadam tat sarvado shiromukam sarvada sriti malloge sarvamavritya tishtati. Everywhere are his hands and legs, his eyes, heads and faces, and he has ears everywhere. In this way, the Paramatman exists, pervading everything. He is just explaining the technique. Let me finish these 2-3 sloka, then we will see the technique. Sarvendriya gunapasam sarvendriya vivarjitam asaktam sarva bruschaiva nirgunam gunabhoktrucha. Paramatman is the original source of all senses. Yet he is beyond senses. He is unattached. Although the consciousness is the maintainer of all living beings, he transcends the modes of nature At the same time, he is the master of the modes of material nature. Karya karana kartutve hedu prakritiruchyate purusha sukha dukkhanam bhoktrutve heduruchyate. Here he ends. Nature is the cause of all material causes and effects, whereas living entity is the cause of everything, sukha, dukkha or nature, whatever you see in the world. Now, through these sutras, he puts us back to our consciousness. He means whatever you see is not you. Just go behind. If you are able to see the body, then step behind. Go behind. If you are able to see your thoughts, then go behind. If you are able to see your moods, then go behind. If you are able to see your emotions, then go behind. You are not that also. At some point, you will not be able to go further. You will realize there is nothing to go further. Suddenly, at that moment, the pure consciousness starts happening in you. Pure consciousness starts happening in you. Raman Maharshi says beautifully, whatever can be dropped, drop it. At some point, you will not be able to drop anything. Then hold that. That's all. Whatever can be dropped, drop. At one point, you will not be able to drop anything. There will be nothing to drop. Then hold that. That's all. Just witnessing the consciousness which is witnessing. Witnessing the thoughts which things you are witnessing. Going back and going deep into your very being itself. As long as your mind is thinking you are witnessing, please be clear, you are not witnessing. Because the thought you are witnessing is existing. No. It means you are not witnessing. Witness the thought that you are witnessing. Then pure inner space, pure uncorrupted, untouched inner space happens in you. In that uncorrupted, pure inner space only, the God happens, or the divine consciousness happens. Here, he gives us the technique. Purusha prakriti stohi pungde prakriti jan gunan karanam guna sangosya satasat yoni janmasu. The living entity in the material nature follows the way of life, enjoying the modes of nature due to association with the material nature, meets the good or evil among various species. Upatrashtanumandacha Bharta Bhokta Maheshwara Paramatme Disapyukto Dehesmin Purusha Paraha. Yet in this body there is another transcendental energy who is divine, supreme proprietor, who exists as the overseer, permitter and pure witnessing consciousness known as Paramatman. As on now, we are like 18 karat gold. Copper and gold mix. The more and more you put the 18 karat gold into the fire, fire means the witnessing consciousness. Witnessing. If you bring more and more fire, if you put the 18 karat gold into the fire, slowly it will become 22 karat. Again if you burn it, it will become 24 karat gold. Same way, if you put yourself into that witnessing consciousness, you will be purified to a certain extent. Again and again, when you put yourself in the witnessing consciousness, your inner space becomes completely, totally pure, like a 24 karat gold. Your inner space starts radiating, witnessing the witnessing consciousness. I think the essence of all religions, all spirituality, whole thing is reduced to this one sloka, and Krishna presents it. Krishna is presenting the master key which can open all the locks in this one chapter. Witnessing the body and mind, witnessing your being. Witnessing is the master key. I think if we can really enter into the technique, at least for a few minutes, experience the witnessing for a few minutes, you will know the taste of it. You will know the taste of it. How much you listen about witnessing, how much you talk about witnessing, how much you analyze about witnessing, unless you experience for a moment, you will never have the benefit. You will never have the benefit. Just believing will not do. You need to experiment. Small story. One guy was driving in the highway, midnight. Cop stopped him and asked him, "Sir, I think you are drunk. Did you drink?" He said, "Yes, just now I had completely 6 different items. Do you want the names? Few cans of beer, few brandies." He started giving the name. He said, "Stop. I think now I should take breath analyzer test. Please come out." This guy says, Why do you want test? Don't you believe me?" Whether you believe him or not, you have to do the test. Cop can't just stop doing test by believing him. So now, you can't keep quiet believing my words. You have to do the test. You have to test it with yourself. You have to test it with your being. Just reading or listening is not going to transform. Reading or listening is like a reading menu card. You see, you go to a hotel or restaurant. Will you come away just after reading the menu card? No. If you go away just after hearing, you read only menu card. You never ate. We read menu card. Now let us eat little bit. We had enough. We read the menu card from the beginning. Now it is time for us to eat little bit. Just let us finish these sutras. The last 1 or 2 sutras where he explains the things. Then we will enter into the meditation. Yavat sanjaya dekinjit sattvam stavara jangamam kshetra kshetrajnaya samyogat tadvidhi paradarshava. Yavat sanjaya dekinjit sattvam stavara jangamam kshetra kshetrajna samyogat tadvidhi paradarshava. Bharata, know that whatever the movable and the unmovable is born, it comes into existence by the combination of kshetra and kshetrajna. Whatever you are seeing, the whole universe is by Maya and Atman, Prakriti and Purusha, the matter and energy, body, mind and consciousness. Yada prakasatyega kritsnam lokamimam ravi kshetram kshetri tada kritsnam prakasayati bharata. Just like one sun illuminates the whole universe, similarly, Bharata, in all bodies, just one kshetra, one energy, one kshetranya illuminates the light of fire. He says, in all the bodies, consciousness is one and the same. Kshetra kshetranya yorevam antaramjnana chakshusha bodha prakriti mokshancha ye viduryandite param. Those who see with the eyes of knowledge the difference between the body mind and the knower of the body mind can understand the process and is liberated from bondages of material nature and attains the Paramatman. Here he ends. If you can witness as a pure consciousness, you will be liberated from body-mind and achieve the eternal consciousness. Now it is time for us to witness. Let me explain the technique. You are going to witness your body movements, your prana movements, and your mind movements. Movements of your body, movements of your prana, movements of your mind. We may ask, what body movements we are going to have? Understand, continuously your belly will be going up and down by inhaling and exhaling. Always there will be a slight movement of your belly during your breathing. That movement, witness that movement. Witness that movement. Next, naturally the prana, inhaling and exhaling. Witness that also. Third, your mind. Thoughts will be going. Please don't judge your thoughts as right or wrong. For a few minutes, sit next to your mind like a friend, close friend. Let it tell whatever it wants. Let it speak whatever it wants. Just witness. Continuously we are always fighting with body and mind. You cannot get rid of body and mind by fighting with it. You can get rid only by friendliness. Only if you feel deeply friendly with your body and mind, you will be able to go beyond body and mind. Be very clear. If you feel the negative relationship or the enmity towards body and mind, naturally you will abuse the body and mind. You will have only violent relationship. Now, accept the body and mind. Witness the mind like a friend. Let whatever is there inside come out. What is the wrong? Nothing wrong. Just let it come out. Witness them. Neither support nor suppress. Just witness. Witnessing is like a fire. All the thoughts will be burnt away. See, if you support, you will be going behind the garbage. If you suppress, you will be analyzing the garbage and pushing them aside. Both is not going to work. Just witness, you will burn the whole thing. You will burn the whole thing. Understand? Neither following nor suppressing your thoughts will help. Just witness. Automatically you will go beyond body and mind. It is time for us to enter into the witnessing consciousness. Tomorrow we will work on the engrams. Tomorrow we are going to work on the engraved memories. How Krishna speaks intensely about the engraved memories and how to drop them, how to go beyond the samskaras. Samskara means engraved memories. And tomorrow I will tell you a beautiful story of a great bhakta, a great devotee of Sri Krishna, Tarangini. About her, the Bhagavata speaks a lot. Tomorrow we will listen her story also, because her story is directly related to the samskaras. And how the very devotion can liberate you from all the engraved memories, all the samskaras. Tomorrow we will see the samskaras and the detailed story of great bhakta, great devotee of Krishna, Tarangini. Now, please get ready for meditation. Please sit straight. Witness the body movements. See very clearly how your belly is moving along with your inhaling and exhaling. See very clearly how your body is moving. Witness all the movements of the body. Feel the boundary of your body. See very clearly where your body ends, where the ground starts. Feel very clearly where your body is ending and the chair is starting. Feel the boundary of your body clearly. Witness all the movements of your body. Witness the movements of your inhaling and exhaling prana. Air going in and coming out. Witness intensely. Witness the air going in, taking turn, coming out, again going in, taking turn, coming out. witness all the thoughts moving in your mind. Whatever thoughts coming and going, witness all of them. Witness body, your prana movements and mind. Witness the body movements, air movements and the movements of the mind. Don't control the mind. If thoughts appear, let it appear. Don't suppress. Just witness. Witness your body and mind. when you go deep into your being, the witnessing consciousness automatically creates intelligence. Understand? You don't have to be in that mood 24 hours. Even if you had few glimpses, that is enough. That energy will guide your whole life. If you understand that silence which happens to you when you are witnessing, even for 1 or 2 seconds, you will have the taste and you will start doing it. And out of this 1 or 2 moments only, the great achievements, the energy to do great achievements happens. Understand? All great things are achieved only from beyond mind consciousness. Whether it is Einstein's relative theory of relativity or the great scientific discoveries, all great things, it comes out only when you are in that witnessing consciousness. Just now I was talking to our Mr. Michael. He was telling me, Swamiji, when my best performance all comes out only when I feel that I am beyond body and mind. Just now he was talking. And he feels that only when he is beyond body and mind, he is able to perform the ultimate thing. Not only in the field of science, whether it is field of the art or science or spirituality or any field, when you are beyond mind, you bring the maximum out of your being. You deliver the maximum, and the ultimate expression of you happens only when you are beyond body and mind. At that moment, you are whole. Whenever you are whole, you are holy. When you become whole, you are holy. Understand, this is the only path to wholeness or holiness. So, he was quoting me. Even some other actors, what name you are telling? You told somebody who was crying. Please tell me. You told
Olivier.
Huh?
Lawrence Olivier.
Oh.
Lawrence Olivier.
Lawrence
Olivier.
Olivier. Sorry, I am not able to pronounce properly. He was quoting on actor's life from an actor's incident. Even he, it seems he did a beautiful performance. When he came out, he was weeping. Somebody asked him, why are you weeping? You did such a wonderful performance. Then it seems he said that I don't know what I did. The whole thing came out from the space which is beyond body and mind. Whether it is field of the art or science or spirituality, you deliver the ultimate thing when you go beyond body and mind. So, let us pray to the Parabrahma Krishna, ultimate universal consciousness, to give us all the inner space, the pure witnessing consciousness, to give us all the ultimate experience of witnessing consciousness, make us establish in the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Kamsa Chanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. pradibotitam bhagavatam narayanena svayam vyasena graditam puranamuninam madhye mahabharatam. Brahmanandam Paramashivam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaditam Gaganasadrisam Tattvamasyadirlakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavadidam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Pataya pradiboditam bhagavatam narayanena svayam vyasena graditam puranamuninam madhye mahabharatam advaitam vrutavarshinim Bhagavatim Ashtadashadhyayinim Ambatva Manusandadami Bhagavad Gite Bhavatpeshinim Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. I welcome you all with my love and respects. A small story. End of the year in a school, teacher is receiving different gifts from students. First, the gift from a child who is daughter of sweet shop owner, nicely packed. She just takes the pack, shakes near the head and says, "Is it sweet?" Child says, "Yes." Next, gift from a child who is daughter of clothes shop owner, nicely packed. She just takes the gift, shakes near the head, says, "I think a piece of cloth." Child says, "Yes." Third, gift from a local liquor shop owner's daughter. She just takes the pack, shakes it near the head. Suddenly she sees something is leaking. She just takes a little bit and puts in the mouth, says, "Beer?" Child says, "No." Takes little more and tastes it and asks, "Wine?" "No." Then she says, "All right, I'm giving it up. Please tell me. You tell what it is." Child says, puppy dog. Please don't put it in your mouth unless you know for sure. Don't decide. At least these major decisions don't take by engrams or the engraved memories. When you take major decisions through these engraved memories, you always end up in this type of decisions. Just because it is from a liquor shop owner's daughter, she thought it is some bottle, some wine. Same way in your life, again and again you decide based on the engraved memory. First two decisions are okay. First decision, because a sweet shop owner's daughter, it's a sweet. Second, because the clothes shop owner's daughter, it is cloth. Third, because she is liquor shop owner's daughter, she thought it is liquor. At least before putting into the mouth, be very clear what it is. This whole chapter is about the engraved memories of our mind. Gunatraya Vibhaga Yoga. 3 different gunas. Krishna is explaining 3 different gunas to Arjuna. How we act, no, I can't even say we act, how we react to every situation just based on these 3 gunas, and how we create more and more karma bandha, means more and more trouble for ourselves. Let me start the first sloka. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Param Bhuya Pravakshyami Jnananam Jnanamuttamam Yangyatva Munayas Sarve Param Siddhimido Gataha. Bhagavan says, again I shall declare to you the supreme wisdom, the best of all knowledge, knowing which all the sages have attained the supreme perfection. Whether you believe it or not, man, by his very nature, is a machine. He is just a mechanism, not only in the level of body, even in the level of mind. He is just a mechanism, biomechanism. At the most you can say biomechanism, but he is just a mechanism. He works based on just engraved memories. He is caught in the engraved memories. Continuously, his mind, continuously his being works based on engraved memories. Here, by again and again trying to repeat the truth, Krishna is trying to create an engraved memory of truth in Arjuna's mind. Please understand, why should Krishna speak the same thing? Literally same words he is using. Literally same words he is using. Again and again same words he is using. Why? Why should Krishna speak again and again the same thing? The other day I was telling, Krishna is a master who is result oriented. He wants what he wants. He is not ready to compromise He is not just ready to satisfy himself by saying, no, I said whatever I want to say. Whether he wants to listen or not, it's up to him. No. Again and again, he wants to create a memory of all his teachings into Arjuna's mind. Even if Arjuna misses one time, he may catch next time. Again and again, by creating a engraved memory in Arjuna's mind, he wanted Arjuna to follow. That's the reason he repeats the truth once more. He says, again I shall declare. Once more, I am speaking about the truth to you, knowing which all the sages have attained, supreme perfection, param siddhimido gada, knowing which the sages have attained perfection. Idam jnana ubhasritya mama sadharmyamagatam sarge vinobhajayante pralayena vyadanti cha. By becoming fixed in this knowledge, one can attain to the transcendental nature like my own, thus established in this eternal consciousness. One is not born at the time of creation or disturbed at the time of dissolution. First time he says, you will reach the state in which I am staying. All these days he was telling, worship me, surrender unto me. Now he says, you will achieve the same state in which I am staying. And one can attain to the transcendental nature like my own. Itam jnanam upasritya mama sadharmya magata. The state in which I am staying, you can achieve that. I think Krishna is the first master who is courageous and bold enough to declare enlightenment is available for everybody. Anybody can achieve it. It is not just an accident. It is an incident, you can create it. It is not just an accident. See, till Sri Krishna, all the Upanishads or Brahma Sutra, they all speak as if enlightenment is an accident. Some gets, nobody knows why they got it and why we can't get it, how to get it. No, nobody knows. All they know is some people are blessed. Suddenly, God is sitting and seeing all the applications at some form. He says, all right, yes. And immediately the person gets the enlightenment. But Krishna is the first master who is clearly declaring how to write application or how to present your resume, how to achieve it. It is not just an accident, it is incident. You can experience it by your conscious decision. It is not just an accident. He says, by fixed in this knowledge, one can attain. He is not even telling you can attain. He says one can attain. Anybody, after the Vishwarupa Darshana, whatever is shared between Arjuna and Krishna, whatever goes on between Arjuna and Krishna is for the whole world. Because what Arjuna has to achieve has been achieved. After that there is nothing to tell. This whole thing from 12th chapter, in 11th chapter, he experiences the Vishwarupa Darshana. From 12th chapter, all these teachings are for whole world. it is recorded for the sake of whole world. Scientist is a man who creates a formula to reproduce the things in the outer world. Spiritual master is a man who creates a formula to reproduce the experiences of the inner world. Here, Krishna says, by established in this knowledge, you can achieve the experience, or you can establish yourself in the same state in which I am staying, like my own, mama, my own. You can achieve the state in which I am staying. Krishna declares, this truth will directly lead you to the state in which I am established. Sarva yonishu kaunteya murtaya sambhavantiya dasam brahma mahat yonir aham beja pradapita. Understand that all species of life, O Kaunteya, are made possible by birth in this material nature, and that I am the seed-giving Father. Here Krishna is trying to answer a philosophical question. I think honestly which can never be answered. Here, whomsoever tried to answer this philosophical question created one philosophy. Whoever tried to answer this question created a philosophy. Krishna is trying to answer this question. The question is how the whole universe is created. If everything is God, how the whole universe is created? How we are all born? Somebody asked me the other day. I think that question is out of frustration. Why we are given birth? First thing. Why should we take birth at all? Why this whole drama, taking birth, doing some meditation, then achieving enlightenment? Why this whole drama? For whose sake all this drama? If we have to end up all our karmas by working them out, why did we create karma first of all? What is the reason for the whole thing? Why the cycle again and again goes? Here, Krishna is trying to answer, please understand, but this answer is not ultimate truth. Here, he is just saying, please wait till the teachings are over. Usually, when you don't receive answer for your philosophical question, you will not enter into meditation. You will be stuck with that question. Again and again you will be thinking of that question. Again and again you will come back to that same question. Here, Arjuna is trying to again and again come back to that same question and get stuck. Krishna, for the sake of meditation, or just for the sake of giving understanding to him, he gives answer. See, it's like the other day I was telling the same example. There is a formula. X plus 2 is 4. In the beginning, the teacher will assume, let us assume x is equal to 2. Replace 2 in the place of x. Then 2 plus 2 is 4. Solution is, the formula is solved. The problem is solved. Then he says, because the problem is solved, now let us understand x is equal to 2. But till he comes to the conclusion, he has to assume the x is equal to 2. the moment he assumes x is equal to 2, if you start arguing, why should it be 2? Why not 3? Why don't you assume it as a 4? We can't solve the problem. Once you solve the problem, you know x is 2. You will understand logically. But before solving, when you start, you need to assume x is equal to 2. Some assumption has to be made so that you can proceed to solve the problem. Here, Krishna also makes a small assumption and proceeds, solves the problem. Once he solves the problem, naturally we can understand what is assumed is truth. What he assumed is not a lie. But when he started assuming, it is assumption. When he started the formula, when he started working out, it is assumption. Here he says the same thing. He gives one idea which is not ultimate truth, which is comparative reality, which is comparative truth. He says, I am the Father. I am the Father. Pita. I am the root cause. I am root for everything. But this word of Krishna can be understood only when you experience the consciousness of Krishna. But till you experience the consciousness of Krishna, it is just assumption. Here, even if it is assumption, it's okay. Proceed with this assumption into the next chapters, into the next slokas. Suddenly, when you see the result, you will understand whatever you assume is truth. Once the problem is solved, all the assumptions which you made is understood. All the other assumptions are, you understand them as a truth. Here, Krishna makes this assumption so that you will understand the truth. Sattvam rajas tama iti guna prakriti sambhava nibatnandi mahabaho dehe dehi namavyayam. Material nature consists of three modes: goodness, passion and ignorance. Once more I want to tell you, the translation is not complete because we don't have the word for sattva, rajas, tamas. These three words you can't translate. When the eternal living entity comes in contact with nature, O mighty armed Arjuna, he becomes conditioned by these modes. Krishna clearly explains. Here he starts the whole teaching. He explains clearly how we are caught in three different mental setups. How we work through three different engraved memories. One is sattva, another one is rajas, third one is tamas. But here the translation says goodness is the word for sattva, passion is the word for rajas, ignorance is the word for tamas. No, exactly they are not equivalent words. Let me explain the concept. Understand, there is no equivalent word for it. We can't give any equivalent word. Sattva means the engrams which leads you to bliss. The engraved memories which leads you to joy. The memories which leads you to ecstasy. Rajas means the memories which leads you to restlessness. The engraved memories which leads you to sort of excitement. which leads you to work intensely and which makes you active. Third, tamas. Tamas means the engraved memories which leads you to depression, which leads you to laziness, which leads you to dullness. Engraved memories which leads to ecstasy and bliss is sattva. Engraved memories which leads you to restlessness, anger, emotional imbalance is rajas. Engraved memories which leads you to depression, dullness, low mood is tamas. Small example. You are sitting in a car and going. Somebody is driving. Slowly you are lost in thinking. After half an hour, when you are lost in thinking, suddenly you remember some person or some place who disturbs your mind. By remembering him or that place or that incident, you feel disturbed. The moment your mind feels little disturbed, you come back to awareness. Sometimes you see, I should not think about him. Let me think of something else. Sometimes you will even speak these words out. You will even do action, small action. The person who is driving will turn and see you. What happened? What are you doing? When you are lost in thinking, some memories comes up which makes you feel depressed or dull, disturbed, and suddenly you come back to awareness and you say, what am I thinking? And sometimes you even loudly say this, I should not think this. Hey Devada, you say, oh God, what am I thinking? What am I thinking? I should think of something else. All right, let me think of something else. Your hands move. Suddenly you express some words which is not directly related to the outer incident. And the person who is driving asks what you are thinking, what you have remembered. Suddenly you are mumbling some words. Suddenly you are talking something. So be very clear. The engram which automatically comes up, the engraved memory which automatically comes up. In Sanskrit we have a beautiful word, samskara, which automatically comes up and which leads you to depression or negative mood. This is called tamas. Sometime, suddenly some thought comes up in your mind. You think, I will not leave that fellow. I'll see that he learns a lesson. I will not leave him. You are sitting and thinking of something. Suddenly your hand moves. I will not leave that fellow. I'll take him to task. I'll see that he learns a lesson. These engrams which makes you to do these things, which makes you active, anger, violent, these engrams are called rajas. And very rarely you get sattvic engrams. Because of that, I can't give any example. Sattvic engram is the engram which you don't get usually. You can think this way. Sattvic engram is a thing which we usually don't get. Usually, we are caught between rajas and tamas. Sattvic engram is engram which suddenly gives you the memory of a deep bliss or joy which you experienced. For example, if you are here every day, the moment it becomes 4:30, this engram comes up. Oh, yesterday it was such a wonderful discourse, so beautiful, such a nice meditation. I think today also I should go. If you are pulled, if you are made to do something good, which leads to bliss, which leads to ecstasy, which leads to peace of mind, then it is called sattvic engram, sattva. It is called engraved memories of sattva. For example, you go to Himalayas. For a few days, you experience such wonderful joy and peace. Suddenly, when you see some pictures of some hill, mountain, or when you see some movies in the TV about mountain, this Himalayas memory, it comes up. It comes up and you start thinking, I think I should go and spend 1 or 2 more months in Himalayas. The engrams which leads you to peace, to bliss, to ecstasy is called sattvic engrams. These are the 3 different types of engraved memory, samskaras, which rules your whole life. Please understand, the knowledge about this engraved memory is a basic lesson. Anybody who wants to live, he should know this science. It's like a owner's manual for a person who has got mind. If you really have brain, all right, even brain word is not right, mind, this is owner's manual. Without owner's manual, when you use a product, either you miss the whole thing, or you miss lot of things which is available in that product. There are so many things which you can do with computer. There are hundreds of things which you can do with a calculator, which you don't know. You use the calculator just for basic few purposes. Plus, minus, only for few purposes you use. And you don't use the calculator for so many different things for which it can be used. Same way, when you don't know this owner's manual for mind, Gunatraya Vibhaga Yoga, that's what Krishna calls understanding about the 3 different set of engraved memories, samskaras. When you don't understand about these 3, you miss the whole thing. Many times you miss the whole thing. Or you miss so many different things which can be done with that product. So many different things which can be done with that product. You can do so much with your mind. You don't do. Either you miss or miss when you don't know, when you don't have the owner's manual. Here this is owner's manual for mind. We may ask, why should we know about these samskaras? Really, what is the use? What way are they going to help us? First thing, samskaras are not dead memories. Again, we don't have an equivalent word for samskara in English. If you have to enjoy Shakespeare, you have to go to the original language. His language, not even today's English. You have to go to his language. Same way, if you have to understand the great truths, you must know at least a little bit of Sanskrit. Whenever I tell people, learn a little bit of Sanskrit, they think I am trying to spread Sanskrit language. I tell you, no. For spirituality, a little Sanskrit knowledge will really help you, because so many technical terms you can directly understand. Directly understand. The word samskara, let me give you the exact meaning or the idea expressed by that word samskara. Samskara is not engraved memory. The engraved memory which is alive and active, which has got power to pull you down and make you move, which will make you travel in that same path again and again, is called samskara. Usually the word memory is understood as a dead record. But samskara is not just dead record. Please be very clear. It is not just dead memory. It is not just like a computer memory where all the pictures and word documents are stored. No. It has got power to pull you again automatically and to make you walk in the same path. It has got so much of power, automatically attracts you. It calls you and makes you travel in the same path. By you walking in that same path, the engraving gets little more deepened. The memory goes little more deep. It is a living memory. It is not dead memory. The more you travel on that memory, the more you live with that memory, more it becomes part of your being. It travels to your deeper level consciousness. Here, today, Krishna is trying to explain step by step how you are caught in these three levels of memories and how you are again and again pulled and pushed by these three memories. It's almost like having three wives. Really, if you have one woman in your life, enlightenment is luxury. If you have two women in your life, enlightenment is option. If you have three women in your life, enlightenment is compulsory. You cannot live without enlightenment. You cannot live without enlightenment. The other day somebody asked me, how can Krishna have so many girlfriends? I tell you, that is a solid proof he is enlightened. With so many girlfriends, he survived. That's a solid proof he is enlightened, no doubt. That is a solid proof he is God. Only God can manage. Here, he gives you a clear understanding how to live with all these three, some engraved memories. And one more important thing you should understand, because these memories are living energies, they are not just dead, they are living energies. See, when they are living energies, they can do something bad as well as they can be put to use to do something good also. See, whenever somebody has got energy to do bad, you can always tap him in the right way and make him to do good things. I have seen in my life, in my experience I tell you, nobody else puts so much of effort and goes to the depth of meditation like prisoners. In prisons we conduct meditation programs. I have seen they go to such a depth, they are so involved, and compared to prisoners, outsiders just do the meditation as so, that's all. People who are in the prison, when they take it up, they really take it up. And they are so intense. When they are transformed, their whole life, they just transform the whole thing. They don't do anything half-off. See, if you look deeply, there are so many saints. Life I can quote. Valmiki in South India, a great saint called Arunagirinatha. There are so many saints who were sinners, but the moment when the turning happened, when they took turn, when the change happened, when the cognitive shift happened in their being, usually the cognition happens in your mind in one way. You receive the data, process it, and deliver the result. Once the cognitive shift happens, you receive the data, process it, and go inside. As long as you are reacting, you are naturally working towards the depression. Once you start going in, you are moving towards bliss. See, the same incident, for example, death of somebody who is close to you, somebody who is near and dear, the person dies. The same incident can lead you to spiritual path, or it can lead you to frustration. You can think, anyhow, I am also going to die. Let us do what I want. Let us do what I want. What is there? Small story. One guy was about to be hanged, about to be given death sentence. The police officer asked, do you have any wish? Last wish? He said, no. If you want, pray to God and ask for forgiveness so that He will bless you. He says, I wanted to remember God, but not the way in which you said. I feel if I would have known earlier I will be hanged, I would have done little more sins. Anyhow, when the result is known, result is hanging, I feel I have missed some sins. If at all I have to remember him, I will remember and ask him, why did you not tell me that I am going to have this punishment? Then I would have committed little more sins. Some people, when they see the death, when they understand the death is ultimate, they think, anyhow, death is ultimate. Let me decide and work towards divine, achieve God, realize Atman. One group. The other group, same incident, turns them. They think, anyhow we are going to die, let us live the way in which we wanted. One group of people, they take the path of meditation. The other group takes the path of the outer world. It is up to you which path you choose. Engrams are also living energy. You can choose. Through engrams, you can again and again suffer and torture yourself. Or you can make your whole life as a blissful experience. If you know the signs, how they happen in your being, how you can transform your being, you can take the help of these engraved memories to achieve the eternal consciousness, eternal bliss in your being. In your being. How these engrams, engraved memories, disturb your mind, and how you can transform your very being. He starts explaining. Tatra sattvam nirmalatvat prakasakamanāmayam sugasangena batnādi Jnana Sangena Chanaka. Before entering into this sloka, I will try to present a small diagram through which we can understand how the engrams can affect your decision and how to come out of it. A small diagram I will try to present so that you will be able to understand the engram, the engraved memory deeply, clearly. I already gave the basic understanding about this diagram, but let me repeat it so that you will be able to connect with this samskara. Please understand how we receive any information, data from the outer world, and how we process them and how we take decisions. We come to conclusions. First thing, you see something through the eye. And here I have taken the example of eye. You can replace it anything, ears, or nose, or taste, or the touch. Any one sense among these 5 jnanendriyas, any one sense can be replaced here. There are 5 jnanendriyas and 5 karmendriyas. Among the 5 jnanendriyas, any one sense can be placed here. I have taken here eye as an example. Through the eye you see a scene. I am taking the example of this very scene. Me. First, this whole scene, like a picture, it is taken by your eye and it goes to chakshu. Understand? You don't see with the eye, you see through the eye. There is an energy which is inside the eye which sees. There is an energy inside the ears which hears. Ears by themselves can't hear. That is why when you are sitting and reading some book, even if alarm clock goes, you will not be able to hear. If somebody presses the calling bell, you will not be able to hear. You will not be able to hear that sound. And if husband or wife walks in, you will not know if you are sitting and reading. Of course, if it is late night, all wives will know when the husband is coming. Sneaking inside the house. Small story. This guy wants to go to police station. This guy goes to police station to see a thief who came into his house last night and took all the money. The police officer says, no, you can meet him only in the court. In the court you can say whatever you want to say. Here you can't talk to him. He says, no, just I wanted to learn, how did he enter the house without waking up my wife? I am trying for so many years to do this. I am not able to do. How this guy did, this guy did, just I wanted to know that. Anyhow, there is something inside your eyes which sees. That is what we call chakshu. See, the whole scene is converted into a file with which you can do the process like a digital signal processor in computer. The software language, the chakshu is almost like a digital signal processor. If you have to work on anything, whether it is a sound or a light or a photograph, first it has to be converted into a digital file. So in computer, first thing, whether it is a photograph or it is an audio file, it will be converted into digital file. Same way, in your system, whatever you see or hear, the whole thing will be converted. Whole thing will be converted into a biosignal file. Just like a digital file, it will be converted. The conversion happens in this chakshu area only. Then the file starts moving step by step. File goes to chitta. Please understand, if you understand this one thing, the whole life can be transformed. You know where you are where you are reacting, how we are reacting, and how we make big decisions with our assumptions and suffer. Just like if you remember the first story, without thinking, just by imagining, maybe it must be some liquor, and you just put the finger in your mouth. How we do that mistakes, we can understand if you understand this one diagram. The file goes to chitta. Chitta means memory. The place where all the past memories are collected. Of course, all these places are related to memories only. This is the one part where the work of excluding happens. When the file reaches this place, the excluding process starts here. Na iti, na iti. This is not, this is not. Neti, neti happens in this area. Your chitta starts seeing this file. I am taking the example of this scene which you are seeing now. First you are seeing me. The whole scene is photographed and goes here. It becomes a biosignal file. The file is taken to chitta. Chitta says, this is not a tree. This is not an animal. This is not a plant. This is not this. This is not that. That excluding process happens in this area. Then the file goes to the mind. Mind tries to identify. This is a human being. He is wearing saffron robe. He is standing in the stage. The identification process, iti, iti, this is it, this is it. That process happens in the mind. Here neti, neti, here iti, iti. This is not happens in chitta. This is it. Identification happens in manas. Then the whole file goes to buddhi. Buddhi is the place where the whole trouble starts. And here the analysis starts. What way I am related to this file? What way I am related to this scene? What way I should respond to this scene? According to the buddhi, if your past memories with me, if they are good, immediately you refer. What happened with yesterday lecture? What happened with earlier when I met this type of situations? You see, if your buddhi refers with the past memory, and it will decide if the past experiences with me, if it was pleasant, then you decide, let me stay and listen. If the past experiences are not pleasant, if you felt boring, then you say, this is not the place for me, let me go. If you take like a straight decision, then it's okay. But the problem is, if you had some problem with some other person who was wearing the saffron robe, that engram will be there. You will not even bother who is this person. You will just bring that to your memory. No, with that Swami I suffered like this. With this Swami I suffered like that. You will just bring a generalized memory and you will decide based on your past collected samskaras. That is where you start making the trouble. You start creating trouble. When decisions are taken with a straight understanding, no problem. But most of the time, you collect and connect the engrams which are not directly related to each other. Which are not directly related to each other. For example, if you see somebody wearing white dress, if you are hurt by somebody who was wearing white dress, The moment you see that white dress, even if you don't want, that memory will come back. That memory will come back. For example, if you are abused or disrespected in a house or in a place, next time when you cross that place, when you go to that house, even if that person is not there, automatically the memory will come up and you will have that same feeling. You will have that same depressed mood. You will have that same low mood. The reason is you connect, you associate things with the place, with figures, with memories and put it in file. Man as such cannot work spontaneously. So he has to take some system, some method, some way to reduce his processing work. Naturally, he opts for some way of arrangement of his memories. So when you take some way of arranging memories, you miss the real life. See, first few months you live with your husband or wife. After 3-4 months, you make a clear idea about her or about him. After that, please be very clear, you don't live with husband or wife. You just live with your imagination, with your understanding about her. After that, whatever she does is wrong. Whatever he does is wrong. You come to a conclusion. If at all there is something right, you say, by mistake I think you did these things. By mistake you did this right. By few months you come to a conclusion about the other person. You create an engram. And after that, whatever he or she does, you look through that engram, through that engraved memory. Only first few days, you are ready to respond spontaneously. You are ready to respond spontaneously. The problem is, even in the first few months, you already have memories of your friends' experiences. My friend is tortured. My friend's wife used to torture him. My friend's husband used to torture her. You have the collected memories of your friend's files. And the moment your wife starts doing something which will not be anywhere related to that memory, immediately you project that. Especially movie. If you have seen some mother-in-law, some daughter-in-law, some mother-in-law who is rude, cruel, if before your mother-in-law starts even a single word, just by her body language, you will come to a conclusion. I think she is going to torture me. And before she starts, let me start. And you are all out. You start the whole thing. And she has also got enough memories. She also has got enough samskaras because she has also seen many movies. And she has got some reference where the daughter-in-law is torturing the mother-in-law. Then immediately she starts her drama. In person, a small story, a funeral procession of an old lady. As usual, slowly they are walking. Front they are carrying her body. Just behind, one man is holding 2 bulldogs. And behind a big queue is walking behind him. Very slowly they are moving. The scene is, first they are carrying the old lady. Next, one guy is walking with 2 bulldogs. Third, a big queue is following him. An onlooker was curious. Why such a big queue following this procession? She must be very famous. He goes near the person who is walking with a bulldog and asks, who is this person? He says, she is my mother-in-law. Then he asks, why you are carrying the dog? Is it our pets? No, no, no. They both bit her and killed her. Killed her. Yes. This guy says, can you give this dog for me just for 2 days? He turns, join the queue. Join the queue. Our engraved memories. When you have collected memories, you never react spontaneously, you never act. All your decisions are clearly predestined. Please understand, again and again people ask me, Swamiji, our life, is it predestined or free will? Please understand, the more engrams you have, more your life is predestined. Because you will go only in the same route. The less engrams you have, your mind is, your life is, you will have more freedom. The number of samskaras will decide whether you will have free will or your life will be destined. For example, the file travels to ego and ego gives the decision and you execute it. If there are more engrams, when the file travels every table, each engram is a table. Each engram puts the signature and writes his opinion. One engram, for example, the same example let us take. You seeing me and are you being here? One engram says, no, I had some Swami in my life. He was a blessing. He helped me so much. I think I should sit here. This engram signs, yes, we will sit here. The next engram, no, I read in newspaper, the Swamis do this, do that. There are enough of stuff which goes on, especially in India, abusing Swamis is a fashion. And especially South Indians. Abusing Swami is a fashion. So, all this fashion, lot of fashion things are there. So naturally you will say, no, all these memories are there. Should I sit? Or what should I do? Here this engram says doubt. It signs. And the file goes next. No, yesterday I attended. Really what he is speaking makes sense. I think I should sit. This engram signs, yes. By the time file reaches here, the ego takes all the yes and all the no. And it comes to a conclusion. Whether it says yes or no, that's not a problem. But you already wasted so much of time and energy in this small decision. Already you wasted so much of time, so much of energy in this one simple decision. For example, if you are sitting in the office, morning around 9 o'clock, you don't have to do anything. Just sit and worry, get stressed out, you will have shoulder pain. If you are stressed out, worrying 15 minutes about something, you will have shoulder pain. How many of you experienced? Just 10-15 minutes, you will have shoulder pain. Nothing else needs to be done. Just simple worrying, simple decision making, you will have shoulder pain. Restlessness. The more the engrams, more you will be restless. The people with engrams can never sit in a relaxed way. Have you seen people continuously, they will be shaking the legs. Continuously they will be shaking the legs. The initial level they have to shake. After some time they will have Parkinson's, automatically it will shake, that's all. In the initial you have to shake with effort. After that, automatically it will shake. The stress, people with stress cannot sit quietly. So much of physical movement, so much of physical restlessness, because too many decisions are happening inside their unconscious. This space between the buddhi and ego is called unconscious. This space is called unconscious. Because you will not know what is happening in this space. You will not know how many tables are here. This is like a government office, Indian government office. If 300 tables are there, the file has to move all the 300 tables. And when it will move, and who will sign what, and what, final result what it will come, neither you know, nor God knows. This is a conscious zone. This is like a honest office. I don't know what example to give. I don't think any examples are available. This is a clean, pure process, straightforward process. Here, there is no politics happens. A straightforward process. Here, all the politics starts. For example, according to the data collected and processed in this level, you know smoking is injurious to health. According to the simple, straightforward data, you know smoking is injurious to health. But when time comes, suddenly you decide, let me smoke. How the file takes a quantum leap. How the decision is totally changed. When the file travels in this area, here there are engrams which says, no, last time when I smoked, I really felt good. I felt relieved from all the stress. Actually, if you want to get rid of any stress, instead of smoking, have a tight shoe. Because the tight shoe, when you have a tight shoe, all other worries will be forgotten. You will forget all other worries. Smoking and having tight shoes is one and the same. By smoking, you are trying to forget. By creating bigger problem, you try to forget the smaller problems. The same logic with the tight shoes also. Have tight shoes. Automatically, you will forget all the smaller worries. All the smaller problems. Here, all the past memories. I smoked, I felt relieved. I had all my stress, all the stress disappeared. All these things happens in this area. Because of that only, suddenly you decide which you never wanted to decide. Suddenly you shout, and after 10 minutes you start repenting. Why did I shout? I always wanted to control myself. I always wanted to keep a smiling face. Or at least I always wanted people to tell that I am having a smiling face. Either I want to keep, or I wanted people to recognize me as a smiling person. Why did I shout? You repent. You decide. Suddenly, you react suddenly because of these engrams. There are so many decisions which you take out of these engraved memories and repent, suffer later on. How these engraved memories disturb, torture or twist your decisions, we will see in the next slokas. Krishna says how they straightaway affect your being, how you miss the reality, what is happening because of these engraved memories. Tatra sattvam nirmalatvat prakasakamanāmayam sukha sangena bhatnādi jnana sangena chanaka. The three slokas, he gives a clear explanation about the three gunas. Rajo ragatmakam viddhi trishna sangas samudbhavam tanni bhatnādi kaundeya karma sangena dehinam tamastvana jnanajam viddhi mohanam sarvadehinam Pramadalasya nidrabhi stannibatnadi bharata. In these three sloka, Bhagavan speaks about sattva samskaras, which leads you to bliss and peace, and rajoguna samskaras, which leads you to restlessness and violence, tamoguna samskaras, which leads you to depression and dullness. He speaks clearly in these three slokas, and then he goes further explaining how each samskara attacks each engram, attacks the other engram and twists your whole decision. For example, if you have a radio which is not working properly and suddenly you receive 2-3 stations at a time. In one station, cosmetic product advertisement is going on. In the other station, about agriculture, some instructions are going on. And the third station, some drama is going on. Some comedy drama is going on. Suddenly you get the instruction. First it says, please spray little pesticide. Then next it says, and wipe your face clearly. Third it says, I think you should brush your teeth properly. And fourth it says, yes, after that, put little more pesticide. And the next word says, yes, with your mouth wide open, you should allow this to happen. If all these instructions mix and match, if it comes and you try to execute it in your life, you will end up in difficulty. Same way, here are different engrams of sattva, rajas and tamas. You are trying to work with all the three, and all the three are crisscrossing each other. How they create hell in our life when they crisscross each other. Please understand, intelligent people collect arguments and pass judgment. Most of us collect arguments to support our judgment. Already the judgment is ready. To collect the judgment, we support arguments. Look into your life, how many times we did this. Of course, even to look into our life and see how many times we did this, we need intelligence. Two things. If you have power, just out of arrogance, all right, even if I have done mistake, what is there? You will take it, you will just brush it aside. That's one attitude. Might is right. That's the first thing. Otherwise, you will suffer with guilt. Please understand, guilt never comes to unintelligent man. Of course, I am going to tell you to drop the guilt, that is different. But guilt comes always only to an intelligent man who is really thinking of dharma. Only for him guilt comes. Person who is in instinct level, he will never have guilt. The person who is in the intellect level, he will have guilt. The person who is in the level of intuition, he will go beyond guilt. He will go beyond guilt. He will understand the truth as it is. Here, Krishna is speaking how to handle all these three properly and how to use all these three maximum. How to get the maximum out of all these three. Getting maximum out of all these three is really intelligent process. Small story. One small child swallowed a coin, quarter coin. They took him to doctor. Doctor tried so many ways. It did not come out. And nurse tried so many ways. It did not come out. Nearby one friend was standing. He tried so many ways. It did not come out. The passerby He saw this whole thing and said, "Sir, can I help?" They said, What can you do? Just give me 1 second. He did something. Simply the boy vomited the coin. The coin came out. Doctor was surprised. How did you do that? I am a doctor. I am not able to get the coin out. How did you do that? He says, I am an income tax officer. I can get money out of anybody. I can get coin out of anybody. You cannot do that. So now, Krishna gives the tips, techniques to get maximum out of these 3 gunas, these 3 samskaras.
Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam.
Now let us enter into the 3 layers of engrams. Samskaras. Samskaras related to sattva, tamas and rajas. Before entering into the 3 layers of engrams, I'll give you a small presentation how we are caught and how they work. Then we will enter into the technique. These are our 7 layers of our body. I can say 7 parts of our being. The first thing is physical body, flesh and bones which you are carrying. Next, the pranic layer, the prana, or the prana, vyana, udana, abana, samana, the 5 air movements, air circulation which is happening in your system. Third, mental body, means the inner chattering which is happening in you. Continuously, whether you are sitting or standing or whatever you may do, there is a continuous tape recorder going on inside. Inner chattering. Sometimes you open your mouth and talk, other times you close your mouth and continue to talk. Whether you open your mouth or not, the talking is going on. So, that is what is mental body, the inner chattering. The chanchala, they use the word chanchala, moving, inner movements. Third, etheric, the 4th, etheric body. This is the space where emotions are stored. Where? Intense emotions, pain. Usually all our intense emotions are pain. You don't know any other intense emotion. If you know any other intense emotion other than pain, you are a spiritual person. Look into your life. The pain gives you so much intense feeling. When you are depressed or in pain, you can see you are very intense, or your whole mind is centered. Your mind never moves towards anything. But when you are blissful mood, have you experienced any bliss to that extent? in that depth in which you experience the pain? No. That is why I say, all we know is only pain. All we know is only pain. After this, these three bodies cannot be understood intellectually. They are supposed to be experienced spiritually by meditation. Only till these bodies you can understand. See, in the pranic layer is a body filled with all the desires. Mental body is the layer filled with all I should have, guilt. And etheric body is pain. Understand these three: desire, guilt, pain. These three, when they are pure, they are called sattva, rajas and tamas. But usually they are not pure. They are mixed with each other. They are mixed with each other. How to purify them? First thing you should know, if you can purify your desires, you will be liberated. Please understand, you cannot live without desires. You have to clear the desires. You have to purify them. Direct them towards the right path, that's all. You cannot live without desires. Without desires, you can't even breathe. Even inhaling or exhaling cannot happen without desires. You cannot live without desires. Desire has to be handled properly. It has to be straightened. That's what you need to work when it comes to sattva. The next, when it comes to guilt, rajas, please understand, all your restlessness is created by that one thought, I should have done that. I should have lived like that. Because I did not, now let me do that. I should have reacted to him like that. That time I did not have that much of intelligence. Now I will teach lesson to him. Now I know how to catch him. Now I know what to do. The restlessness, rajas. The third, pain. Whether it is right or wrong, you know how to make pain out of it. Whatever it is, you know how to make pain out of it. That is tamas. That is tamas. These are the main three layers. Actually, the physical body is handled by these three gunas. You sleep deeply without any dreams. That time you experience the causal body. It is called karana sarira. Causal body means karana sarira. Sarira which you experience at the time of deep sleep. And this is filled with a blissful memory. In Vedanta we call it Anandamaya Kosha. Anandamaya Kosha is cosmic body, and the nirvanic body, this area is called Atman. Or we call Ananda Gandha, where the Atman and your bodies meet, where the energy and matter meets. Visualize a lake which is frozen lake, and below there will be water. The layer in which the water and the ice meets is this layer. Water is energy, ice is matter. At one point both of them meet, and this is the layer where they meet. Anyhow, now you forget about all these things. All these things forget. Just remember these three. That's enough. Because we are going to work only on these three. In the next sessions, Krishna explains, talks about all other things. That time we will understand about all these things. About physical body he has already spoken. Finished. Now he is going to work on these three. About these three only he is talking. Sattva, Rajas, Tamas. I think I'll make a clear thing. Sattva. Sattva is the second body. Rajas. the third layer. Fourth layer is tamas. Your prana flow, your air flow will change. For example, if you are caught by lust, any intense desire, your inhaling and exhaling will become intense. The prana going in and coming out will become more. With any desire, the prana flow will totally change. And if you are in a very silent mood, peaceful mood, the prana flow will be different. It will be so mild, you will not even know the prana flow is happening. The prana movement is happening. Understand? This pranic sarira is filled with desires. What is the thing which we should learn about sattva, about this pranic layer? First thing, we create self-contradictory desires. Whether you believe it or not, you are God. You are pure consciousness. Whatever thoughts you create in your consciousness, that will gain power. Please understand. This is the space called God, Atman, which is there in all of us. Whatever thoughts you create in this space, the more deeper you create, the more power it will get by this consciousness. It's like in front of a projector light. If you keep a slide, that slide will become reality in the screen. You can see that slide as a real figure in the screen. Same way, this is the light, projector light. Any slide you create in this area and keep in the outer world, it will become reality. It will become reality. Because of this light, this projector light, any slide which is kept in front of the projector light will become reality in the screen, in the real life. Here, again and again, you create self-contradicting thoughts. Because of that self-contradicting thoughts only, you suffer with your desire. Whether it is fulfilled or not, suffering is inevitable. If it is fulfilled, the emptiness. If it is not fulfilled, the restlessness. Both the way, you are towards the tamas. Why? Why should we suffer? Because of desires. Please be very clear. First understand the self-contradicting desires. For example, if you want to get rid of headache, and if you create an engram, samskara, I should get rid of this headache, I should get rid of this headache. Continuously, unconsciously, you will be thinking that word. By thinking that I should get rid of the headache, you will never be able to get rid of headache. Because when you remember that word, you are giving power to the headache also. Please, it's a very subtle subject. It's a very subtle subject. Whatever words you repeat unconsciously in you, that will become reality in your body and in your mind and in the world. Because you have power to give life to any word. For example, one word, if it happens in your mind, let me get up and go. That one word, immediately your body moves, you stand, walk and go. One word can make you do whatever you want. Words which appears in your mind are very important. Very, very important. You need to understand this one basic fact. Words which appear in your mind are mantras. They only show you the way to your life. All the words which appears in your mind put together is your life. Your life is nothing but the words which is used by your mind, all put together. Especially the words which you repeat unconsciously. For example, morning, early morning, when you start brushing your teeth. If you observe, you can see, you will be brushing the teeth, but your mind will be talking something. Especially in the bathroom. When you are taking bath, you will be taking bath, your mind will be talking something. And sometimes you start singing also. If you take cold water bath, automatically song will come. Cold water bath and singing, these two are very closely connected. Automatically songs will come. And you will be just singing. You will be just using some word, uttering some words, talking to yourself. One more thing. In the bathroom you can do whatever you want. Nobody is watching. That is why you will be freely talking. Sometimes people even argue in the bathrooms. People even argue in the bathrooms. One person was standing outside. When the wife came out of the bathroom, he asked, "With whom you are arguing?" No, I was talking with myself. He asked, "Then why are you arguing?" She said, I know what I am talking, don't bother." He asked, "Arey, talking with yourself I can understand, but arguing with yourself I am not able to understand. Why you are arguing with yourself?" She says, "You know one thing, I don't accept any stupid logic. That's why I was arguing with myself." I don't accept any stupid logic. You play all the games. You will be continuously talking without even knowing what's going on. And sometimes try to observe. It will be really funny. If you observe, you will understand. You will be almost talking the same words every day when you brush the teeth. If you observe, you can find out. The moment you put the brush in your teeth, in your mouth, you will have the same trend of thoughts. The moment you start taking bath, you will have the same type of thoughts. If you observe, you will understand this. The thoughts which you repeat unconsciously are more powerful than any other words which you use consciously. First thing we need to understand, you are creating so many thoughts, so many samskaras, which is self-contradictory. Self-contradictory means, I should get rid of this headache. When you say that word, when you create that samskara, you remember headache also. You remember headache also. By again and again remembering the headache, you bring back that memory, you bring back that headache into your mind again and again. Then how can you get rid of headache? If you are repeating 100 times, I should get rid of this headache, I should get rid of this headache. Every time you remember the word headache, you bring that memory, that suffering, that whole file back to your mind. How can you get rid of headache? Instead of that, if you create a word, if you create a samskara, I should become healthy, I should become healthy. Again and again, you will be remembering the idea of health in your mind. Understand? Whatever mantra you use, automatically that jhana will happen. Whatever mantra you use, automatically that jhana will happen in your unconsciousness. If you use the word headache again and again, you will be meditating on headache again and again. If you use the word health again and again, you will be meditating on health again and again. That is why all the meditations, the dhyana of gods, you will have something called dhyana sloka. Before meditating, you will have the dhyana sloka. For example, Guru means Sahasradala Pangaje Sagala Sidarashmi Prabham Parabhayakarambucham Vimalagandha Pushpambaram Prasanna Vadanikshanam Sagala Devata Rupinam Smarechirasyam Sagam Tadabhimana Purvam Gurum. This mantra means, let me meditate, let me remember my master who is sitting on the 1,000-petal lotus with Vara and Abhaya. Varabhaya Karambujam, with one hand as Vara, another hand as Abhaya, who is Prasanna Vadanikshanam, shining face, Prasanna, shining presence. You are just verbalizing what you are visualizing. Verbalizing what you are visualizing is Dhyana Sloka. Dhyana Sloka is nothing but verbalizing what you are visualizing. Now, if you again and again verbalize the word headache, 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 what you will visualize? You will visualize your spouse. Who gives you? You will visualize your headache. And I call it intimate enemy. You will visualize the person who gives headache or what you feel when you have headache. You will continuously visualize the headache scene, that mood. Please understand, whatever you visualize again and again will be inscribed, engraved in your memory, in your inner space, in your inner being. Now, if you again and again repeat, especially if you have some disease, please never create a word. Let me get rid of this heart problem. Let me get rid of this diabetes. Let me get rid of this headache. Never use these words. Let me get rid of this blood pressure. Never use these words. Use the word which is straight, not self-contradicting. If you have some pain, use the word, let me become healthy. Always think, let me become healthy. Let me become healthy. Let me become healthy. Never use the word, let me get rid of this back pain. Let me get rid of this headache. Let me get rid of this diabetes. Never use the self-contradicting engrams. Understand, the more you use the self-contradicting engrams, the more you will be engraving the disease into your inner space. The more you engrave, more they get the power. More they get the power. Please do not abuse your inner space, your Ichcha Shakti. The pranic layer is Ichcha Shakti. Ichcha Shakti. Do not waste the Ichcha Shakti by creating self-contradicting thoughts. Self-contradicting engrams are polluting the Sattva layer. Your whole Sattva space is corrupted by self-contradicting thoughts. Your whole peace and inner space is disturbed by the self-contradicting thoughts. After going to the house, take 15 minutes. Please take 15 minutes and do this like a homework. I wanted all of you to do here itself because of no time. At least when you go back to your house, do this like a homework. Sit for 10 minutes with yourself and write down all the thoughts which comes to your mind regularly. All the thoughts which comes to your mind regularly. And see where you are creating self-contradicting engrams and edit them. Clear them. Don't bring self-contradicting engrams into your mind. And now, one important thing, the latest research report, they say any psychiatric disease, once you analyze and clearly put the name, immediately you find millions of people are suffering that disease. As long as you don't give name for that, Even if people have that, they don't suffer by the disease. The moment you inform them, for this disease, this is the symptom. If you are having this symptom, this is the name of the disease. Everybody starts thinking, I think I am suffering with that disease. I think I am suffering with that disease. Please understand, it's a dangerous game. It's a dangerous game. Pharmaceutical companies are making millions just by this one idea, creating doubt in you. I think I am also having that problem. I think I am also having that problem. Immediately you start creating an engram. I have that problem. I should get rid of it. I should get rid of this problem. I should get rid of this problem. By the time you repeat this word 10 times, you have the problem. You have the problem. That's one of the important, dangerous thing. Please understand, we are all continuously being exploited, or I can say, you are just eaten, swallowed by the people who don't know the truth of mind and consciousness. Please understand, all these problems are just because they do not know something called pure, joyful inner space is possible. And let me be very clear and bold. No medicine or chemical can help your mind. Be very clear. All anti-anxiety medicines, all anti-depression medicines, these all are consolations for you, that's all. First thing, you visualized you have depression. Now you visualize you have taken medicine, that's all. Let me tell you one more important secret. It's a business secret. One important thing, many people come to me. Swamiji, I have some black magic. Somebody did the black magic to me. Some pillis they have done, some sunya they have done, some black magic. Somebody has put evil spirit on me. Some black magic has been done. There are so many fellows who just exploit this fear of the people. They just encash on this. They just encash on this. The other day, our chief priest was telling me, Swamiji, you should talk about a particular person. He told the name also. I do not want to tell the name. He told me, some of his devotees, some people who is known to him, they went to this person and got exploited. That guy just gave some small Ganapati which is brought from a market and took $5,000. And he was telling me, Swamiji, all these things are happening, you should tell about this. I said, usually I don't mention name, but at least I'll bring the problem to your notice. Please understand, all negativity has got only one power, your faith on it, that's all. All negativity, black magic, or evil spirit, or Satan, or devil, whatever you call it, all of them have got only one power, your faith on it, that's all. Just your faith on it only gives power to it. Because you believe, you connect all the incidents and start the trouble by yourself. You start the struggle. You start troubling yourself. Now, it's very dangerous game. It's very dangerous game. Many people come to me. Swamiji, I have pilli, I have sunya, I have this problem, I have that problem. When I tell them, no, nothing is there, don't worry, there is no problem. Then they think, this Swami is very young, he don't know much. He is very young, he don't know all these things. Let us go to some other rich or old person who will really give me some yantra, who will give me some mantra, and who will do some big puja and remove my negativity, remove my blockages. They think I don't know anything. So now what to do? So when they come, I also tell them, all right, don't worry. I give them some yantra and tell them, you don't have to give money, but just go and keep this under your pillow. You will be healed. You will be cured. And I tell you honestly, nothing is there in that yantra. Nothing is there in that yantra. I am very clear. Nothing is there in that yantra. You see, he created an idea that he is having trouble, negativity. Now by giving that yantra, I am creating an idea on him. He doesn't have negativity. That's all. Using one thorn to remove the other thorn. That's all. Using one thorn to remove the other thorn. Nothing else. There is nothing else. Please be very clear. That is why I always tell people, never think by having this yantra something will shower from your house. From your house, nothing can shower except rats. And except rats, nothing can shower. Nothing can fall except rats. Nothing will happen. These are just antidotes for your negative faith. You already created a faith that I have this trouble, I have this problem. Now I am consoling you. And just I am consoling you. To tell you honestly, it is you who created trouble, and now just you are helped to undo the whole thing. Otherwise, all negativity has got only one power, that is your faith on them. Now, you should understand an important thing. See, if that guy takes some money also, it's okay. Money is okay, you can earn it. But he creates an engram in you. He creates a samskara in you, which will kill you continuously. For anything and everything you will run to him. It's almost a slavery. It's almost a slavery. Better to be caught in the hands of ghost than in the hands of the mantravadi. At least ghost will trouble you once in a while. This guy will eat you completely. So be very clear. Never, at least with the ghost you will have only mental suffering. With this guy you will have mental suffering and economical, both suffering. Big problem is, not only he takes the money, he creates a deep engraved memory in you, the fear memory. You start thinking again and again, even a small sound you hear in the night, you start thinking, I think that mantra is over, now I have to get a new yantra. And I heard these people who do this business, they give you the mantra which they give you the yantra which needs to be recharged. Which needs to be recharged. After 2-3 months, you have to take it back and you will put it in the recharger and give you. I was just surprised. The rechargeable yantras. And in this country, anything can be sold. All you need is advertisement. All you need is advertisement. Just put anything. All you need is advertisement. And I read an advertisement in the newspaper. One guy standing with a pose, with a blessing pose. And he says that some Adharvanaveda Pandit something. And he goes on giving a big advertisements. I am surprised. Adharvanaveda never speaks about all these things. Adharvanaveda is the pure science for to improve your life. It is a pure science to handle your mind blissfully. And no Adharvanaveda teaches you to exploit others. No Adharvanaveda teaches the people to exploit others. And I am just surprised. And let me tell you one important thing. The first sutra of Paragamigira, Jyotish Sutra, the first thing he starts, only a person whose inner space is pure, who is not expecting any benefit or return in the form of money or in the form of a good name or in the form of goodwill, even a good certificate, only for him the intuition will happen. Very clearly they say, intuition will happen only when you are pure. And never go to these people who does this mantra, this maya and this yantra and this type of things. Never go. And understand, all evil has got only one power. What is that power? Your faith on it, that's all. Now, when you create these self-contradicting engrams, you start believing it. You start believing it, especially in this field of psychoanalysis. When they launch some disease, it's like a fashion show. See, in fashion show, every week one dress comes. Something like that, every month one disease comes. Every month, they invest some new disease. And one thing comes out. Please understand, by repeating that idea, by meditating on that symptoms, you start creating that symptoms in you. It's a dangerous game. Don't be caught in that game. It's very dangerous game. First step, you disturb the sattva, pure space of your being, by creating self-contradicting thoughts. Sit in your house and write down all your major thoughts and desires. Analyze them. How a thought is self-contradicting. This is the first step. Next, how two different desires are self-contradicting. You want to have peaceful life also, and you want to have lot of wealth also. With wealth, always the responsibility comes to you. Either decide to take the responsibility and be happy with the responsibility, or decide to relax completely and accept whatever happens. One thought should be strengthened, but when you have both, you have self-contradicting mental setup. In the sattva space, in the sattva energy, when you create self-contradicting engraved memories, automatically you are thrown to rajas. Now let me describe what Krishna has to say about rajas. Rajo ragatmakam viddhi drishna sangas samudbhavam tannibatnadi kaundeya karma sangena dehinam. The mode of passion is born of unlimited desires and longings. It's a beautiful sloka. O Kaundeya means son of Kundi. Because of this, the embodied living entity is bound to material fruitive actions. Here he says, desires and longings. What is the difference between these two? Desires and longings. Rajo ragatmakam viddhi drishna sangas samudbhavam. Raga means desire. Trishna means hankering, longing. What is the difference between these two? Here, there are some memories which has got your emotional support, and there are some memories which are inserted in your being by advertisement. Be very clear, advertisement does not mean only by TV or movie. If your father again and again repeats, even that is advertisement. If your mother again and again says, this is right, this is right, this is for you, this is for you, that is advertisement. There are some desires which has got your mental support. You feel this is going to give me the fulfillment. This is my desire. And there are some desires which is sold to you by somebody else. So here, that is the difference between desire and longings. Desire is yours. Longings are supplied to you. Longings are given to you by society. It's a social conditioning. Desires are inborn. It is your very nature. Be very clear. With desire, if you fulfill them, you will feel fulfilled and relaxed. With longings, the moment you fulfill them, you will feel emptiness. This is the difference between desire and longing. Desire will always give you fulfillment. Means your desire. Longing will always give you the emptiness. The other day, one person came and asked me, Swamiji, I wanted to marry. I have my own choice. But my parents are choosing a different girl. What should I do? What decision I should do? How you want me to act? I told him, finally, as the end, all marriages are failure. At least let you marry on your own. At least for if you marry on your own, at least for few years, you will have the satisfaction that you lived your life. You lived your life. In the end, if you marry according to your father's decision, you will blame your father. If you marry according to your decision, you will blame her. Before marriage, you are different. Before marriage, your image was different. You showed me a different picture. Now you are showing your original form. If you marry by the advice of father, you will blame him. If you marry on your own, you will blame the other person. Anyhow, if you marry on your own, at least for a few years, you will think that you are living your life. The desire gives you at least little bit of relaxation, fulfillment. But longing gives you only emptiness. Here, Krishna speaks about how the self-contradicting things leads you to rajas. When the desires are self-contradicting with each other, naturally you are confused and you fall into the rajas. You fall into restlessness. Let me explain with this diagram. If you have more engrams here, 10 engram will write, let me sit and listen. I wanted to listen. And 10 engrams will write, no, it is time. Let us go and watch movie. Today is weekend. There will be nice programs. Let us go and watch something else. On the file, these 10 engrams are writing one decision. The other 10 engrams are writing different decision. By the time file reaches the ego, you will have the confusion. What to decide? You will have inner restlessness. The more number of engrams, more time it takes for you to do any decision. You will be suffering in dilemma. Man as such is dilemma. Continuously, if you do this, you always think, I think I should have done that. If you do that, you always think, I think I should have done this. Dilemma. Dilemma is because of too many engrams. Dilemma is what Krishna calls rajas and restlessness. In the rajas, you will have tremendous anger, violence, and inner restlessness. A person who is caught in the rajas will always be shouting at others, will always have the irritation mood, will always carry poison in his tongue. Poison in his tongue. He will be continuously waiting just to vomit. Just to vomit. The CEOs can never rest. Can never rest. The big problem is they are carrying so much of rajas. And I tell you, once you remove the engrams, you will be able to take 1,000 decisions without getting stressed. Because straight away the file will go to ego. Without much interruption. There will not be 300 table. You don't have to cross 300 table like an Indian government office. And just 2-3 table. One person will write yes, the other person will say whatever the yes, okay, the third will say something, and by the time the file reaches ego, there will not be many signatures or opinions. Straight away you can decide and send the file back. The process is easy. Decision making will be easy. Your time and energy will not be wasted. Tasya nidravi sannibatnadi bharata. son of Bharata is addressing the Arjuna. O son of Bharata, know that the mode of darkness, tamas, is born out of ignorance, is the delusion of all embodied living entities. The results of this mode are madness, indolence, and sleep, which bind the conditioned soul. Beautiful explanation for tamas. Let me give you a diagram of tamas. Just understand this one drawing. You will be able to understand the sattva, rajas, tamas. Let us assume the time taken for this process is TC, time taken for conscious process. And time taken for this process is TU, time for unconscious process, TUC. This is TC and this is TUC. Now, if this time is less and this time is more, means more engrams. The more the engrams, this process will take more time. More the samskaras, more time it will take. If this is more, means the TUC is more than TC. Means you are in instinct level, animal level. You are in instinct level, animal level, because you will not be able to control your decisions. More the engrams, what decision will come out, you don't know. It's like a Pandora box. All these engrams are, samskaras are Pandora box. When you open, what will come out, you don't know. What all are inside, you don't know. You are in the level of animal, instinct. Just instinct level, animal. If the TC is equal to TUC, I'm trying to bring the whole Gita in equation. If the TC is equivalent to TUC, then how the diagram will be? The diagram will be the TC, if the TC and the TUC will be equal. Means the same time which is taking for the file to move from here to here will take from here to here. Means only 3-4 engrams. Not much. Only few engrams. There will not be 300 tables like Indian government office. This is just 3-4 tables, like 1 or 2 private offices, like a corporate companies. Then it is called man level, instinct. You are in level of intellect. Man, level of man. Third, there's one important thing. Not only no engrams and straight away decisions are, see, there will be no engram. When there is no engram, we don't need this line. We can just erase this line. When there is no engram, straight away here itself we can put buddhi. And here itself we can put ego. Because file never takes the quantum leap. There is no engram. Straight away the information comes, process happens, results are given. Then it is called, actually, the TUC will be less than TC. The time taken for this process will be more than the time taken for this process. Time taken for this unconscious process will be less than time for this process. In this level, you will be intuitive. You will be intuitive. Level of God. This is man, this is animal, level of instinct. This is man, level of intellect. This is God, level of intuition. Now, this is the level of sattva, this is the level of rajas, this is the level of tamas. In sattva, your mind works in this level. You don't bother about anything. Continuously you are making decisions, but you are not tired. 24 hours you are active, but you are peaceful. Action in inaction. Inaction in action. What Krishna says, you will be at center. So much of work will be going around you, but you will be utterly relaxed. So, this is the level of sattva. This is the level of rajas. This is the level of tamas. The whole thing is dependent on only one thing, your engraved memories. The number of engraved memories only decide whether you are caught in sattva or you are caught in rajas or you are caught in tamas. And all these three are not enlightenment. Enlightenment is beyond these three. Now, if you are caught in tamas, try to go to rajas. If you are caught in rajas, try to go to sattva. If you are caught in sattva, automatically you will go to enlightenment. Automatically it will lead you to enlightenment. How to do that? How to do that? Krishna starts with the next sloka. Tamastvajnanajam viddhi mohanam sarvadehinam pramadalasya nitravi sannibatnadi bharata. Speaks about the tamas. Know that mode of darkness, born of ignorance, is the delusion of all embodied living entities. The results of this mode are madness, indolence and sleep, which bind the conditioned soul. For example, in the sattva level, you create a self-contradicting desire. Because of that, you feel restless in rajas level. When you feel too much of restlessness, you decide, let me drop all this nonsense, let me sleep, let me not take the responsibility. And you fall into tamas. Understand? Tamas means not only sleep or depression, not taking enough responsibility is also tamas. For example, if you have studied to become a doctor and you are not practicing, you don't want to practice out of laziness, means you are in tamas. For some other reason, you just don't want to practice, for some other reason, okay. But if you are avoiding out of laziness, you are in tamas. Same way, you did some study and after that, you do not want to fulfill what you took out of laziness, means you are in tamas. Don't drop from anything out of laziness. If you have a spiritual reason and drop, that is different. There are some people who drop just to meditate or to go for tirtha yatra or to do some spiritual work. That is different. But if you drop for no reason, just out of laziness, you are caught in tamas. Means you don't have enough energy. You are not able to take responsible decision. Why you are not able to take the responsible decision? Too many engrams. Single decision will eat your whole energy. Single decision will take your whole time. You are in trouble. By the time you do one decision, you are tired. You wanted to sleep. That's the reason you try to escape from the life. Escapists are called tamasic people. They are the only tamasic people. Here, Krishna explains about all the three. Rajas tamas cha vibhuya sattvam bhavati bharata. Rajas sattvam tamas chaiva tamas sattvam rajas tata. Sometimes the mood of goodness becomes prominent, defeating the modes of passion and ignorance. O Bharata, sometimes the mode of passion defeats the goodness and ignorance. At other times, ignorance defeats goodness and passion. In this way, there is always competition for supremacy. Please understand, all of you are not completely caught in sattva or tamas in rajas. You swing between rajas, tamas and sattva. You go from this corner to that corner to this corner. Sometime, some days, early morning when you get up, you feel so fresh. You feel as if all your questions are answered. All your questions are answered. You are fresh and alive. And you think, now I think I have become enlightened. Almost I became enlightened. And everything goes beautiful till evening. Till evening. Suddenly in the evening, again the whole thing starts. You become restless. Next day, again you are in tamas, you don't want to do anything. The mood swings continuously happening. Understand, obesity and mood swings are closely related. Obesity and mood swings are very closely related. When you allow these mood swings, you continuously torture yourself. Torture yourself. Sometimes you are restless, sometimes you are peaceful, sometimes you are in tamas, you don't want to do anything, you want to escape from everything, you just wanted to dump everything and run away. You just wanted to throw everything and run away. You are caught between these three modes of nature. Sometime in the instinct, sometime in the intellect, sometime in the intelligence. Why? Why we have the mood swing? For example, if you collected too many samskaras about a particular thing from the young age, again and again if people teach you, you should not drink, drinking is a sin, all these ideas, you have collected so many engrams about drinking, and automatically you will feel tempted to taste at least once. At least once. If you are told once or twice, and you yourself should be made to understand, you see, this is bad for health. Never give law, give understanding. Give the understanding behind the law, spirit behind the law. Please understand, if you want to really bring your kids, if you want to really bring them up beautifully, blissfully, give them only understanding. Of course, to give understanding, it needs two things. First thing, you need to be intelligent. Next thing, little patience to sit and explain. Even though it takes little time and energy, always go for understanding. Never give law. Never give just letter. If you just give the letter, law, be very clear, you will exactly do opposite. You will exactly do opposite. And even exact opposite you cannot predict. Even that much you cannot predict. Even though it takes little time and energy, always take little time and bring them up with understanding. People come and complain, no, Swamiji, in the modern time, where is the time? She is also going for job, I am also going for job. Where to tell all these things? Then why did you give birth? Then why did you give birth? Then you should have become Swami like me. Before itself, you should have decided clearly. Be very clear, it really happened. One small kid, he was brought to me by a mother. And mother was telling me, Swamiji, please advise him, he is not obeying my words. Please tell him to obey my words. I was little disturbed and I was not interested in giving that advice because I myself never obeyed my mother. And I myself never obeyed. How can I give that advice to her? Advice to that kid? And somehow you know how women are. And when they decide. And she says, no, you have to advise Swamiji. I tried 2-3 ways to escape. She said, no, you have to advise. Finally, no other way. I called the kid slowly and started telling him, please, why don't you listen what your mother says? See, I myself listening. I am listening what she says. Why don't you also listen whatever she says? And you will be surprised. That small boy is asking me, Swamiji, she herself is not happy. If I listen to whatever she says, I will also become like her. Why are you asking me to listen? I was just taken aback. What he is asking is truth. Somehow I convinced him and sent him away, but I am not convinced. I convinced him, but I am not convinced. And what he is asking is truth. When she herself is not happy, how can you follow her words? Now, be very clear. Soon in the near future, kids are going to sue you if you don't bring them up properly. They are going to sue you. Already they started. Some kids who are depressed and who are in the prison, they say we have become like this because they have not our parents have not brought us up properly. They did not do the right job. They did not bring them up. They brought them down. We are not brought up. We are brought down. Be very clear. Before deciding about kids, become enlightened. That's only qualification. Unless you are very clear about guiding, don't plan for kids. Enough. We have enough of people. We have brought so many billions of people on the planet Earth. We are not able to give food for them. We are not able to give medicine for them. We are not able to give shelter for them. Why are you then bringing again and again more and more? Where is the place? And if at all you decide to bring, have enough intelligence to give understanding. Whatever you give in the form of understanding will go and get recorded in sattva layer. It will become intelligence. Whatever you give as a law will go and sit in rajas and tamas layer. Please be very clear. Even if it is good thing, don't give as law. Don't give as law. Even if it is good thing, if you give as law, you will naturally create an aversion. You will naturally create an aversion in them. Always these parents, when they bring their kids, they will force them to touch my feet. I will tell them, never do that. Just because of your greed. These people, they think by touching my feet, they will get some punya. And they try to give that same idea to that kid out of their greed. And by forcing, this kid will start hating me. And when you force, and I have seen some parents, they will take the head and literally push them. Push the head at my feet. As if they will get some current. And I tell them, why are you doing this nonsense? Why are you forcing them? And this is more than enough. This namaskar is more than enough. And that also, what is there for kids? They do not know anything else. And why are you forcing them? By forcing them, they naturally